I now call the January meeting of the Kansas State Board of Education to order. Welcome to everyone in attendance and those of you listening online. Do we have any superintendents in the back of the room? There are not a lot of people in the building today. So I will start by apologizing to all the staff that had to brave the weather outside to be here, as the rest of the building is closed and most government offices are closed. But we had many board members who traveled from long distances and planned ahead and come in yesterday. And so out of respect for that, certainly didn't want to shift the meeting another couple of days, which we could have done. We could have decided to have a Wednesday, Thursday meeting. So we will all keep that in mind when there's weather coming. That's an option that we can exercise. There are a lot of things on the agenda tomorrow that would have been challenging to move as well. So all board members are present. We have two online, Betty Arnold and Michelle Dombrowski. Good morning to you both and everyone else here in attendance and in their seats in the room. The mission statement of the Kansas State Board of Education is to prepare Kansas students for lifelong success through rigorous quality academic instruction, career training, and character development according to each student's gifts and talents. Our vision is for Kansas to lead the world in the success of each student. At this time, we will pause for a moment of silence. Please stand and join me as we recite the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Are there any changes to today's agenda? If not, may I have a motion? Thank you. Michelle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I did email you as well the three consent agenda items that I was pulling off for a separate vote last night, and those would be E, F, and G.
E, F, and G for separate vote. Do you need any further explanation on those? Do you have questions?
I had questions on F, and I sent all those to you and Randy.
Okay, and did you get all of your questions answered?
No, because there's quite a few, so.
Okay. And then E and G are just a separate vote?
Yep, yes,
Okay.
please.
Any other changes? Kathy?
For me on E, and I have talked to Shane, but I'm going to pull it to get a little bit of information
Okay,
for the board. Thank you.
so it would be appropriate to have Shane here to answer those questions, if possible? Yes. Okay. All right, any other changes to today's agenda? May I have a motion to approve as amended? Kathy? Second? Is that a second from Dennis? All in favor, raise your hand. I see online. Betty, is your hand up? There it is. It's kind of out of the frame. All right, that's 10-0. Motion passes. Are there any corrections or additions to the minutes of the meeting conducted December 12 and 13, which you received? And if not, a motion would be in order. Kathy? So moved. Is there a second? Dina? Further discussion? All in favor, raise your hand. 10-0, motion passes. Thank you. Next up, we have the commissioner. Good morning.
Good morning, Madam Chair and State Board. No truth to the rumor that we're breaking in 5 minutes to create snowmen and snow forts out on the Capitol. Yeah, good snow for that. Good snow for that, and know that the farmers are happy for the moisture. This is a good moist snow. I'm going to be jumping back and forth between a little PowerPoint. Most of the time I'm going to spend on a website, and I gave you this printed version because it's going to be small when you see it. We tried to enlarge it as much as possible. So just as you know, as we get to that, I'll be referring to that. I want to talk to you a little bit about what you're going to be talking about throughout the day. Dr. Proctor is going to be bringing you up to date on at-risk funding, specifically how we spend that. I want you to be thinking about that. How do we impact students, especially as you know, we're talking about reading a great deal, but mathematics, STEM. Literacy is so easy, I think, for people to grasp. If I can't do well in literacy, it affects everything. I think what maybe is just a little bit underneath that is Kansas is a heavy STEM state, starting with agriculture. I mean, a lot of our careers, aerospace in the Wichita area, engineering, cybersecurity, we go on. And so having a good literacy, obviously, but having a good math, science, technology background just opens so many doors of employment in the state of Kansas. So, we'll talk in general about that, but I know Ben will be talking about how do we use at-risk students that are in danger of either not being promoted or graduating or, not doing well in school. We're also going to be talking a little bit about KISA and just thinking about this work that we have to do to make sure that each child is successful. This chart, I know at some point you're going to say, quit showing us this chart. 106,000 Kansas students over 3 different classes, taking a look at how did they score on the state assessment in 10th grade, and then what happened to them after high school graduation. What I want to focus on, and I know Ben over time will talk to you about that, is for us to be successful. And if you remember back when we had the school districts that were really doing really well academically, Fort Leavenworth, and we had some others here, and they said, every single day we teach to your standards at the depth of knowledge at levels 3 and 4. So, and this will be true when we get into the at-risk discussion. So, one of the things that we've created over time, and I think it makes some common sense, someone's not doing well in English 1. Let's create a remedial English class for that person because they don't have the skills to be successful. You heard that whether it's in college or what we found is if you teach to that level and you help tutor, remediate immediately, you actually get a better success measure than if you put people in an off-level course. So when you're out talking to schools, make sure and ask the question, are we teaching to the standards at that depth of 3 and 4? And then are we helping kids get to there? So when you think about, let me come back. If you think about that work, you'll hear from teachers, yeah, but I'm not sure every kid can, I'm in 5th grade and these kids came in after 4th grade and they're not ready. They're not, but if you teach below that grade level, they never get there. Does that make sense? So it's almost counterintuitive to how we would think about trying to be helpful to students. The way to be helpful is to teach there and then help with the extra tiered support. You'll hear that word that we use in a small group or individual tutoring. Now with that, we're also going to spend quite a bit of time talking about the Kansas Can competencies today. Those resilience, work skills, Kansas Chamber calls those soft skills that students need in combination. And you don't learn these in isolation. You learn these when you're applying them to something. And so I've told this story all the time. Last night there was a national championship football game. I don't know if any of you knew that. Michigan played Washington. And there obviously was a lot of mechanical preparation, what plays we're going to run. But there were also a lot of these skills that were being taught by the coaches on the football team. You need to show up. You need to be at practice. You need to be ready. You need to have the things learned. And so we want to incorporate these skills in conjunction with these high academic. And I know that's what your vision speaks to. So I've mentioned this to you before. What can we do? Obviously, we have to get kids to school. Chronic absenteeism in too many of our districts remains too high. But the next two, when we move students academically out of level 1, it's because we're raising the level of academic rigor and have high expectations. It's a matter, when we do that, we see more kids climb that ladder. So I'm going to speak to how we somewhat can help school districts measure that. So think about this. It's New Year's. Everyone's got a resolution. I'm going to get more fit. So what do we need to do? Well, I need to measure my current fitness. So maybe I step on the scales and go, well, I don't like that. You know, maybe I take some measurements. Well, I don't like that. And then you have to have a plan, and then you want to remeasure, right? How am I doing around that? So I want to talk about some measures today. And then those Kansas Comedy skills. It's pretty simple, right? But boy, there's a lot of complexity with how you go about doing that with families and kids. Okay, so we're going to now show you a year's worth of work by our IT department and our research department. It will be unveiled officially to every school district next week at the Council of Superintendents. This table that I'm going to show you, which is a demo table, it's not actual live data, will be live data for that school district. And so it sets in what we call their authenticated system, meaning this is not public data because it has students in it. It's to be used by school districts in those planning that I've just talked about. So with a little help, you have to be just a little patient with me. I'm going to jump off here, and you're going to see this table. It has timed out, so stay with me. I'm going to log back in here and show you what we're calling a transition table. All right, so you have this in front of you. You also see it on the screen. I hope, Eric, can you help share that for me now so that Michelle and Betty can see it? Thank you. All right. Across the top, what will be here is the school district, say building, they can pull down any building if they have multiple buildings. They also can choose grade levels, as you can see, starting with 4th grade. This is taking you through 8th grade, because what we're measuring here, very unique. School districts said to us, Dennis, I bet you've heard this. This is just one test on one day. And so you want to look at other things. Michelle reminds us GPAs, in conjunction's another great thing to look at. So what this does is this looks at how did this student do last year? How did Danny do last year? How did Danny do this year? Tracking the exact same student. So we can look over time at that growth without having to do it manually, called a transition table. So you can pick any grade. We're going to look at all grades right now. And then, you can pick, I want to look at all students, or I just want to look at students on free and reduced lunch. Again, this is meant for school districts. So on the far left side, you will see levels 1, 2, 3, and 4. Do you see that? That equates to what I just showed you, on the state assessment. We have further broken that down into subcategories within each of those levels. So level 1 is low level 1, upper level 1, low level 2, upper level 2. So we can see, Dina, that maybe a student went from a low 1 to a high 1. They still made growth, but they didn't move a full category. So a school district or a teacher or a principal could take a look and see that. Then you'll see in this example, and I'm going to put on my glasses so I can see this, what that API, so low level 1, and then next, 2022 students. Yes, Danny?
Sorry to interrupt, but.
No, please.
So this is for each student?
Yes, on this, so each student in that school district that was there over the 2 years, so I'm going to use Leavenworth, because you'll hear this too, all right? Well, in our district, a lot of kids move in and out. This chart is only tracking those kids that were there 2 consecutive years. So, because we're trying to measure those kids that grew in your district or didn't. All right, so thank you for that. So when you look at, yes?
But it's not personally identifiable. It's like we had 32 kids in this spot and.
Well, it is, because
47,
this is
but-
not public information.
Oh, okay.
This is to be used by them. That's why it's in their
Gotcha.
authenticated system. This
Okay.
is dummy data. So you're not seeing any live students here. This is just illustrative point. But when Eureka looks at theirs, they're going to look at their kids' data, but it's not for the public to view every kid. That's not what this is for.
Right, but
This
when
is
it
for
says,
school
like-
improvement use.
When it says like you go down to level 3 and you go over the last pink box, says 32, 27%, go down and then right. Is 32 a number of students?
Yes, so
Okay.
let me show you. So in this example, in 2022, so I'm going back to 2022 in this example, there were 4 students in this hypothetical district that were at the very bottom of level 1. And that represented 0.58% of all the students in that school district. Does that make sense? And I'm just going to just come down. There were 87 students in the upper level of 1. So you add those together, there were 91 students total in level 1. Now, the district already knows that, but what they didn't know was that subdivision. So what they know is 87 of those 91 students, with a little more work, could be in level 2. I mean, they're not far away. And I'll show you. This is all of these cells are linkable. So if I were to click on that, I would get the list of 87 students, what building they're in, and what grade they're in. Because these are, again, grades 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. So, all right? So now follow with me, all right? So I'm going to take these 87 students. So that was a year ago. And then what the table does is track those students and say, how did they score a year later? So in this case, 87 students, see this? 9 of those students in this hypothetical table, what had happened? They went down. See the red? They went from an upper 1 to a lower 1. Does that make sense? They went down. 30 students scored exactly the same. So in 3rd grade they scored here, in 4th grade they scored here. 30 students went up to low 2, 15 students went up to high 2, and then you see 1 student went to level 3, 2 students went to high 3, and none of those students went to level 4. And if I go all the way over, I'll do this. I'm sorry, Michelle and Betty, I just moved you on the screen, on my screen. All right, if I go all the way over, 87 students, what happened? In this hypothetical, 9 of those kids went down. Does that make sense? They went down at least what we call 1 API. 30 of them stayed the same, and 48 of them increased. Now, and you can just, here's level 2, here's level 3, here's level 4. So maybe I want to know, here on level 2, on low level 2, 117 kids a year ago scored in low level 2. But you know what? 9 of those kids went to level 3. I'd like to know who they are, right? Who did we make an impact on? And so maybe it all comes from 1 grade or 1 building. So when I click on that, again, this is not real information. I'm going to get, as you can see here, a list of those students, what grade they were in 2023. So here's a 4th grader, this sample, that went from 3rd to 4th. They were at a high 2, and now they're at a high 3. You see that? And that will tell me which kids at which grade levels made that impact. And this is all within this chart. So let me give you big numbers, all right? This is a hypothetical school district of 685 students that took the exam, and that we're following those 685. When you come across here to the bottom, you can see that of all the students, 267 of those students went down last year. That's what school districts are working to have not happen. 247 in this hypothetical stayed the same, and 171 went up. So what this allows you to do is quickly know who are the 171 or who are the at-risk kids, right? Without what you'll hear, and I know, Dennis, you're going to be at ESDAC probably later in the week. I think they'll tell you, we don't have the capabilities of doing this. So our IT and our research team have been working to say to Junction City or to say to Great Bend, we're going to put this together for you so you can quickly see the kids that you had last year and the kids that you have this year and how they did so that you can more easily intervene and start looking at patterns that you can see that may tell you where you're really doing well and where you're not. And so we're excited about this. It's been a year in the making. I want to again thank our IT team and our research team. We will give the data, it goes into their authenticated app next Wednesday at the Council of Superintendents. Some of our team will demonstrate that for superintendents, and then it will be live for them to use. This will never be on a dashboard because you can drill down to individual students. You could take this data if it wasn't, if you weren't able to drill down, we could see this data. But the minute we drill down, then we get personally identifiable information, and we don't want that just for use. And Madam Chair, I will stop there. And I'm sure you probably have some questions about either the mechanics or anything about this chart as we try to take a look at how can we help improve that level of academics and help students that aren't being successful.
Kathy?
So this is every grade level that took an assessment? Or they can differentiate when they do it?
Yes, kind of.
Okay,
So third grade, no, because there's no second grade to compare it to.
okay,
So we start at 4, and we don't use grade 10 because there's 2-year separation. So this is 1 year, so this is grades 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
okay.
Yes. Because once you get more than 1 year separation, our research team says you're going to have to do different analysis on that because you start to bring in a lot of different variables. So you can't have on this table, you can't have a third grade because we're just looking at growth.
Right.
So you can look at we have tables that allow you to look at third grade and 10th grade, but you can't look at those within growth because you don't have a year in between them.
Gotcha.
Danny?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So you're saying we're starting at the 4th grade? So
On this table.
On this table.
this
So how are we gonna, and we really need to get the kids earlier, don't we?
Yes.
I mean,
Yes,
by the time they get
Oh.
there, if they're not learning,
that's right.
so we're not doing anything to,
No, we are, not on this table. We don't give a state assessment below grade 3. But what you're gonna hear from Ben today, not only in at-risk, he's gonna talk to you about some testing that we wanna do, not only in between this stages, so we know, but also our thought is all the way down earlier, because this research. The earlier we can correct those deficiencies, the bigger bang you get for the amount of time and effort that you put in. So it's not impossible for Jim Porter and I to still learn new things. It's just harder than when we were age 6. It takes more time for that to occur. So Danny, you are correct. So we should be intervening at age 5, at age 6, as much as we can, so that when they get to 3rd grade, we have severely diminished that number. That's the goal. And you'll hear us talk about that, especially as Ben talks about the different roles of KISA over the next several months, those early grades are important. There's just not a state assessment to measure that. We're going to have other assessments that link to the state assessment in terms of predictability. Great question.
so, okay, are we tying this information also to the teacher's classroom? Because maybe, I was looking at myself, what are we doing wrong to not do good? So are we able to look at this table and tell if maybe a teacher in the classroom, nothing against teachers, but for some reason he or she isn't connecting with the students? So
let me show you. Yes, the answer is yes, if the district wants to do that. So in this scenario, I pulled up the students who were at level 2 and now have dropped, these 9 students. It tells you the demographics of those students. It tells you what grades they were and the percents. It tells you the ethnicities, and then it will tell you where those students are located. So again, it's all done with the idea of how do we then use this with what Ben's going to be talking about later, which then you have to put good teachers and programs in place, right? And then you remeasure. So this is just the measurement side of it. But for districts, we're saying, we don't have any way to do this. We don't, we're hand doing this on spreadsheets. It's taking so much time. What we want to do is take this time away so that they can spend time on doing the work that's going to need to help get those students to that level that we want.
Jim McNeese?
The group of students that typically are low income,
Yes.
they're the ones that have many times the lower scores as a group. And they're the ones that are transient. Are we going to be able to capture those kids?
Can I reframe that for you?
It'll
Just a
probably make
little?
it sound better.
No, I'm not. I'm going to invert it because, so what we know is chronically absent students and students that are in level 1 are disproportionately more poor than other students. So, yes,
Disproportionately.
yes.
But
Free
for-
and
for
free
student-
lunch.
and free lunch.
Again, when you're talking to schools, I know we always talk about free and reduced. Ask them to look at their free lunch population and the years that a student spends in free lunch, because that, Jim, is really where we see poverty, deep poverty, is where we see the real difficulties in breaking out of that. So
And they're the most mobile.
they're the most mobile.
Yes.
They're in poverty. They tend to score more in level 1 proportionally, and they're more chronically absent. All of those factors are coming together. So once we know that, then we have to do something working with parents and kids to help change that.
Is this a question we ask as students transfer into schools?
I'm not sure. What
Okay, students,
question?
you've got students transferring throughout the year.
Oh, yes.
Okay, so a student comes in from school B and I'm in school C, and is this something, I want to know their immunizations, I want to know, what their grades are, you want to know what their placement is. Is this another question we need to ask when students arrive?
I think we know this. I mean,
Yeah,
if they're
but
transferring
what
in
are we asking the
Kansas,
question?
oh, we ought to be talking. We ought to be talking about that. Yeah.
It shouldn't be a surprise. When
It
that
should not
student
be a surprise.
Walks into a
Not in
third grade
Kansas.
classroom, the teacher shouldn't be surprised by this student.
Right. And again, remember what I said. First thing is we have to get the kids to school. If I'm not in school, I can't teach you anything. Then once I'm there, then we're talking about heavily driving academics. So I want to say this, because sometimes we take things and we slightly do them out of context, within doesn't work. This is not about the score. The score is a reflection. And Dennis, it's kind of like if I go get my cholesterol done, the cholesterol's telling the doctor if it's 250, all right, well, the doctor's going to ask about your family history. They're going to look at the good cholesterol versus the bad. They're going to look at your activities. They're going to look at other markers. But it's telling your doctor, hey, a lot of people at 250, they have bad outcomes related to their heart because of the right studies. So when we look at data, we know students in level 1 have a limited ability versus students in 2, 3, and 4 to graduate and to go on and have any job. And so we have to try to help get them to a higher skill level so they have more options. It's not a guarantee. It's not a guarantee. It's trying to help them have more options. So you combine that with the Kansas CAN competencies, right? Hey, show up again. I was at University of Kansas not too long ago, and I heard Division I coach say, what we do to all of our Division I athletes? Guess what? You're going to class, you're taking those, you're going to be on the front row. We're going to make sure that you're there. And by the way, at 3 o'clock, you're going to be in a tutoring session so that we make sure that you're, right? They're making sure that occurs. That's the action that they're taking so that their student athletes do well, not only on the court or on the field. So you'll hear from teachers, it's all about test score. No, the score is just an indication to have a discussion. And I know Michelle would say, well, I want to look and see what the teacher grades are. Absolutely, we want to see what the grades are and the GPA. It's not a hard and fast. It's an indication that maybe we need to do something, though, to intervene so that when the student gets to high school, what you want is that student can say, I want to go to the military, and I want to be a nurse in the military. Well, you have to score a certain 6% on the ASVAB to get that. Oh, I want to go to Pittsburgh State. Okay. Or I want to go to Manhattan Technical College. Okay. Or I want to go to Creighton and be in pre-med. All right. We would love to have all of those options to you. What happens, and Danny, it happens by 3rd grade, but jump to 10th grade. So a student's coming into high school and the high school principal says, what do you want to do, Kathy? And you say, well, you don't articulate, I don't have every option to me because academically I'm not very good, and on those other skills that we need for employability, I'm not very strong there. So you see what happens to me? My options after high school start to limit because I just don't have those. And we want students to have every option so that they can execute every option. So there's a lot of intervention. The reason I bring up the measurement today is to answer questions. Ben's going to be talking about, not only today, but it's next several months, all of the work then that has to be done in between the time you take a measurement and take a measurement. So sometimes, we see a data line, we don't think that's a student. It's a student that we have to impact. Did I answer that, Jim?
Of course.
Got 2 more. Go to Betty.
Thank you. So my question will be directed toward intervention, because unless we have an idea of, if we use markers as an example, unless we have an idea of what's contributing to those markers, then it seems like it would be difficult to develop an effective intervention. As an example, when we talk about chronic absenteeism as a marker, we need to have an idea of, what actually contributes to that. You can't make the overall assumption that it's because of poverty or whatever you could add to that, unless we have guidelines on how to drill down to what's causing that. You gave a perfect example about the athletes. Well, they have a connection. So when we look at those students that aren't meeting the mark or characterized by, I'm trying to use your example but tie it into my question. I think what I'm getting at is, unless we have some idea of those contributing factors to the markers, we cannot develop an effective intervention. What, if anything, can be done where we would perhaps personalize some of the interventions that would be directed to those students that are not showing success?
Yes. So thank you. So I know some of you know that I think that our individual plans of study, if done really well, can have a direct impact. And I've had the opportunity to work with a lot of students, both as a superintendent, and I still do that sometimes if people invite me over to dinner. But Betty, I have a 3-year-old granddaughter. And what I want to know is where is she developmentally right now? And a conversation with parents. So I'm going to come back to Danny, and then I think this answers your question. If a student is missing 30% of the days in 1st grade and reading below grade level and struggling in math, I have to have a personal conversation as the teacher with that parent and say, here's what we need to do together. Because if this continues, we're gonna limit some options down the road, and we don't want that to happen. So we have some time, and we all need to be working together. And here's what I'm going to be sending home around reading, and here's what I think we can do. And what time, I may ask, what time does your child go to bed? 1 a.m. Maybe we want to help because they come to school either late or they don't come to school because they're tired. So we're working together so that these problems, Betty, don't manifest itself down the road. And so Ben's going to talk to you about good curriculum, knowing where the students are, having the conversations. But this is where we have to partner with parents with the information, not as a got you, right? This isn't, no, as a got you. It's here's what we see today. That's not the final outcome. And we can do all of these things to help mitigate that if we work together. And I think that then empowers parents and schools to be in that partnership. So I don't think it works if you just hand out data.
And my point being, Randy, and I do appreciate your response because it is, from my perspective, spot on. I think the point that I'm trying to make is, you know, this is what we talk about. Where is that guideline established where there is effective follow-through? Do we actually have something where teachers are meeting with parents? You use the individual plan of study as an example, and we all know that the fidelity with the individual plan of study varies from district to district. Since our goal is to look at all students in the state of Kansas, then if there are some districts that are not implementing that with fidelity, we certainly have to be concerned with that as well. My concern then is, okay, then the individual plan of study, then we have to put some teeth in that to be sure that that is being utilized effectively. The same way with communicating with those parents that, as an example, the marker is chronic absenteeism. Not only to understand, but then what do we have in place that will effectively address that concern? If chronic absenteeism is, my kid feels like they're being bullied, okay, then what do we actually do to ensure for that parent and that kid that the bullying has been addressed? If the problem is we live less than 2.5 and it's a challenge getting my kid to school, what things do we have in place to touch on that marker? So it's actually taking some of the good things or the great things that we have in place, but creating a sense that we still need to drill down a little more to make it effective.
Absolutely. I'm going to give you an example that you're doing, all right? And I want you to ask school districts this when you go out and meet with them. You've allocated $15 million to train every pre-K through grade 3 and every special ed teacher in letters training, the science of reading. You've allocated $15 million, all right? So when you go visit a school or a school district, simply ask how many of your teachers are trained. If the answer is not 100%, why aren't we? Because Betty, and this, I know you were using the example of bullying, but let's just talk about reading. How am I going to teach reading really, really well in that intervention if I deeply don't understand that science of reading? And we're providing that training at no cost. Now, there's huge sweat equity in this. It's a 2-year program. I've got to get substitute teachers, but you're providing that, and you're saying we need to do that. Ben's going to talk about, you know, we're doing a curriculum audit. Remember, you passed that, so we're going to find out, are you using a curriculum that we know the science of reading says is going to elevate if done appropriately? So those are things that, as you talk about, then IPS, doing it with fidelity and doing it well. That's the next step for all of you. It's not enough just to say, here's data. Again, we can get overwhelmed with data, and what does that mean? It's here's conversation, I'm well trained, and now we can provide the intervention. And that next step, those next steps are going in depth then at what we need to do to ensure that more students have greater opportunities as they transition into young adulthood, which is what that success means.
And if I could make a follow-up statement real quick, I'm
Briefly,
sorry,
please.
this is the last comment. It sounds like there's something we as board members would have a responsibility to do, and I just would love perhaps more guidelines on the kinds of things that we should be doing with those districts that come under our leadership. Final comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
We'll go to Dennis, and then we're going to need to move on, but I imagine, Danny, that you'll have time during Ben's presentation. Will that work? Okay, Dennis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You've answered a lot of my question already, Dr. Watson, but I just want, fostering is such, if we have any mobility and transition from district to district, that's an issue with those kids. And I just wonder if when we visit districts and they ask, can we get this information from the other one? Is that something that happens cooperative between two districts, or what do we tell them?
If it's state level assessment, it just transfers the minute the student transfers records. Yes.
Okay. I just think that we need to be looking at the foster problem sometime in the future to, because we're going to be, we want to, recognize that as probably the most mobile
You and Jim
child.
brought up mobility both. For most students in Kansas, you have 3 transitions, if you would, of what we call movement. I enter school at kindergarten. I leave elementary and I go to middle school. That's a risk, by the way. Do you know that? The minute I leave my elementary school and go to middle school, that's a risk. When I leave middle school and go to high school. So that's typically what happens to most kids. We have some kids that move 30 times in a given year. And so you see what happens to them. That is a high risk behavior. And so if we can do anything to help, and parent may say, I got evicted, I don't have anywhere to go, and right, or a foster care kid has been adjudicated. But what we have to try to do is stabilize as much as possible to the extent that we can those environments. Because once that starts to happen, the more times you change schools, the more risk happens, because teachers don't know you as well, and that school doesn't know you as well. So, and as I mentioned last time, Salina and Hayesville have dramatically decreased their chronic absenteeism by working with families and trying to get kids to school. All right. Am I out of time, Madam Chair?
You are out of time.
Well over time.
Thank you, Commissioner. And board members will pick this back up in our next agenda item with Dr. Proctor. So for now, we will go to the Citizens Open Forum. During Citizens Open Forum, the State Board of Education provides an opportunity for citizens to share views about topics of interest or issues currently being considered by the State Board. I now declare the Citizens Open Forum of the Kansas State Board of Education meeting open at 10:42 a.m. We provide this opportunity for citizens to share views about topics of interest. The State Board asks that speakers identify themselves by name and the name of the group they represent, if applicable. State Board also asks that each speaker focus their remarks on issues or topics. Personal attacks will not be tolerated. Each speaker shall be limited to 3 minutes, and any board questions will be for clarification only. Our first speaker is Steve Roberts, and our second speaker is Dave Trabert, and that is all that I have on the list today, are 2. So, Mr. Roberts, welcome.
I intended to come here today to talk about just asking 2 of our stakeholders to change their business model a bit. One is one you've heard, those of you who know me have heard this so many times. You don't necessarily have to go to teachers college to be a great teacher. So I'd love to see this board adopt the view that our colleges of education should have a greater focus on preparing our future managers, our principals and superintendents, and less focus on training all of our teachers. And the other thing I had planned to address was that not every teacher is the same as every other teacher. Our business model from our teachers union seems to be you go get your credentials and now you're a professional and we're going to pay you according to your years of service. And there's probably a much better way to do it in terms of evaluating our teachers with multiple measures. And I think we should recognize, this board should recognize that some of our teachers are head and shoulders above others, and we should reward them accordingly. That's what I was going to talk about, but there's an issue in Johnson County now that I would beg your indulgence to take a look at, and that is our police departments are going to encrypt their radio communications. I think there are 10 or 11 municipalities in Johnson County that plan to do this. They plan to do this on January 23rd, on or about the 23rd of this month. So it's in the works, and I don't think it's a really good idea, but I spoke at the Overland Park City Council meeting last night to this issue, and I don't know what the issues of municipalities are these days with protecting celebrities. You know, we have some celebrities that spend time in Johnson County now, household names and such, and no doubt that there are times when communication should be covert. I mean, we have a secret service to protect the president, and secrecy is part of it. But I don't think that no longer having police band radios or citizens able to monitor our police is a good idea. I just don't think it's a good idea. There's enough trust issues with government these days. But in the list of municipalities, in addition to Leawood and Lenexa and Olathe and Overland Park and Roland Park and just about every community in Johnson County, are two of our school districts, USD 512 Police Department, Shawnee Mission, and USD 229 Blue Valley Police Department, are planning to join the chorus of let's just encrypt our communications. And I don't think this is a good idea. And I know it's late in the day, it's sort of in the works, but if you could put a stay on this and examine what's really happening to protect our citizens, I think transparency is a very important issue. And this goes against transparency. So if you could take a look at this in the very near future, like today's board meeting, I think we would all be very grateful. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Roberts. Our next speaker is Mr. Dave Trabert. Welcome.
Morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name's Dave Trabert. I'm CEO of Kansas Policy Institute, and one of our subsidiaries, the Kansas School Board Resource Center, works with local school board members, and I'm here today to share 3 of their top concerns. First, they're shocked when they learn the truth about student achievement. It's much lower than what they've been told. For example, since 2015, math proficiency has declined from 32% to 31%. ELA fell from 41 to 33. And of course, they had to go somewhere, and a lot of those kids fell below grade level. The percentage of below grade level in math, for example, went from 23% to 33%. College readiness on the ACT fell from 32% to 19%. You can't blame this on the pandemic because the declines were in place before the pandemic hit. I was intrigued by the data model that the commissioners showed. I'd suggest there's one piece of data missing, and they could probably do this, to calculate the number of decades or maybe centuries that it will take to get kids to your goal of 75% in levels 3 and 4 if the same level of progress continues. The second concern is that many school board members are prevented from fulfilling their legal obligation to conduct building needs assessments. The superintendents simply will not allow them to attend the meetings. State law says the school board shall conduct, not review a staff-prepared report. They would like to know why the State Board of Education doesn't force school districts to follow the law. And finally, many board members think that the emphasis here on SEL and other elements of the Kansas CAN program do not represent the values of their community, nor does it prioritize the skills that students need to be prepared for college and career. The common theme seems to be that the state standards fail to focus on what students need. The Kansas Chamber's recent survey kind of bears this out. It said 61% of respondents said improving performance is more important than funding. There's been an emphasis on soft skills. The concern among business leaders for soft skills has gotten worse during Kansas CAN. And so the bottom line here is school board members need your help. And frankly, they're saying this Kansas CAN thing is not working. We're seeing achievement decline. They really need your help to get kids the education they need. Thank you.
The State Board Citizens Open Forum is closed at 10:49 a.m. Thank you to our speakers for sharing your views with the board. The State Board will determine if any of the issues should be addressed as an agenda item at a future meeting. Next up, we have Dr. Ben Proctor with Evidence-Based Practices and At-Risk Funding. Welcome, Dr. Proctor.
Eric, can I have you pull up the PowerPoint? I'll probably mess it up. Thank you, Madam Chair and State Board members. My impression is today is a snow day for our building. But I don't think we call it a snow day. And I'll tell you, as much as I enjoyed being a school superintendent, one of my least favorite jobs as a superintendent was trying to decide whether to call a snow day. I think today would have been an easy one. But I deliberated on that for hours each morning with groups of superintendents in my area, and I don't miss doing that. So anyway, one thing I did learn this morning, though, attending here on a snow day, was I'm the only one in the coffee crew drinking coffee, and so I consumed it in excessive amounts because nobody else was there to share it. So, but it's good. Very glad to be here with you this morning. I'm going to review a little bit of information that we've been covering now for quite a few months around at-risk funding and how we have responsibilities as a State Department and State Board to ensure that we have a list of evidence-based practices that pertain specifically to at-risk students. And so I'm going to walk back through some information that I've shared with you prior, but really get into the progress that we've made thus far and how we see our next steps unfolding in the most strategic and most effective way possible. I think at this point, back when we shared an update in the summer, back in July, our intent was to have a new list for you. And while we could do that, I'm going to explain why I think we're not positioned well to roll out a new list at this point. And we'll talk through the details of that, and I'd be happy to answer questions. I will say a few of the questions that came up during Dr. Watson's conversation, whether it's this agenda item, you have to experience me a couple more times later today. Definitely want to address a lot of those things as we think about the work we're doing, but certainly this topic pertains to a lot of the school improvement efforts as well. But just to quickly walk through responsibilities of the State Board, and this is a brief overview. There are more details that we've talked about in past months, but there's the responsibility of having an approved list. And that list exists on the KSDE website. It's available for all school systems for the public to see. And it has practices and programs, hundreds of practices and programs that our school districts have utilized and specifically have utilized at-risk funds for. And those practices and programs include a lot of different things that have been developed over the years, in recent years, that have been added to the list. And I'll break down the criteria that we've used to evaluate each of those. So the good news is, for the first time, the State Department of Education has evaluated each of those practices and programs one by one to look at if there is an evidence base behind them, and if not, then that's where we'll have to reconcile the list. And I'll talk through that and how we're going to communicate that process with school districts as we move forward over the next several months. There's also a provisional at-risk availability for school districts to utilize, and I'll define that for you as we talk about not only what does meet the statutory requirements, but what also would qualify in this provisional realm. Before we do that, I want to just remind you of the criteria to identify an at-risk student. So what are the qualifications that a student needs to exhibit in order to receive or qualify for at-risk services? And remember that the funding mechanism is different. That's based on free lunch status. It's different than what would be a qualifier for at-risk services. And you can see again as a reminder what those different criteria are. So wanted to also remind you of the definition, the statutory definition of an evidence-based program, and that's how we ultimately have to create that list and utilize the criteria that would constitute evidence-based to create the list and maintain the list. And you can see one of it's bolded there. It's hard to tell on the screen, but that 5-year research period is one that we've spent some time on. And based on the legislative post-audit report and recommendation, and we'll look at those recommendations again briefly, we know that very few programs, very few practices have a 5-year research base, and they had made the recommendation to the legislature that that could be a consideration for an adjustment to the statute. I did mention the provisional program, and we're going to talk a little bit about how we position school districts in the best way possible as we start to transition from this old list that has hundreds of items on there, and you'll see a breakdown today of the numbers that meet the statute, those that have provisional allowance within the program itself. So there would be some evidence, and I'll break down the terminology for you, but there is the availability of this provisional program option, and you can see the definition there. They're promising, or there is some data available that it does positively impact at-risk populations.
Ann?
Would that be all right? I wanted to look at the list of approved things while you were talking, but I couldn't find it. Where is it on our website, do you know? If you search on approved at-risk programs,
If
it's
you
not
just
there.
Google KSD evidence-based list or evidence-based practices, that's probably the quickest way. I'd have to walk through the website, but
I know,
it should
it's-
pop up for you.
It's massive. So just then to explain if I can't find it, but when you say programs and practices, okay, so a program would be something some company put out that's out there to purchase. What would be like a practice? Because it seems like they didn't like practices so much. Like some of them say a practice would be a smaller classroom, but evidently smaller classrooms don't qualify as something you could spend money on. So what would be an approved practice?
So some of those would be specific strategies like project-based learning or cooperative learning, those types of things. We would even classify implementation of letters. So the training that somebody receives and then the application of that training. So anything that would be tied to professional development that would be more about the behavior of the teacher in the classroom or the application of that training would fall under the category of practice.
Okay, because I've heard that we got panned because, like, let's say you have a class of 20 kids and 8 of them are at risk according to the definition of who qualifies for needing services, but you give the program to the whole class because you're not going to just pull those 8 kids out. And I heard we got beat up because, does that make sense? We were teaching the whole class instead of just the 8 kids.
Yeah, so, and I think that's, I'll maybe back up a little bit. When I talked about the strategic nature and trying to be most effective in how we move the work forward, I think that's one of the reasons I've learned that it would be irresponsible at this point to put out a new list. If you look at the definition, so I've scrolled back a little bit, and I'll see if I can move Michelle and Betty real fast here, but one of the elements that's, I think, an important consideration for the state board, and we want to position, our team wants to position the state board for really good decision-making around this particular issue. Because you'll notice that, and I'll just read the statement on that second bullet, statute states that at-risk and provisional at-risk programs and services are to provide eligible students with additional educational opportunities. And that additional educational opportunity, Mrs. Mall, I think is the concern. It's beyond just what a student would receive in a general education environment. However, as I talk to, and I can think of recent conversations, it's great to be out on the road visiting with school leaders and educators, and I know Dr. Watson encourages that, and I know many of you take advantage of that. And this topic, as we've been discussing it with superintendents through statewide Zooms and at superintendent councils, one of the things that I often hear are examples of how systems are using programs or practices that they would describe as preventative. You know, there are students who could be at risk for not graduating, so they may have a program that's not specifically designed for at-risk populations, but they implement it that way. And I think that's part of our next step, is to be able to listen to those types of things that are happening in our school districts and be able to ultimately make recommendations to the legislature on statutory changes based on how students are benefiting from programs that may not meet the current law. And that's an encouraging element that I think all of us can engage in, because we've got some great things happening in terms of implementation that are directly impacting students that are going on to graduate in those local districts because of what's happening, and we want to make sure that we're accounting for that in those recommendations to the legislature, I believe.
Yeah, and I get that. They wrote a bad law, you know, and I think in the meantime, we do what's best for kids and hope that the law catches up to what's best for kids. But back to my question, is it a problem if you use that program with the whole class rather than pulling the 8 kids out? Does that make sense?
And I think the answer would be it depends a
Okay.
little bit. And we're going to talk about that. So part of what we want to do, and again, part of the reason we're not ready just to say, here's the new list, it's going to relate to, number one, getting good feedback from our districts and having a good process for that. So what we're doing right now is analyzing internally, what do we know? What kind of information do we currently collect on the use of at-risk funds? And we've talked about one of the primary reports we have is the local consolidated plan. So every district will submit the LCP, as it's known, and in the LCP, there'll be a component of that lists anything that your spending at-risk funds are, and it has to be from the approved list. What's happened in the past, and this is part of us understanding discrepancies in how at-risk funds are currently being spent and the discrepancies in what the law states, because ultimately, part of our responsibility is to help systems understand what is the law, and if there's any kind of discrepancy in the way you're implementing at-risk funds and the law, we have a responsibility to make sure we're identifying that. I believe. Part of my job. So collecting information through the LCP, it gives us limited, I would call it very limited information. We just have a running list of the programs that are utilized, but we have no way of knowing the percentage of time that's being spent on those programs, whether they're utilized in specific grade levels. And so the reason that I say it depends is because part of the guidance that we need to be able to provide is how you're documenting the implementation of a particular program or practice, because that is allowable to spend money on salaries, which we know is the primary way at-risk funds are spent, but it can't be based on the percentage of students who qualify as at risk. It's got to be based on the percentage of time that you're implementing a particular program that's on the approved list. So if they're doing that, then it would be allowable, but if not, then it would not be. The other part that we're analyzing right now, we have the LCP report, which again, it's just going to be a running list of the practices and programs that districts are utilizing at-risk funds for. We're also talking to our partners in fiscal services to look at anything that we receive in terms of audit reports that help us better identify just the specifics on how those at-risk funds are being spent, because we know that we need to give districts a reasonable amount of time to make the adjustments that are going to be necessary. And so we want to walk through that process and create the guidance that's going to help them make those changes. So it's a topic that will probably impact all parts of our department as we think about all the things that need to be put in place over the next several years to comply with the law, knowing that I believe we're going to make recommendations on changes to the law as well. So here are the recommendations from the audit that was conducted this past year. The first one, I've mentioned it already, is the 5-year research requirement, which we know significantly limits the number of things that would be allowable on that evidence-based list, simply because research often doesn't pertain to a 5-year period. And so that was a recommendation from the LPA. Number 2 says KSD should ensure the guidance accurately reflects the at-risk related statutes, and that's something that's what we're talking about here, is how we improve our guidance, not just our guidance, but we also improve understanding the capacity of our school systems to understand the complexities of at-risk generally, everybody here is very aware that we have a lot of new superintendents and a lot of new system leaders. So each year, it's a reminder for us to make sure that we're not assuming that there's understanding of things that may feel very basic. And so it's building capacity for everyone to understand a complex issue in the most simplistic way, and that's part of the guidance as well that we need to be able to provide. Number 3 says KSD should review all currently approved programs to ensure that approved programs meet the law. And if you recall, the LPA report, it looked at 40 items. We've looked at all close to 300 items now. And I'll give you an example of the criteria that we're using and what our study has shown by investing personnel into that process. But we feel like on item number 3, we're well positioned for that now that we've done that review. And then it's a reminder to school districts, and that's part of my job. This will be a topic, just as an example, for our statewide Zoom on Thursday. We'll be on repeat over and over each superintendent council meeting and each service center visit that we do, again, to build that capacity and understanding.
Quick question.
Yes.
If you go back to number 1, I just want to hit number 1 again. The reason that there can't be 5-year research that's peer reviewed is what?
That there is rarely, based on what the audit report gave us, there is rarely research done that shows any kind of 5-year. That's too long of a time.
Too long.
When we look at 3 years, it provides a lot more research base than 5 years.
Are you saying that 3 years is achievable then? Like that's
We would say 3 years would much better position us to have good evidence for the practices and programs that support at-risk students. And I'll show you that breakdown of what we found in our review.
okay. Thank you.
So when we did the review of the current list that again is available, although maybe kind of hidden on the website, it is linked here. You can see the way we've broken that down, and I'll show you an example of a spreadsheet that shows these different categories as well. This is an example of a program. So Read 180 is a very popular literacy program. So as we did an evaluation of Read 180, we looked at the specific content area, and there's a number of different categories that we broke down in terms of specific core content areas as well as a few others. We looked at particular grade levels, and one of the things that you'll hear me talk a little bit about is the nuance that we also learn exists within this conversation. It's not quite as black and white as I would have thought going into it with some limited understanding. But certain programs, there's evidence base for certain grade levels or certain groups of at-risk students. And so there's decision-making that would need to go into that. The delivery method, and you can see the different examples of how this particular program can be delivered, the year it was instituted, whether or not there's professional development available, what kind of resources might be available as part of that. We often see that with both practices and programs. There's training materials or resources that come along with the program. A link to the evidence resource itself. So in this case, it's What Works Clearinghouse. And then what does the research actually say? So every single item that has research behind it that's on that list, we have now linked to what the research actually says, and then what the recommendation would be, whether it would be full recommendation that it meets all the criteria, in this case a 5-year research period, which we know doesn't often happen or is much more limited, or whether or not we would say it has a promising nature, that there is some evidence, but it may be more limited than something that would fall under the recommendation of yes. This is an example of how we broke down a particular program. In this case, one that's very popular right now that we know was effective. We felt very confident as we did the research on letters that we would find it would be something that we would want to maintain, keep on the list. And it's a little bit different breakdown in terms of criteria that we use for the practice versus the program, but you can see the content area, grade levels, and that could actually be pre-K through 12, the way it's implemented, the PD that's available, and then the evidence base, and ultimately that would be a recommended yes, that it meets the criteria. So here's just a quick overview of numbers, and I know there's a lot here, and I will say that when we look at the programs and practices reviewed, we tried to categorize those with different content areas or different areas of that would be a part of the focus, and a specific at-risk group like English language learners. You also see that social and emotional element as well, and we're going to talk about that much more this afternoon. But you can see the programs and practices that were reviewed, the numbers that were reviewed. Some of those could be in different categories as well, especially as you get into practices. So if your practice is cooperative learning, that really can be applied to any content area, anything that we do with students in terms of content. But you can see the numbers of programs that meet all the criteria of the law is pretty limited. It's a little bit more than we thought going into it, just based on the small sampling that the LPA study involved. But you can see out of the 56 reading programs, just as an example, there were 5 that fully met the law. There were 3 that we would say provisionally met the law, and the reason we would say that is there was a more narrow impact on maybe a particular at-risk group, or a narrower impact on the number of grade levels that the evidence would show that it impacted. When we look at the 3-year provisional, this is where we start to see, Madam Chair, to your question, where that 3-year metric it allows for many more items to be included on the list. And you'll see that in this particular case with reading, there were 11 that we would say would be fully recommended as a provisional program, and 16 that would have a more limited scope. And we need to continue to work on our vocabulary and how we define these things. And that's part of the teamwork that we're doing right now to kind of work through the complexities and nuance of all of this. In the 2 right categories, there are columns. You'll see practices reviewed, and then the numbers that ultimately would be recommended for a particular reading practice that would be fully recommended based on the law versus provisional. Again, we're categorizing anything in that provisional component as having a promising impact on at-risk populations. There is some evidence, but it would be more limited than something that we would say would be fully recommended. We're going to keep breaking these numbers down, further understanding what they mean, and we will have a more thorough report for the board on that in the coming months. So just want to wrap up this item with just the work that we have planned. I've spoken to it a little bit already, but what we're doing right now is evaluating the results of our team and the work that they've done to review each of these items. We felt like that was a primary responsibility that needed to be completed. And again, it goes back to not being task-oriented, just because this is something that is a responsibility of ours, but we want to make sure that ultimately we're positioning our school system leaders, our educators, with good information on what research and evidence says are good practices, effective practices for at-risk students. We know that, as we've talked about, there's either stagnation or declining results for our students, our student outcomes, and we believe this is an area that we have a primary responsibility to support systems, teachers, as we think about the types of programs and practices that truly do have evidence and should be a part of at-risk programming for our students. So we want to make sure that we're very effective in the way we roll all of this out. We've started the conversation with our system leaders. I put superintendents, but this would also include anybody who is involved in school finance at the local level and budgeting. There's a financial part of this that's very, very important as we think about adjustments that may have to be made in the way expenditures happen out of at-risk funds. And so just continuing to build capacity, understanding not only of the process, but also how at-risk funding works and how we can be a reliable source of information when you're choosing the types of programs and practices to impact at-risk populations. We want to build our capacity and our understanding of what that currently looks like. And even though we have some information on that, we want to know more specifically the discrepancies that might exist. Just like the LPA looked at specific districts, we want to have a mechanism where all districts can help us understand whether or not there are discrepancies in the district, especially as we would transition to a new evidence-based list. So we're looking internally right now at what information do we have that's available, and then how can we collect additional information with the sole purpose being to support school systems as we would put a timeline in place of when implementation of the new list would need to occur. We do not feel like that's realistic for the coming school year, especially as we advocate for potential adjustments in the statute. So finally, just the work that we need to do across our divisions to build our own internal capacity, to understand the support that's needed for our school systems. And we feel like a big part of the responsibility we had was to have a good starting point, and getting that list reviewed was part of that. So with that, I know there's probably questions.
Ann?
Thank you for that, Ben. That's really helpful. I'm looking at the list. I found it in Google. It's funny, you can find it when you Google the world, but not when you Google our own website. So there you go.
No comment.
So some of these things on here, though, like I guess as a practice, like student-directed learning, where would that fall on your chart, or is that just a separate category? I mean, like student-directed learning or integrating STEM?
I think that's part of what we need to analyze. Some of those practices especially are so vague, you know, really defining what that is. And I think anything that we do with a new list, the idea of just having a running list of items is not the way we want to format that. So if we would have a specific, I'll go back to an example like cooperative learning or any of the ones that you use as an example. Whatever would be on that list, we would first of all want to categorize and make it clear that this is a practice. We'd want to make sure that there is a link to the evidence, and we would want to talk about what does the evidence say, just in a brief way, that you would have to implement that particular practice to ultimately impact at-risk students. So those items are so vague right now that it all goes back to how are you implementing it? You know, are there particular groups of students? And one thing that I didn't mention that I think is also relevant is when we look at each of these items, especially on the programs, we also have identified which of those at-risk populations there is evidence that that particular program impacts. So that's another nuance that would have to be included in that.
So instead of saying like Boys and Girls Clubs, which is on here, you'd say something that Boys and Girls Clubs do, or a particular Boys and Girls Club
Or how you would
program?
implement Boys and Girls Clubs to impact at-risk students.
Okay.
Yeah, we wouldn't want to just say, this is a good practice. It's all about implementation. So our guidance, ultimately, if our goal is not just to position people legalistically to meet the law, but ultimately have the most positive impact on classroom practices possible, we would need to provide some of that information.
Okay.
And that's, we're positioned to do that. That does exist within the way we formatted the analysis of the list, going back to that evidence link. It'll take some work. So this is a long, there's a lot of work ahead of us if we're going to do this well. And I don't think there's an option otherwise.
Michelle? Oh, you have Michelle's computer. Okay, sorry, Michelle. We'll test that. All right. Well, Kathy, Michelle, you're up.
Now if I can remember my question. So within that list, because if I remember as I listened to that audit report to the legislature, it was also about how the funds were spent and basically proving how they were spent. So within that list, would it talk about how they were to code it back to at-risk funds? Am I making any sense at all? So that they would know that if we implement it this way, this is how then we would have to report that.
Yeah, I think that's part of the guidance that we would need to develop. And we would work with school finance to do that. I know there is a lot of guidance already available, but we'd want to be, as we kind of build capacity again to understand, I think an example would be And I asked our physical auditing team this question, and this is where just growing our understanding. Are the districts that we could use as models who are able to report percentage of time that teachers are implementing something from the list? I'm not sure that every system would know how to do that most effectively, so we'd want to provide that guidance. Um, as you know, again, kind of referencing our website, there's so much information that's available. And I find often that something that I'm asking to produce, it's there, it's present, but it's just it kind of goes back to our coherence building, all of us understanding what is available. So if something exists, finding that, if it doesn't exist, creating that, but that'd be a good example of where we believe capacity building is important. How do we report accurately so that if there would be an audit or we're just wanting to make sure that we're doing things most effectively, districts would be able to respond to that.
Any other questions for Ben? I think that's it for today.
Thank you.
We're good? Okay. Thank you very much. Board members, we will take a 10-minute break. We'll be back at 11:30. Item number 9 is to act on the Evaluation Review Committee recommendations. Welcome, Dr. Catherine Schmidling.
Thank you.
Thanks for braving the snow.
Absolutely. Thank you all for being here. Thank you for letting me come before you. So I have from last month, I need to be louder. Okay, I can do that. I have for you from last month the Evaluation Review Committee's recommendations. So moving from the P12 programs that Dr. Ben was talking about to the the preparation programs that the colleges and universities use. It helps when the button works. Yes. So just a reminder, every license and endorsement program is peer reviewed by experts in that content area. That team corresponds with the program. That final team recommendation goes to the Evaluation Review Committee, which is also staffed by practitioners from P12 and higher ed. And then the final recommendations come to you all. So I have for you recommendations for 4 programs from Fort Hays State: biology, English language arts, school counselor, and school psychologist. The Evaluation Review Committee and the individual content area peer review teams all felt that all standards were met with no areas of concern, and they are recommending these for continuing approval. For Friends University, another 4 programs: English language arts, math, speech theater, world languages. Again, all standards are recommended as fully met and no areas of concern. For Pittsburgh State University, is this the one that's got 5? Again, all standards are recommended as met, no areas of concern for chemistry, family and consumer science, mathematics, physics, and school psychologist. And then Wichita State, I believe I have 8 programs for them. Again, no areas of concern, all standards met for biology, English language arts at the middle level, English language arts at the secondary level. They're innovative. If you've heard of the TAP program, Teacher Apprentice Program, it is an innovative program that combines early childhood unified and elementary. And then their restricted or transition to teaching program, school counselor, school psychologist, and middle level science. And with that, do you all have any questions?
It says Kathy. Kathy.
I think I know the answer to this, but I just want to confirm it. I know there's the whole peer reviewing process. There's not on-site visits, is that correct?
No.
Okay,
No.
just, thank you.
That's for accreditation.
Board members, any other questions? I see none. Yes, Vice Chair Porter.
I move that the Kansas State Board of Education accept the following recommendations for the Education Review Preparation Committee on Fort Hays University, Friends University, Pittsburgh State University, and Wichita State University.
Is there a second? Dina? Any further discussion? Ready to vote? All in favor, raise your hand. And I've got Michelle and Betty opposed. Okay, I've got 9-1, motion passes. Thank you.
All right. And you do have me for a double
And then-
feature today. Come on, project. Okay, I think I've clicked all the buttons right. And Deborah is handing out to you line item edits from the committee from Friday when they met to go over the public comments. So this is moving on to look at the elementary pre-K through 6 preparation standards to be used by higher ed programs to prepare those elementary teachers. These drafts were posted for public comment, which came off public comment Tuesday the 2nd. And so the committee met last week, and there's always a grammar thing somewhere. So any changes from the materials you received are in red. They did add a definition of pre-K. Grammar mistakes, titling things right, And then on page 8, they added a professional skills indicator about the aspects of mathematics that the teacher candidate needs to be able to demonstrate that professional skill in teaching. And then they added a couple of content areas to the glossary on page 33. So including early learning standards and art standards to match the math and the social studies standards that were already in the glossary. So that's those for you real quick. So just a reminder, the preparation programs have standards separate from the classroom standards that the programs use to design each license and endorsement preparation program they offer. There are 2 types of those standards that the higher ed, the colleges and institutions use. They use professional education standards, which apply to every license track they offer. And if you are familiar with the InTask standards, they are very similar to those. And then we also have standards for every single license and endorsement area. So that is what these refer to, the standards specifically for elementary, pre-K through 6 preparation programs. And today I do have my committee co-chairs and literacy consultant on Zoom because they are in Pittsburgh, Hayes, and some very steep hills between here and Manhattan. So I have Dr. Sarah Broman Miller, Dr. Jean Dockers, and Dr. Lori Curtis on Zoom to join us. And they are, I believe, going to present the major changes they have made to the elementary standards. And I am happy to click when you all tell me to do click.
Good morning. I'm Jean Dockers. I'm the Director of Teacher Education at Pittsburgh State University, and I was the chair or co-chair with Dr. Broman Miller of this committee. We looked at the existing standards and we really wanted to make an effort to update them and make sure that they were accurate with the current happenings in P12. Our committee had P12 members on it, which we were very grateful. So we moved to 8 standards. The first standard is professional practice. The second standard is mathematics. Third is science. Fourth is social studies. Fifth, 6th, and 7th are literacy. In the past, we had 1 literacy standard. We now have 3. So standard 5 is now theoretical and foundational knowledge of literacy. 6 is structured literacy instruction, looking at the elements and principles. 7 is literacy assessment and evaluation of diverse learners. And then 8 is creative experiences. Go ahead and click. So what we did overall was to increase the emphasis on the pre-K, which will be helping the field because we want them to be able to teach clear down to 4-year-olds if necessary. That was an ask from the field to help us do that. A much increased emphasis on literacy. Again, a trend in the field and something that's happening across the nation currently. We updated language to make sure that it was the most current language in terms of the content and pieces like that to align with research. And then the 17 standards had 7, and now we have 8. We have adjusted the fine arts standards to be 1, creative expressions instead of 2, and then adding the 2 additional literacy standards. So originally the literacy standards was 1, and it was all inclusive, and we felt like that was not enough to really address what the research is saying and what the field is saying. So that has been split into 3. Dr. Broman Miller or Lori, do you want to talk about those 3 quickly?
Yeah, I'll jump in. Dr. Curtis and I drafted these standards for the ELA standards, and we are really confident that these correlate with the changes that we were mandated to make in the curriculum from the Kansas legislature. And so you will see in these standards that they are much more defined. We took out the room for ambiguity that was in the 2017 standards. They reflect a lot more of the science of reading and structured literacy concepts in there as well. And we also looked at the Praxis 7001, which we know might be a possibility of being adopted. And so we also looked at that assessment as well. And along with the International Literacy Association standards and the International Dyslexia Association standards. And so we took all of that information into consideration when we made these. And I am very happy with what came out of that. So.
Awesome, thank you. In the 2017 standards, there was a separate standard for the arts, music, theater, art, and then a separate standard for health and physical education. And so we felt like we could put those together, the arts and PE, with the idea that PE is physical movement, and there are a lot of pieces of the arts that really embody that element of movement. Most elementary schools these days have separate PE teachers and or art or music teachers. And so we felt like the general ed classroom teacher didn't necessarily need specialization in that area, but still needed a foundational pieces to be able to incorporate that into the math, science, social studies, and literacy pieces of teaching. So we have a new comprehensive standard, Standard 8, that is called Creative Expressions. So do we have any questions from the board?
Go to Dina.
I see I'm on there twice. I'm not sure how that happened, but held my finger on it too long. I guess there's a little bit of concern that I have as a former art teacher and actually having taught in the elementary school. When I sub, I'm subbing in Salina, where the elementary teachers have an art teacher, they have a music teacher, they also have a PE teacher. My concern is for small school districts, like I started my teaching in, I had no PE teacher, no art teacher, no music teacher. So I'm wondering, are they going to get enough through a combined class to be able to actually meet the standards that we have established in each one of those areas? So I guess that's a concern that I have. And
That's
a question whether you will make sure that they're competent in all those standard areas that we've addressed for each one of those areas also.
I do know that because of other accreditation standards that higher ed has to follow, I'm thinking right now of lesson plans that we have to ensure that the students are making, that our teacher candidates are making. And in those lesson plans, we're required to document how the students are using and integrating art, music, and PE. And so they have to, integrate those into those lesson plans as part of our accreditation. So that's one area where we know that it's being assessed.
It's an excellent question. I think one of the things that I would like to make clear is that a single standard does not necessarily mean a single course in higher ed. So the fine arts standard, currently, I know at our institution, we have an elementary art class, an elementary music class, an elementary PE class, and we are not currently planning on changing that. Those three together will meet the standard. So, and different institutions will tackle it differently as we get the new standards and begin to look at it. But a single standard does not necessarily align with a single course. And so I just wanted to make that clear.
Well, I might make a statement that, if I may, Madam Chair, I think it's great that that was my concern, is that colleges, universities would decide they did not need to have focuses on those areas. So teachers would have difficulty meeting some of the standards because many of them do not have that kind of background from their high school. So they're kind of out in the, I guess you could say, in the wild wonder, wondering what in the world this even means. So just a concern that I hope is addressed in the way that you are addressing it, continuing to address it. Thank you.
And the committee, that is why there was a strong presence of P12 elementary teachers on the committee, and why I'm getting the line edits to you from Friday, because the Professional Standards Board, which is predominantly P12 teachers and administrators, looked at it, and then it was posted for public comment to make sure that we had very good eyes on it and input to make sure that folks are prepared.
Kathy.
So if these were adopted, what do the changes actually mean in the prep process, in the teacher preparation programs? And when would they actually affect them? Because, I mean, we just approved a whole bunch of stuff that's good until 29 and 30. So how does all of that mix in?
Well, I think the big changes that we've seen, not only in the creative expressions, but also the literacy, these are going to create a stronger literacy presence, if you will, at each of our programs. I think that it's only going to reinforce the understanding that we as higher education professors need to make sure that we are teaching the science of reading and structured literacy, and these standards spell it out quite clearly. So there is no confusion about what should be being taught in the classroom in terms of literacy. So I don't know if that answers your question or helps.
I would add to that that higher ed and teacher ed specifically are constantly in something we call continuous improvement. We are always looking for ways to improve our program. We're always looking for ways to implement the most current research, the most current standards, the most current practices, best practices in the field. And so even though we've just approved, for example, you just approved Pitt State's elementary program, we are constantly updating that program and making changes to the courses and to those things. I know that at our institution, we currently are undergoing some legislation to adjust our courses to meet the new literacy standards already, even though they're not fully approved at this point. So it's a continuous improvement process that we engage in. I know that's true across all of the Regents institutions and all of the institutions in Kansas that have teacher preparation. And that's part of our national accreditation. It's also part of our state accreditation, is continuous improvement.
I would also just add that one of the big changes that I see is that now we are more coherent in what we are asking of P12 teachers with higher ed. And Catherine was very clear to explain that those are different standards that we operate with, but now those standards will be aligned with what we're expecting teachers to be doing in the K-12 classrooms and what those teachers are being prepared for.
Thinking about when they would be adopted, if you all vote to adopt them next month, they become the official standards at that point. Because it takes time and personnel time to change any set of documents and get it into next academic year's course catalog, typically the content area standards have had a 3-year phase-in. I believe this group talked about having a 2-year phase-in. So since we will already be into the spring semester, thinking about giving them academic year 24-25 and 25-26 to make changes, and then every program review using the elementary standards beginning in fall of 26 would require these. And they might not have 3 cycles of non-zero data for these yet, but that would be the expectation.
And I can also add to that as well, that in higher ed, in terms of literacy, I know that these program standards that Dr. Curtis and I drafted, they are reflective of what is, by and large, already going on in the classrooms because of those legislative mandates. So we were just basically clearing the language up to make sure that it's more concise and there's no room for ambiguity, like I was saying earlier.
Anne.
Thank you. And I know that 3 years sounds like a long time, but you also can't change the rules in the middle of the game for somebody who's already started through a program. So, but it still seems like a long time. I noticed Friday at the special ed meeting, one of the legislators kept saying over and over again, are the colleges teaching, I'll get this backwards, 3Qing, or like that was the only thing structured literacy was. And so I know with Dr. Curtis, maybe on Thursday, is that when you're doing your thing? You may have to go back to square one and explain what structured literacy is and how broad it is.
Yes, I have that on my notes.
Great,
And I
thank
can
you.
tell you, Pitt State has, I've been here 13 years and we've never taught 3Qing, the 3Q system, so.
Oops, well, somebody thinks
It's
that's like
it's
the
a
cat's
miscommunication.
meow.
Yeah, it's a miscommunication.
Okay, well, sounds like Dr. Curtis will have her work cut out for her,
She will.
but she's up to it.
She is.
Dennis.
Well, we've talked a lot about, thank you. Letters program is that, as I understand, it's kind of a catch-up for people or teachers that are in the classroom to learn how to do things better in the literacy, teaching, reading. So these standards, will they like do away with the letters need?
The letters training is really helping everyone be on the same page. So I think currently, and I know most of my faculty now are letters trained as well. It just puts us all on the same page in terms of what that looks like and what the expectation is. So I think it's not a bad thing to continue that. I think again it levels the playing field between higher ed and aligns us with P12, which I think is really the goal here, which is why we really spread out those literacy standards, because we wanted to be very clear.
Vice Chair Porter.
Question to Lori, are you good with these standards?
Yes, I am.
Good. And when I'm at one comment, the second grader this year that can't read needs help this year. So I want us all, regardless of where we are in the system, to move as quickly as possible because every student needs to be able to read now.
I don't see any more questions. All right, thank you.
I will see you next month.
Thank you all for being here on Zoom.
Thank you for your time.
Next up, we have Shane Carter to act on Higher Education Accrediting Associations list. Welcome.
Am I on? I think I'm on now. Good morning, Madam Chair, Commissioner Watson, ladies and gentlemen of the board. The only agenda item I have today is to act on the higher accreditation list. But before we get to that, I would like to take a moment to clarify some of my comments from last month and then re-explain if there was any confusion. So before, Eric, could you help me out? Okay. So, last month we had a lot of different conversations about accreditation in a row. The easiest way to explain this is think of that college credit that someone earns at a community college, earns at one of our universities. That college credit has to be accredited by an entity as well that authorizes that university to put that credit on a transcript. And that higher education accrediting list, that's what those entities do. And that's what we were trying to set up. This was a housekeeping item that the board hadn't reviewed in a long time, and there was a legacy document that had these accrediting lists on our website, and I wanted to capture, actually have a board item that we went through and you all reviewed and made a motion for. So that's what that's for. Now, as part of my explanation last month, I did answer a question incorrectly. I believe it was either you, Mr. Hirschberger, or Ms. Hopkins had asked about the Interstate Teacher Mobility Compact and how does this list impact that? Well, it doesn't. So number one, once we agree to the Interstate Teacher Mobility Compact, we're basically saying that any institution that has joined that particular compact is verifying that they hold a bachelor's degree and they're licensed in that state. And so we're not necessarily checking. We issue that license, that out-of-state license that they have. So we're not necessarily checking to see if that bachelor's degree is part of that accredited list. Now, we do have the opportunity, though, for renewal licenses. That comes back to us. And whenever we talk about renewal, any individual that's completing college credits or taking some type of, let's say they're taking letters training for professional development, which professional development is going to continue to go on, regardless of what standards are taught in the initial entry program. So if they were awarded credit for that, we're still going to check that credit and determine if it's meets this accreditation list to say, yes, it's valid and we can award you points for that. Also, if that individual is coming from out of state, we also request, the Interstate Teacher Mobility Compact doesn't require this, but we have to require if they have any bachelor's degrees or master's degree, additional degrees, that we track that because we have to put that as part of their education history. And if someone possesses a master's degree, that does change those renewal requirements for that individual. So we will still be checking. And let's say if someone had earned a master's degree that was from one of those institutions that wasn't part of our accrediting list, we wouldn't be able to honor that and add that to their education record. So they would still revert back to that bachelor's degree for renewal. So I hope that helped clarify anything, but I will just take a moment if there are additional questions before we get into the board item.
I think you're good.
All right, and extra points, if someone can memorize this real quick and repeat it back. And this is just a proposed recommended motion.
We also have a written one. If there are no more questions, I would entertain a motion. Ann?
Are you ready?
Yes.
Okay. I move that the Kansas State Board of Education, you're going to have to blitz Michelle and Betty for a sec. Thanks. I move that the Kansas State Board of Education, for the purpose of applying earned degrees and credits toward the issuance renewal of any license by the Kansas State Board of Education, accept degrees and college credits from universities or colleges accredited by the following accrediting bodies: New England Commission of Higher Education, Middle States Commission of Higher Education, the Higher Learning Commission, HLC, Northwest Commission on Colleges and Universities, Southern Association of Colleges and Schools, Western Association of Schools and Colleges, Senior Colleges and Schools Commission on Colleges, Western Association of Schools and Colleges, Accrediting Commission for Community and Junior Colleges, Association for Biblical Higher Education.
Is there a second? Dina? Any further discussion? I'll look to Michelle and Betty one last time. All right, ready to vote? All in favor, raise your hand. That looks like a 10-0 vote. Thank you all.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair.
We have a change in the agenda. Item number 12 is supposed to be the presentation of Kansas certificates in child nutrition management, but due to the weather, not everyone that needed to be here can make it. And so we will move that to February, which means that we get an on-time lunch. I was going to say early, but it's 12:02, so I'll see you all back here at 1:30. Thank you. Good afternoon. Welcome Denise Kaler with you have a student apprentice report.
Yes,
Showcase?
yes.
What do we call it?
So it's our student showcase for the month, but it's a little bit different this month because normally we bring you someone who's currently in our K-12 system, but today we're going to bring you someone who has graduated from our K-12 system. This individual has just finished up his first semester at Washburn University. This individual has also been doing one of the first paid internships with our agency. So we've had a front row seat to his progress, and we're going to have him come up and talk about his experience with the program. And before we bring him up, and that is Mr. Rayleigh Lopez. You've seen him in the room. Actually, he's can you see behind the pillar? He's been working with our IT department. He's been an apprentice with them for the last couple of years, I believe. And so Kathy Grossenbacher, who is our IT director, as you know, is going to come and tell you a little bit about the program. And then we're going to hear from Rayleigh and hear about his experiences. So.
Thank you, Denise. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board, Commissioner Watson. It's my pleasure to be here this afternoon to talk to you a little bit about the apprenticeship program and the process that we went through as an agency to get that in place. The opportunity was presented to us the fall of 2021. And none of us really knew what that would entail. So we went out to the Federal Department of Commerce's website and started researching information technology apprenticeships to see what had been approved so that we could land on what might work in our agency. And we landed on a technology support consultant because that's also an area on our team where we felt like we could onboard the mentorship that would be required of the apprenticeship. And I keep saying we, so when I say we, I mean a lot of people, internally and externally. Internally, we had folks on the IT team, the Career Standards and Assessment team, Wendy Fritz, Scott Gordon, all involved in the process. The Jobs for America's Graduates program, which is a phenomenal program, acted as our intermediary. And Beverly Mortimer was their representative. She was phenomenal to work with. And then we had a team at the Kansas Department of Commerce that we collaborated with. So what did we have to do? The first thing we had to do was determine what are the competencies that will be required for an apprentice to successfully complete this program. That took a lot of hammering out, and we landed on just shy, I think it was 98 competencies over 2 years that a high school junior would come in as a high school junior and hopefully master. So we did that. We came up with the position description, went through the hiring process. In the hiring process, we worked with Dr. Tiffany Anderson at Topeka Public Schools to receive formal permission from not only the school district, but also parents, because the apprentice would have to leave school and come to the agency for on-the-job training during the school hours. So what is a registered youth apprenticeship? It's an apprenticeship specifically designed to serve youth. It provides opportunities for students to experience and gain skills in a real work environment. And it gives businesses, it gives our organization a chance to develop that next generation of talent. It is not an internship. Internships are generally short-term in nature, and they provide a pretty broad range of knowledge about a specific field. A youth apprenticeship is an industry-driven education and career training. It is based on industry-recognized standards, and they're also paid internship or apprenticeships. And the classroom instruction is directly connected to their on-the-job training. So it is a post-secondary strategy to help develop our youth and provide that industry-specific knowledge and skills that they may need to earn valuable credentials and used to advance into successful careers or whatever they choose to do in post-secondary. So as Denise said, this was the very first approved youth apprenticeship in the state of Kansas, and Mr. Rayleigh Lopez is the very first youth apprentice in the state of Kansas. So I would like to close and say that it has been an honor and a privilege to watch Rayleigh grow, not only in his technical skills, but also in his confidence and soft skills. So without further ado, Mr. Rayleigh Lopez.
All right. I got a paper here because I have a lot to say about this. Because it's been just a wonderful experience being here at KSDE. I mean, just the people here, the amount of support I've gotten, like it's just crazy. Like I would have never thought from just an email. I mean, well, let me just introduce myself before I get into all that. My name is Rayleigh Lopez. I was born and raised in Topeka. My parents are from Mexico, so growing up I learned 2 languages, just Spanish and English. And so at the time I had trouble as a kid, learning both languages. And a way for me to, escape all that trouble was learning music. Music was one of my favorite things to do. And so throughout my high school years, I've played the viola, the piano, and then the cello. And so in high school at Highland Park, I participated in the regional playing contest and earned #1 rating back in 2021. And so I just enjoyed that and also enjoyed helping out the community, being out there, supporting just the fellow community that's around us, because it's important. It's important to have a team, important to just share your skills and just, become a community. And so back to KSDE, I received the email. It was an invite to students who were interested in information technology. And so I myself, I wasn't really interested, but I was like, you know what? This could open my eyes to something very new. And my brother was really interested in technology itself. And so every now and then I would go into his room and he's there just, building stuff, building computers, putting parts here and there. And I was like, hey man, what are you doing? How are you doing this? And so I just went in, I took the opportunity, and here I am. I've just grown as a person. I've learned how to do many different things that I would have never thought that I would be able to do. It just shined a new light of hope for me. And just like on the first day of the interview, it was just so nerve-wracking because there was like 5 people staring at me, and I thought it'd be like a one-on-one thing, and they just all started throwing questions at me, and I was like, oh. And I mean, I answered straight on, and there you go, I did it. So when all that happened, it was on my first day. I was so nervous, but I got over it because the more Eric, my boss Tim, the more they talked with me and just to say, hey, you're here to learn. I mean, it's okay, man. It's okay to have that barrier of not understanding something. You're here to learn. Everyone's here to learn. So I mean, and then with technology as well, there's always something to learn. You can never master technology because there's always something new coming. And so like in the interview, Tim showed me a tattoo. It was like his forearm or something, and it was like a music tattoo. And that made me feel, like I was in the right spot. I was surrounded by musicians, and that inspired me to continue with technology just with them. And, you know, just to talk about my future, I'm currently in university. I am studying in computer science, and I hope to earn my associates, or if not that, I would probably move on to a bachelor's, but I'm still thinking. But just being with them, just the amount of support they gave me, and without them, really, I wouldn't be here. I wouldn't be touching just anything in general with technology. It's just complicated at times. I mean, it's just really the experience of being here, of just them answering me, answering my questions I had, and it's really great. But I want to end it off by saying, don't fear heights, just shoot for the stars. Thank you for listening.
You gotta answer questions.
I was going to say, really, would you be willing to? We can set up that 4 people throwing questions at you at the same time thing if you like. We can start with a couple. Anne, you want to go first?
Thank you. Great presentation, and I'm so happy that worked out for you. So I have a question for you, and also for Kathy. I know some people say that we shouldn't be pushing kids into career paths in high school, that they should just wait, and when they get out of high school, they'll figure it all out. What would you say to those folks? How valuable has this been to you?
I mean, I would say opening eyes, just to let our fellow future kids, to these open paths. You never know when they're gonna like something or when they're not. I would say just go for it. Open the eyes of our future children.
Cool. Kathy, I had a question about the federal interaction thing. At one time, they wouldn't allow a youth apprenticeship unless there was a complementary adult apprenticeship already in place. Evidently, that rule's changed.
No, we developed the adult apprenticeship that had to be approved.
Oh, it did.
Prior
So they still
to the
require
youth
that?
registered.
So do we have any adult apprentices?
No.
Okay. And let me ask you this too. Is there a certification at the end of the pathway, or at the end of the apprenticeship, so that maybe there'd be some post-secondary credit given as well?
There is. I think we are still waiting on that paperwork from the Department of Commerce.
What kind of certification might he be getting?
The apprenticeship completion for a technology support consultant.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Dennis.
Thank you. Riley, I just want you to know that a couple of months ago, I needed help. You came right over here and helped me. So your job this is all working out very well. Yes. How do you feel about being the first in the state of Kansas to do this? Hey, we have Amelia Earhart, and now you're on that list.
I'm very proud, let me tell you.
Well, congratulations. Just one little question. Is there a scholarship attached to this? Or I know you're going to school and getting paid, but...
I mean, the thing that I got from this was a job here.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Good. That's what it all comes down to. Isn't it? All right. Thank you.
And Danny.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Maybe my hearing aids didn't hear it. So was your individual plan of study in high school computer technology?
It was supposed to be music, or I wanted to do music, but it's now computer information.
So your original plan was for music, but now it's computers.
Yeah.
Interesting. Thank you.
Yeah.
Any other questions for Rayleigh? Dina.
It just dawned on me that if you have a musical interest and the computer has a lot of connection with that, so do you have thoughts of how to merge the two?
I mean, I guess I'm planning on making a software on just coding and stuff, just like how in music you create music and stuff like that. I guess creating a software would be for me.
So you can enjoy both.
Yep, just like designing and doing that, all types of
That's
stuff.
wonderful. Keep it up.
Thank you.
Kathy?
You. So Kathy, on, to have a youth apprentice, like if just a business in general wanted to do that with a high school student, does it have to be through this program, this federally whatever, or can they literally just hire? Like, I'm just trying to kind of put it
There's a
together.
process that you go through with the Kansas Department of Commerce, like defining what that apprenticeship is going to look like. Some apprenticeships are hour-based only. Youth apprenticeship was 2,000 hours. Well, there's no way you can get a high school junior
Right.
through the program coming 2 hours a day. So the other option is competency-based, which is pretty rigorous, hands-on. And so that's the route that we went. But yeah, you work with the Department of Commerce, you define all of those things. There's an application process. For youth apprenticeships, there has to be an intermediary. So an organization or a group, the JAG program, between the business or organization and the Department of Commerce. And they just help you define what it is that you want to do. They provide support if you have questions. It's not a lot of work. The hardest piece is defining the competencies. But like I said, we went out and looked at what it was already available and kind of picked and chose what it would look like for us to create one.
So if a business wanted to bring in a high school student to apprentice, could they do it without it being so defined or being through that program? Just
No, not that I'm aware of.
okay, just curious. Thank you.
I'm just going to piggyback on that. So the constraint is, it's because they're still a high school student and it's just about being able to be pulled out of school. Is that kind of where that constraint comes from, the rigor and those requirements?
I think the rigor and the requirements are there regardless. I mean, whether it's an adult apprenticeship or a youth apprenticeship, the constraint comes in at the 2,000 hours in my mind, and the competencies, making sure that you can teach those competencies in the amount of time that you have.
And then how do you make sure that those 98 competencies all get checked? I mean, do you have a checklist? What does that look like?
We do.
And so you're working through that?
I did.
You're going to keep Rayleigh around until he's checked them all off?
Yeah, I mean, it's like a lot of the career tech ed pathways, like the end of a pathway assessment, there are competencies that you would like for that student to master. And so on this, I think there's 4 different categories, and literally meets or exceeds, and you just hammer them and hammer them and hammer them. And with the in-person, here at work, it wasn't coursework. It wasn't memorizing something for a test. It was, I need you to do this. Imaging a machine, loading software on a machine appropriately. That's a competency. So I think that's the difference.
Yeah. I just have a quick question for Rayleigh. So is there any chance that you would have come to technology and IT if it weren't for this apprenticeship? I really liked Mr. Zeck's question about your IPS. You say you were focused on music and then this opportunity pops up. So would you have entertained the idea of IT or would you have not crossed paths?
Maybe, because there is some struggles with just the internet in general, the security and just the safety of people being on the internet. And I did have some, technology in mind to try to, switch, but it just seemed too difficult for me.
All right. I think we've got one more.
Answer this question if you want me to.
Yeah, sure.
So there are 3 tiers. I'm going to go to Kathy to your question. So the first thing from an exploration would be job shadowing. I just come out and I just watch someone do something. Kathy then mentioned the next tier would be an internship, where now I'm kind of immersed, but for a short period of time. 6 weeks, 9 weeks, maybe even up to a semester. But now I'm immersed, and all those first two in particular are set up to kind of find what is it that I like or doesn't like. So, and then apprenticeship, if you're going to be in the youth apprenticeship program, as Kathy's defined it, that is a very formal program, kind of like a journeyman electrician, if you would. And so that's why it gets so formal, and that's a 2-year process. So if you think about it, again, that continuum, we would hope that students would get the opportunity to do either have people come in and say, this is the job that I do, and learn a little bit about it, or I shadow a veterinarian for a day or two, maybe get the opportunity to say, oh, well, I'd like to explore an internship for 9 weeks. And then a few students are going to get the opportunity to do an apprentice. Now, first in the state, so we don't have anyone else in this process, but we'd hope that we could expand that for someone, where a payment can happen over 2 years. Does that help? So a business could do it. It wouldn't be done under the youth apprenticeship program.
And Michelle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, as I was listening, I was just trying to figure out what the differences would be from the Blue Valley CAPS program and then the differences between this, because it sounds very similar, where they're there half the day and then they might carry on into the summer, and it's credit during the semester during school, and then in the summer they might carry on with that business and get paid during the summer because they're not in school. But you just said, Randy, that this is a specific apprenticeship, like the first in the state. So is this something that the businesses could always define and create their own apprenticeships, like you said? The question would be whether the business or the person wanted to be accountable, I guess, to a government program or the government, correct?
Or have access to some other resources, yes. So the Blue Valley CAP sets up a mentorship program with an employer, and it kind of combines that. But it's a very similar process. It's just a little bit more short term, Michelle, than what this formal process is, which is a 2-year process. But in terms of the getting exposure and acknowledgement into the business world, it operates very, very similar.
Thank you.
Ann.
Thank you. And just to follow up on that, I had some meetings, it was pre-COVID, with Washburn Tech and Chamber of Commerce. There are a lot of businesses that'd be interested in a youth apprenticeship because they see down the road they need more people to come to work for them, and but you guys do the training right here, and it's at our own cost. The problem we ran into is that we had Washburn Tech involved because somebody has to do the training. You know what I mean? If you're an adult apprentice and you're a electrician, that company might do the training. But we were having trouble working out the financing for who would do it. It worked out here because we do our own training, but in other fields, we needed Washburn Tech's help to do some of that training. So I know there's a lot of interest in the business world and getting more kids out and exploring what they want to do and getting paid for it at the same time isn't bad either. So anyway, there is interest out there. There's just a lot of bugs yet to work out, some of it.
Don't see any more questions. Thank you so much for sharing your story with us, and thank you, Kathy, for all the background. But it's just lovely to have you behind the podium for once. We always see you up there in the box, and your suit looks great. So thanks for coming today. Next up, we have Scott Gordon for the Board of Education's role in transferring territory between school districts.
I'm just guessing he's not going to get applause.
No, I never. I always follow the people that you like singing from. But for a change, I'm not here to talk about bad teachers. Yet, that's this afternoon. So one of the hot topics that's come across my desk quite often in the past year is, well, in not so many words, I don't like my school district. I don't like the Lions. How do we change it? And in state law, there are essentially 3 ways that a school district may change. You can either transfer land, you may consolidate school districts together, or you may just completely disorganize the school district that already exists. You notice on the list What doesn't exist in law is the ability to create a new school district. It's just not there. Constitutionally, you don't have the authority to do that as a state board, and there's no mechanism under state statute to create a new school district. So that's the easy answer on that one. But as for the other three, I know the materials only talked about how to go about doing a land transfer, but I'm going to talk about the hearing process later. And the hearing process applies to all three of these, so I figured I'd cover all three. There are two methods by which you can transfer the territory, or in other words, alter the boundaries of a school district. The first method is if there's a written agreement of any two school boards. The agreement has to factor in certain things that are included in statute. For example, what are the boundaries of any particular city and anything within 3 miles around that city? What is the capacities of the school districts to take on this new territory and take on the new students if there are any? The condition and the age of any buildings and any physical plants. On occasion, you would transfer territory that would have a building owned by a district. I can tell you that that has not happened in at least the past 12 years. There's not been a transfer of territories that included the transfer of buildings, but that is still something, it's a consideration. If there are buildings that need to be renovated or built, what are the costs of that? What are going to be the costs of busing and food service if you do have a change in population as a result of transferring the territory? And then you have to consider the administration and the teachers. What difference would that make on the teachers and the administrators within the districts? And of course, what effect would this have on the students if there is any effect? So any agreement between any two or more school districts or two school districts would have to include all of those things. Once that agreement is finished, essentially it gets sent to me. I review it for legal sufficiency to make sure it at least addresses all of those questions in one way or the other. I will tell you that there's a packet that's been around for about 30 or 40 years. It's been modified several times over the years. The last time was in 2018. Whenever a school district asks, I just send them the packet and says, here's the information, here's the rubric that the state board's going to use to determine if they're going to approve that. Once I approve it for legal sufficiency, then I provide it to you all, and then you vote whether or not to accept the proposed transfer of territory. And then you have three things that you can do. It does say the state board shall issue its order within 90 days. If it happens to not fall within the 90 days, that doesn't mean anything. It's one of those permissive shalls that lawyers hate, but that's the way the law is written. You can either approve it as it's written. You may approve it after changing certain things if for some whatever reason you want to make changes, or you can just outright deny the petition to transfer territory. I will tell you the default position is if the two school districts agree to do this, you kind of have to go out of your way to find a reason not to accept that transfer. I mean, you defer to the locally elected school boards. So that's one method to transfer territory. The other method to transfer territory is if you have what I refer to as a unilateral petition filed by one school board. Whereas one school board says, you know what, there's a whole lot of students from my neighboring district in this territory, and they're all coming to our schools anyway, so we want the tax revenue, we want the benefit of claiming that to be our students. This is a little different process. If it is a petition, then that does require the state board to conduct a public hearing. There's more to the process. If there's a petition, they have to go through mediation. They have to at least attempt mediation before it ever reaches you all. But if that fails, then they can file a petition with the state board. You have to conduct a public hearing. You have to provide notice of publication for 2 full weeks prior to the hearing. That has to be in the, I'll say, giving district, even though it's more like the district the land's being taken from. We still refer to it as the giving district. And then that final notice has to be between 3 and 10 days prior to the hearing. I point that out because in a moment I'm going to explain why February 15th is set as your deadline. You shall issue your order within 90 days of the public hearing. And again, you have 3 options. You can approve that as written, you can approve it after amendment, or you may deny the petition. If it is denied, in this circumstance, no similar petition may be filed within 2 years after this. So it's kind of one of those, make sure you have all your eggs in the basket because you're not going to get to try it for a couple more years. I believe the last time one of these happened was either in 2000 or 2001. I've got the boxes back in my office. I've been reviewing it quite a bit over the past month. It was a rather drawn out process. which again, I'll go into more details in a moment, but that is the second method by which territory may be transferred. The next means by which you can change a school district is consolidation. And this is when I get into the chapter of laws that Scott Gordon had nothing to do with writing, and frankly, a lot of it doesn't make a lot of sense. So don't blame me when this doesn't make sense in a moment. There are requirements, again, that if you're going to consolidate school districts, now backing up, if you're transferring territory, the school districts still exist as they were. They're just shaped different. If you are consolidating or you're disorganizing, one or more school district no longer exists in the same form. Okay. So again, the statute lays out certain requirements within the agreement. You would have to identify what the new home county of the consolidated district may be. You would have to set an election to approve your consolidation agreement. And within that agreement, you also have to determine if the consolidation occurs, what is your election plan going to be for the newly created school board? That has to be included in there. You would describe the member districts, for example, if you're going to be using that voting plan. And then you also have to establish who the temporary school board members are going to be until you can have the next normal member election. Those are all minimum requirements. There's other things you would consider, but those are the minimum requirements of any kind of consolidation agreement. If there is an agreement, two school districts say we want to combine, okay? Then again, it gets sent to the state board. I would review that on your behalf just to make sure it's legally sufficient. If it answers what I would think the questions are going to be that you would ask, you have to approve the agreement. Once you approve it, then you notify the county election official of whatever counties are involved in the school districts involved in consolidation. They call their special election. The election is conducted in the home county of the consolidated district. All of the electors within the school districts to be consolidated would be eligible to vote. So you may have the election, the school district to be consolidated may go into more than one county. It's everybody that lives within the borders of the school district would be eligible to vote on that. And if the election passes by a simple majority, then you would issue the order saying these school districts are now consolidated. That's now the four methods to actually disorganize a school district.
Scott,
Yes, go ahead.
one thing you said that if two districts consolidate, and we've had this happen in history, Scott said there's nothing in the law that allows you to create a new school district. In essence, this does create a new school district. It's just not an additional one. It's taking two and creating a new one. So I just wanted you to know that. Thunder Ridge, as an example, used to be Kensington and Agra. They came together and created a new district. So
Right.
with a new name and a new number.
And that's fair, and I misspoke saying that. What you would not be able to do is like sever part of a school district out, and now you have a number of districts has increased. That's what I mean by you can't have a new one. Okay. There are four methods to actually disorganize a school district. I had previously given you this presentation, I think 6 months or a year ago, when I told you that there's two methods. Really, there's four. Getting more detailed nuance in the law. There are four methods by which you may disorganize a school district. The first one is the one that you've heard the most about most recently that was attempted, was petition by election. If there's enough people in the area that they want to call for election, they can ask for one. The county election officer certifies it and says, okay, we're going to have an election. If the majority of the voters approve it, then you would issue your order effective July 1 following the date of the petition. Okay. If this occurs, then you are solely responsible for attaching the school district territories to one or more neighboring districts, or I should say appropriate school districts, pardon me, and you also are responsible for deciding what to do with any of the property. Okay. There's nothing new about that, what I've shared with you before. The second means is if the school board were to petition to disorganize. If the school board themselves say, you know what, we don't have enough students, we don't have enough teachers, functionally there's no reason for us to pretend that we're a school board anymore. We're just going to inform the state and everybody else, we're not going to be a school district. Okay. It's very important to recognize under this method, it does not include a request to attach the school district to anywhere else. You're not presupposing where the boundaries and where the students are going to go. You're simply wiping your hands and going away. If the conditions of the petition that are in statute are met, then you would issue an order that would go into effect the July 1 following the date of the petition. And the state board order would attach that school district territory to one or more appropriate districts. And again, it specifies what happens to the property. You note under this method, the statute does not specifically call for you to have the ability to say no. It does not, I do not believe it is subject to state board discretion. Now, unless the petition itself didn't meet the minimum requirements that are set in statute. It also does not call for a general election of the people that live in the school district. So if the elected local school board decides that they are going to disorganize the district, my reading of the law is they can do that. Anyone's welcome to disagree with me on that, but that's pretty much what the statute says. The third method is the school board may petition to disorganize and attach to a single district. That includes the request to attach school district territory. That's different than what the other two were. In this case, it's the locally elected school board would initiate the election. So the school board would file their petition with the election officer and say, we want you to have this election. If the yes vote wins, the election officer would inform all of the parties, including the school district that's petitioned to disorganize and attach. That includes the school district to which the attachment is supposed to occur, and then it informs you as well. The receiving school district, or the proposed receiving school district, then has 30 days to either approve or disapprove the suggested attachment. This is one of those parts that why you would go through that process after having the election, I have no idea. That's what the statute says. And if the receiving district approves, then you issue the order disorganizing and attaching the territory. If the district does not, and by district I mean that other school board, if the school board says, thanks but no thanks, we don't want the students, we don't want the territory, it all falls apart and there's no disorganization. Okay? And here's the fourth method. This is if a school board petitions to disorganize and they ask to attach their territory to multiple school districts. Okay. This would include the request to attach the school district territory to 2 or more school districts. In this case, that request first has to be approved by you. Again, why this is different between 3 and 4, I don't know, but they are. So you would have to approve that first. Once you approve it, then that school board asking to disorganize would initiate an election again. If it wins, all of the parties are informed. And in this case, again, the receiving districts have 30 days. But if you have 2 school districts, both of them have to approve receiving that territory. It has to be unanimous. If there's a single school district that says no, the whole thing falls apart. The whole thing just dies. For lack of a better way of phrasing it, it just doesn't happen. Reading through this, I imagine one question a school district may have, well, what if the receiving school district says, well, we will do that, but we want it to be changed? My reading of the law would say no, that wouldn't be approvable because that's not what the individuals voted on, right? So once that election takes place, you don't get to change any of the questions around at that point. Okay? So those are all the ways that you would be involved and not be involved in whether or not the boundaries of a school district may change. I've mentioned having hearings, and as I've mentioned before, the statute does authorize the state board to appoint a hearing officer to conduct these hearings. It can either be on a case-by-case basis or generally as it has been forever. It's all of these cases that deal with a hearing. And there's just the statutory authority saying that you can appoint a hearing officer and the hearing officer actually must be an employee of the Department of Education. It says you can appoint a hearing officer. It doesn't say you have to. It also doesn't say you have to conduct a hearing unless the statute otherwise calls for it. So it doesn't obligate you to conduct a public hearing. It just gives you the authority to do that. So once you have a hearing officer appointed, then what? there is a lot of information that the hearing officer would hope to obtain on behalf of the state board. The first is certified boundary descriptions of the area that's going to be disorganized. In all candor, probably at least once a month, we get a request from a school district saying, hey, we don't have a copy of our actual legal description of our school district. Can you give that to us? Maybe half the time we can give that to them. And maybe half of those are more recent than the 70s. We don't have perfect records. I would tell you, I've been digging in boxes in the basement. We don't have perfect descriptions of all of the, I'm not saying they don't exist. I'm just saying I don't have them here. Okay. And so to avoid any kind of confusion or any kind of issues, if there's going to be a change, they have to have a surveyor go out and do a legal description of explaining, well, here's the territory we're talking about, which candidly, this usually means here's the plot of land owned by this farmer. Here's the legal description. They want this plot to now be within the neighboring school district. I mean, 9 times out of 10, that's how that gets resolved. So we do get the certified boundary descriptions before you all ever vote on it, because I want everybody to know exactly what it is that's being changed. The estimated land value and the tax revenue to be acquired, that is an estimate they have to provide, as well as the expense to the receiving districts. Now, if you're talking about an influx of 300 students, how much more is that going to cost the district that's supposed to receive it? And again, population by grade level of students to be reallocated if there are any. In the last several petitions that I've reviewed and that you all have voted on, I don't think there's been more than maybe 5 students at a time, and it's usually all in one family. That's just, historically, that's what we're talking about. So how do we obtain this information? Well, I'll just tell you, as the hearing officer that's been appointed so far, this is the process that I will use moving forward, unless and until one of you all tells me I don't like this process. The public hearing would be noticed in the publication that's required to be noticed, telling everybody this is when and where it is going to occur. The petitioning school district essentially has the burden of proof, if there is such a thing that exists in these, so they get to go first. This would be the official presentation from the petitioning school district. This could be the district superintendent, could be the chair of the local board, it could be the clerk of the school board, whoever they want to pick. They would give their formal presentation. Now, prior to the actual hearing, there would be quite a few deadlines that all of the school districts would have to follow. So where they are 90%, 95% of the work is done before the public hearing ever happens. They will have turned in significant amounts of documentation to me to review with agency staff. The hearing purpose is to give them the opportunity to highlight and maybe summarize what their arguments would be. Then the responding school district would have the opportunity to give their presentation. And because this would be an open public hearing, of course, there's an opportunity for patrons to be heard. I would have it that proponents of the transfer, regardless of what school district they're in, just like a legislative hearing, right? We would have the proponents go first, then the opponents would have the opportunity to speak. When I say limited forum, just like you have your open forum meetings, I imagine they would probably be limited to 3 to 5 minutes per speaker. It seems to be reasonable, and I will tell you, historically, that's how that's been handled. There may be times that I would have questions for any of the individuals or the hearing officer, whoever that would be. And so I would designate a specific time to where I would ask questions from anybody to make sure I understood not only their arguments, but some of the documentation. If there seems to be a difference in the documentation that's not very clear, that would be my opportunity to clarify that. And then the responding school district would have the opportunity then to rebut in response to anything that had been said, either by myself, maybe they would respond to individuals from the public that were there, whatever the case may be. If they so choose, they would have that opportunity. And then again, the petitioning school district, because they essentially have the burden of proof, they would be the last ones to go. All of this would be very well documented to the best of my ability to anybody that was involved in a public hearing. Way more than the slides I'm giving you. I'm giving you the Reader's Digest version. Just so that you're aware that if we have a hearing, this is what I'm going to do. And the public hearing would take place not here, but in the area most affected by whatever the proposed transfer would be. So, following the public hearing, the hearing officer may consult with agency staff if need be, may seek clarification from the districts. I may ask them to issue proposed findings and proposed conclusions so that if there's a certain way they think things need to be framed, sometimes it's easiest to have them write it. Again, within the 90 days, I'm to provide you with a written report to the State Board of Education summarizing everything. And again, the most recent time that we had one of these unilateral petitions, the documents, they consist of 2 boxes in my office. So it was a lot of information that prior general counsel and assistant general counsel had to summarize. Fortunately, I've never had to do it, at least not here. Then that is provided to you by me, a presentation probably very similar to this. I would summarize for you what my findings were and what my recommendations were. But just like you receive recommended findings from the Professional Practices Commission, you would receive these suggested findings and suggested conclusions, and it would ultimately be up to you as the elected officials. You would have the final say in deciding whether or not to approve the petition as was written. You also have the opportunity and the right to change what actually has been requested. That has happened in the past. I'll just leave it at that. That has happened in the past. I don't know. I think that actually resulted in the following year, they had another petition because no one liked what the state board came up with at that time. Again, this is something way down the road. It would be an issue of whether or not you would receive the petition one month and then vote on it the following month, or if the state board would just be comfortable with, yeah, you've already done all the legwork. We can read this and decide. We don't need an extra month. That's a conversation way down the road, hopefully. And with that, that's the Reader's Digest version of what's going to happen if we receive any kind of petitions to transfer land that you all will be involved in. Madam Chair, I'm happy to answer any questions that anyone may have.
You were very thorough. I don't see any yet. Any questions down there? Kathy?
Just a question of, is there something possibly on the horizon with Healy, with the letter that we saw?
Yes.
Okay.
I don't remember exactly which school districts were involved, but there's always, okay, you asked about specifically one school district. I don't know what's going on there. Here's what I can share with I think is fair. You will review a agreed upon petition to transfer territory between 2 school districts. That's coming to you next month. I've already reviewed it. It's fine. I didn't have any concerns. That will be coming to you next month to vote on. It'll probably be in your consent agenda. You can pull it and discuss it if you want to. I hear rumor that there is another petition that's going to be coming for school districts that have all agreed to transfer certain territories. I haven't seen that yet. Mediation did occur, and my understanding is mediation for Part A was very successful, and there's going to be a petition. I just haven't seen it yet. Part B, my understanding is mediation did not occur, and the involved school districts were still discussing whether or not to file the petition. One thing I didn't cover, and if I may, Madam Chair, just because this question comes up quite a bit, and I've provided this in writing to Commissioner Watson and others. People want to know, well, why, if it's not going to go into effect July 1, why do you have to have the petition so far in advance? Well, for it to go in effect by July 1, you all would have to vote on it in your June board meeting. Something like this, I would predict that you would vote on it in June, but you would actually receive it the month prior to that. Sorry, it took me a second to back up to May. Okay. To get that item prepped for you all, for you to receive it in May, basically I'm in the middle of April that I have to give the materials to Deborah. At least that's when she asked me to make sure. I don't always do that right, but that's the preference so that you all have it well in advance. So now I'm in the middle of April, and we haven't had a public hearing yet. Now, by statute, I've got 90 days to write up the initial order or my recommendations because there is a lot of materials. To have that public hearing, I've got to publish it for 2 full weeks, right? I told you that before. It's got to be no less than 3 and no more than 10 days prior. So that's got to be two weeks backed out. And then to get it published, you usually have to send notification to wherever it's going to be published a week or 2 in advance of that. So now we're in March. I haven't heard anything yet, right? Like we haven't had a hearing yet. So that's why, as a matter of board policy, you all have left it at February 15th, and I appreciate that deadline. And that's what we've been telling school districts, that if it is a petition, then it has to get to me no later than February 15th. If it is an agreement that everyone agrees on it and it does not require a public hearing, that can be handled after February 15th and still go in effect by July 1. because that doesn't require election, it doesn't require public hearing. Anyway, now, if I may, I'll defer back to you all for questions.
Got one, Dennis?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Scott, this kind of deals with real estate. The question has come up when there's transfer of property, whatever, what happens to inventory, things that's in a building? Who owns that?
Well, if it is a petition to transfer territory, like if the school districts agree, then that would be included in that agreement, that we agree, we're going to give you this many square miles. We know that this building, you're also going to take possession, you're going to own that building as well, or maybe they won't. Maybe the school district will still own that building afterwards. That is something that would need to be included in that petition.
So identified, I mean, there's items that need to be identified within the petition, vehicles or, I mean, you know, you could talk.
I mean, vehicles, generally, you can just drive those over to where your new, to where it's still within the boundary. But if there is an exchange of ownership of real property, that is something that would need to be included in that petition as part of the land transfer.
Thank you.
Qualifier, when you say real property, you're talking real estate,
Real
not
estate.
vehicles.
Yeah. Something that requires like a deed and property descriptions and all that.
Yeah. I don't see any other questions.
Nothing else. Thank you,
Thank
Madam
you.
Chair. Thanks.
There's your pause.
I'll take the golf clap. That's fine.
Next up, we have Dr. Ben Proctor with KISA. Good afternoon.
We on? Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the State Board. Appreciate the opportunity, as always, to talk a little bit about school improvement and our work around KISA 2.0. We've spent a lot of time on this. I think it'll be a fairly brief update today, and then you'll be hearing from our team really throughout the spring, every month, as we work to build a model and move a school improvement model and concept across Kansas. What I want to share with you today is the way we're organizing that, and I thought we would start with kind of our starting point. So you've heard me talk a lot about our school improvement work group. You've seen a lot of the folks that are a part of that team, and we're using the motion that was approved in December by the State Board as kind of the starting point to organize the work and the conversation that we're having around that work. And so this is just a reminder that we have responsibilities here to build an accreditation model that's based on fundamentals as we know them, and you probably know them by heart. I won't quiz you on that on the spot, but structured literacy, standards alignment, balance assessment, high quality instruction really is a important starting point for conversations when we think about outcomes for students. Our State Board outcomes, student outcomes themselves, and those quantitative measures that we find on accountability reports for all school systems. This idea of compliance, what are those areas that are very important foundationally that need to be in place, regulations that exist around accreditation, and then there were some areas of the actionable model that are defined in terms of the levels or terminology that we would use around the levels of accreditation, those timelines, and then responsibilities of different groups, including the staff here at KSDE, our school systems, and the Accreditation Review Council. So this is really where we're operating from, the approval of the State Board motion in December, and want to share with you just a quick update on how we're organizing. So we've situated the different parts of the work into what I'm referring to right now as priority projects and supporting projects. And the priority projects are things that have to absolutely get done in order to roll this model out in the 24-25 school year. And I'm going to walk through what those different priority projects are. Additionally, these supporting projects, while they're very important, and you're going to hear some examples not only as we look at a list, but in detail today, of what we feel like are supporting elements to actually do the work over time. So these are responsibilities that we have to enable the work to be done in a quality way. Some of it is around resources, some of it is kind of referring to an earlier conversation around actionable data that a classroom teacher would have available to him or her that is standards reference so that he or she could see how her students or his students are doing against standards, which we'll talk about some of the gaps we have with some of those types of tools and resources. So organizing into priority and supporting projects, and what we'll have as we organize that work are individuals who will be leads in that work, and we've identified those leads already. The team that will make up the group of people that will meet in an ongoing way, and for some of these projects, the intensity and cadence of those meetings here early on will be pretty high, meaning there'll be a number of meetings that happen over the next several months because we have a tight timeline that we want to get a lot of this work done. So that's kind of the organizational side of how the projects will be oriented, and then we'll have a kind of an oversight or steering committee that will ensure that everything we do remains in coherence. That we're not, even though we're breaking apart a lot of the work, we're not allowing ourselves to move in different directions without bringing it all back together to our primary objectives here. So looking at those priority projects, I just want to spend a moment just sharing those with you. You've seen a long running list of different things that we feel like are a part of the work. One of those is the development of the school improvement model. And if you can imagine a visual where you've got the foundation set around those fundamentals, those 4 fundamentals, what we want to develop are the types of structures that exist within a system that are indicative of that system implementing those fundamentals. So examples would be how they're allocating resources, how they're implementing professional development, how they're evaluating educators that are implementing those things, how educators are talking to one another in professional learning communities and in collaboration sessions, how we're engaged with families and communities. All those would be structural elements that exist in all systems. And what we want to identify is when it comes to implementing structure literacy as an example, what does that look like in terms of resource allocation and professional learning and professional collaboration? So that's the model and that's the lens, and we want to build out those structures and identify what is indicative, what would we want to see in all systems in Kansas when it comes to implementing structure literacy? What does it look like? And we can think of examples around professional development right away, and that's letters training as a good example. So we move from kind of a suggestion that you should maybe consider doing this, even with the support financially of the state board. As you've allocated resources, there's still a heavy investment when it comes to implementing letters. But we want to move away from a suggestion to stating that there needs to be accountability around the implementation of the science of reading, just as an example of what this model will provide. So that's number one, developing that. We also want to develop the tools and templates that we need in order to have this conversation. It's really built around a conversation that we want to have with all school systems in Kansas. We would do that through a team of facilitators that can engage in that conversation, that will recruit and train in order to implement the school improvement model. And then we want to start those conversations off with what we're calling a deep dive into data. We want to make sure that that's the starting point for the conversation. So we'll have a team that's looking at specific data for each system. And one of those examples, as we think about what that could look like, would be, what does level 1 student performance look like? As Dr. Watson shared, the importance of moving kids out of level 1 to give them more opportunities, both graduation and post-secondary. So those are very interconnected projects, meaning that we need to have certain things happen in order. And so again, it's going to be an intense several months as we build this out. We've already, I would say the ball is already rolling. Additional priority projects as we think about, the starting point being the motion that the board passed. How do we integrate kindergarten readiness around this school improvement model and social and emotional learning, which we'll talk about, which is a state board outcome, social and emotional learning measured locally. Individual plans of study, which came up earlier today. How does that fit into this conversation? Because we know it's very important for our students. And we also believe that we have very strong partners that are not solely in the systems themselves. We've got regional service centers that can help support this work and are already supporting this work. And we have our Technical Assistance Systems Network, our TASA network, and we've had members of TASA a part of this work throughout as we've gotten to this point, and they'll be important partners as we move forward again around this idea of coherence building. So we have all these supports moving in the same direction, having the same conversations about what school improvement is. So we have 8 priority projects. Again, the priority projects are things that we believe must be in place as we roll this model out in 24-25. Examples of supporting projects, again, these are things that aren't necessarily prerequisite to begin the conversation, but supports that can be provided over time. And one of those is the alignment of the different types of needs assessments that we have in Kansas. So when systems are evaluating what their needs are or what their gaps are in implementing school improvement plans, there's a variety. There's many actually. And so we want to start to bring those formal needs assessment processes together so that systems aren't redundant or aren't operating from different starting points. So we have work around that. We have, as the board approved last month, an upcoming curriculum and materials audit that TNTP will conduct for us. And I put an asterisk by that just as a reminder for myself. We had a request from the legislature, a requirement from the legislature to survey our school districts on the use of the 3 queuing method. So the 3 queuing method is a literacy strategy that is part of, and I'm not going to try to speak outside of my lane here, and Dr. Curtis could tell you more, and I've talked to her about this, but it would be reflective of a balanced literacy approach, which would be in opposition to the science of reading and structured literacy, which is what we're moving towards. So with that request, as Dr. Curtis and I have talked about the potential survey that we would send out to school systems, we feel like a one-off survey just asking whether or not your curriculum or training materials support the use of 3 queuing probably won't give any of us very good information back. There'll be a lot of uncertainty about that. And there's a lot of nuance in that. So it's not as straightforward, again, like we talked about earlier with the evidence-based practice, as just do you do it or not, or does it exist in this curriculum or not. So we believe we're positioning ourselves to have a much better response by doing this very thorough curriculum and materials audit to be able to respond to that. And I think there's a sense of urgency from the legislature to have that data. We should have this completed by likely the end of February, and then we would have a report for the state board first to be able to provide you with what we're learning through that, because we do know that we need to support shifts in curriculum and materials to being both high quality and aligned with the science of reading. So that comprehensive curriculum and materials audit is going to provide all of us with the information that we need, and will be much, much better than a single survey that would go out to system leaders trying to collect information that they're probably not going to have a lot of background in.
Quick question from Ann.
So just to clarify, what the legislature was interested in is who's still doing it the old way, not who's doing it the new way.
That's my understanding.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
And maybe the audit could cover both.
The audit should tell us a lot, yes. It won't be perfect again, and I think what we'll have to do, and we'll talk to the board about this, is make some determinations, kind of set some standards around what it is that we're looking for. And that'll be a good, important conversation for us. We also, we know with standards alignment, the standards alignment process, the importance of our team developing tools and resources for systems to be able to integrate standards into all content areas most effectively. And there's such a demand for that. We hear that everywhere we go when we talk to system leaders. How can you support us to ensure that the standards that we're aligning to are the standards that we're assessing on, and ultimately the types of skills and knowledge that we want kids to know and be able to do? We're going to talk a little bit in just a moment about, I think it's very exciting, a new assessment opportunity that, again, is very standards-based, that's being piloted right now, and Beth Foltz is going to share a little bit more information on that. But we do believe a gap in Kansas right now is to have really thorough and rich through-year assessment data for students against standards. So we have a lot of skill-based data. We use things like FastBridge and Ames Web to assess students' skills, but we don't have a lot of through-year, ongoing, frequent opportunities to check students' performance against standards. We've been using an interim assessment model for quite a while, and that's very useful for some, but we've gotten a lot of feedback on that, that's not always in alignment with the scope and sequence or when materials are being taught during a school year. So just trying to find ways that we can develop better tools because we know how important that is. We know that there's some things that we ask for right now that are not aligned with the fundamentals. So we ask for a lot of information. For example, for districts to submit professional development plans, we want to be more focused in that way, be more focused in the way we ask for information on what systems are doing around mentoring. Higher education, we've talked a lot about that, and we feel like there's a lot of positive movement, especially around the science of reading with higher ed. We want them to know what it is that we're holding systems accountable to, and to have really strong collaboration with higher education. Our STAR recognition system, just making sure that we continue to produce quality through that recognition system, and we do feel that recognizing the systems that are doing quality work is very important. I've got this term, the Kansas vignette, so you've heard me talk about the RAND study on instructional coherence, and they've got a couple of stories that they tell. We want to tell the Kansas story as we talk about the importance of those structural pieces being in alignment with one another. And then civic engagement as well. As we know, we've identified that as one of those characteristics of a successful high school graduate. So a lot of priority projects, a lot of supporting projects.
Excuse me. They'll have to do this each year. Everything on that page.
Well,
No,
I
no,
wouldn't.
yes, no,
I wouldn't say
maybe?
it's doing it each year. I think it's starting it now and finishing it as
I mean,
we go.
there's school
these are
districts that don't have enough people to put one on a star. I mean, it just looks like it's a lot of work,
it's a lot of work.
okay?
It's a lot of work.
And a lot of our districts don't have a lot of people.
Yeah, this would be.
So who's doing this?
This would be our job.
Our job, meaning the State
KSDE, I'm
Department.
sorry.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, KSDE's job.
We're
So
gonna do
these
this
are-
for them.
Well, so what this is, this would be a way to support the districts to implement the things that we're wanting them to do.
I want to just speak for the districts. That's a lot of work, even for you guys. You know, and to please others, a lot of, legislature wants it. Somebody else wants it. I'm just, we just went through this, and I want us to be aware that we're asking districts and the department to do a lot with thin resources already. We're already asking you to do a lot. I'm not asking for a response,
Okay.
just making a comment.
I do think it's important. I appreciate that very much. I think I would say, just in response to that, that we're actually asking school districts to do a lot less. I would say that's the
This
premise.
isn't a weight loss program.
I would say that's the premise of
Okay.
what we've been promoting around these fundamentals.
I'd like to hear that from the people in the field.
Well, yeah, I would agree, but I think that's part of what we haven't rolled out to them yet. So then I'll try to defend my answer here. Okay, this is a lot. Now, when I say supporting projects, I think the first thing to keep in mind, these are the things that don't have to be in place immediately. I think a lot of this is just ongoing work. A lot of it is changing the nature of our work. So doing different work because we have some priorities established. So when I think about the importance and the reason that I've been promoting this idea of doing these fundamental things, I feel like if we do those things well and we stay attached to those things, that we're positioning systems to improve the quality of interactions between our educators and our kids. I think it's all about instruction. So that's the focus of these fundamental elements. I do think that it becomes challenging when we say we have to account for all these things. So when we look at what the state board approved, there's a lot on this list. And I think this is where my mind goes to the situating of things within the model so that it makes the most sense. And we're going to talk about that with social and emotional learning here in just a minute. But I think we're ultimately what we're building, so if you can bear with me here for just a second, when the hard work that we're doing is around facilitating conversation. Okay, that's the really hard work. It's much easier to hand our system leaders a document that just says complete this needs assessment. Okay, and we could even give them a rubric that says here's what quality implementation looks like, here's what low quality implementation. What our team has said, and I'll use the example of structured literacy. So if we want to lead the world in the success of each student, I'm convinced that we have to lead the world in the implementation of a quality literacy program in each school system in Kansas. That's one of the few things that we have to do really well. I believe if we want to see improvement in academic outcomes, then we have to equip systems with an understanding of how they align to the standards that we assess. Okay, because right now they say there's so many standards, we don't know how to identify what's most important, and I think that's part of that supporting project that we have to establish. So we're saying we want to do these 4 things that are very interconnected very well. And if we do those 4 things really well, we're going to see our outcomes move. So that's the focus. And when we have these conversations, so again, we're investing in the hard work of having conversation, not just saying do this, and then we'll evaluate you at the end. We want to engage in conversation and say, we want to help you analyze your gaps, so where you're not implementing something in the quality way that you need to in order to move those outcomes. So we're going to do that through a conversation, a reflective conversation, starting with data, and school systems ultimately are going to establish what actions they're going to take to address that gap, and that shouldn't be 10 things. It probably shouldn't be more than 3. So if it's around the training that they need to adopt structured literacy in their system, which some still have not done, then that should be number 1 on your action plan if we believe that structured literacy is important and the science of reading is important. So on that action plan, they identify that that's the number 1 thing they're going to do, and that's why we moved to an annual review process, because now we expect whenever we get back together in a year that that's being done. And if it's not being done, then we need to make sure that we're providing supports to that system so that they can implement that singular thing, because we know that's very high leverage and that it impacts student outcomes. So we become very focused on a smaller number of things, but we become hyper-focused on the accountability that comes with the development of those priorities within that action plan. So that would be my defense of why I think we're really wanting to do a smaller number of things and do those things better.
We've got another question here real quick. I don't want to get too far away from, you talked about having an audit completed and results back by the end of February.
Yes.
And it sounded like that might be a conversation that would not happen right now. If that's not happening right now, I'm not sure how we're going to get to a place where the board has given you the feedback that you need to be able to get that information back from districts by the end of February.
Well, because you gave us permission to engage with TNTP in that contract, they're doing the work. So they're gonna begin that now, and I think it's about a 6-week process, 6 to 8 week process. So that'll be turnkey. They'll provide us back that information.
Okay, because yeah, with regards to the comment about 3Qing and the legislature wanting to know who's still doing that, I'm much more interested in who still hasn't adopted structured literacy.
Right. Yes.
So, real quick for Dina.
My question has something to do with the same item. I'm not clear how you're collecting the information to do the audit. Are you doing a survey to find out what curriculum and materials they're using?
Yes.
So that you can then determine if the concern of the legislature has, how many districts are still making use of that
Yes,
curriculum?
that's correct.
Okay. I think I'm a little clearer now.
So Dina, think of it this
how
way.
how you're handling it.
So give 2 examples of what we're not doing. So we could survey each district on 2 questions. Do you adhere to the science of reading? Yes, no. And do you use the 3 cueing method? Yes, no. And we could give you those results, and you would say, wow, okay, 98% of districts say they're doing the science of reading. What we're going to find is that they may tell us that they haven't trained people in the science of reading. They don't use curriculum in the science of reading, but they've checked the box that they did. So we're going to get that information, but Ben's team is going to get a lot more information to bring to you in context to say, I may say I'm doing this work, but I'm really not doing the other things that would indicate that that work's being done. And that will be, I think, for you and the legislature, much more beneficial information that then creates action plans that we can address.
All good?
Back to you. Oh.
And that was my concern.
So appreciate all the questions and thoughts.
You've addressed my concern was how you literally were going to get the information you need. That was because they either don't know or don't want you to know.
Correct.
So
we're going to...
Anyway, this way, there's no way to kind of say, oh, well, I'm doing it, and not really. So
Whether it's through the curriculum and materials audit or through these upcoming conversations that we're going to have, I think it will help shine a light on this particular issue. Again,
well, and I'd say when you do such an audit, you can point out to them how the kind of things that we've asked them to do are not included. So I think that's been probably something that needed to be done, may need to be done in a bigger swap across the entire standard arena.
Sure.
So thank you.
Thank you. So what the state board can expect, and I appreciate the questions and concerns, and I think a lot of clarity is going to be provided over the next several months. So beginning in February, what you're going to hear are updates around the work. So you're going to see specific examples of that model being built. So you'll see examples of the structures that we'll use, the leading indicators that we'll use, and how we're moving all of this work forward. So you'll be hearing very likely not from Jay and I, but from our team. Those people that are leads within each of those projects. It may feel like a lot. I think we have our heads wrapped around what we need to do. Some of it is not immediate. Some of it is years in the making as you look at some of those supporting projects. There's going to be a progression to that. But I do feel like we're very, very well positioned to accomplish what the board wants us to accomplish. So you'll hear lots of updates on that. I want to just get into a little bit of a conversation specifically around one of those state board outcomes that I know has been a topic that's been brought up a lot, and that's around social and emotional learning. And as we think about, again, how we situate the state board outcomes in this conversation, this is just a starting point. This is not meant for us to really tackle this issue thoroughly in the moment. I think there's a lot of better people who can lead that conversation than me. I am going to share with you a few thoughts based on what I've learned about social and emotional learning from people that I would consider experts and have a keen understanding of how we can position this within this idea of school improvement. So you're going to hear that frame of reference. It's not necessarily the umbrella idea of what could be considered social and emotional learning, but how do we talk about it in the context of school improvement in Kansas? I just have a few thoughts. There are more questions here that came to mind as I was thinking about just the initial framing of this conversation. And I was wondering if we have a common definition and understanding when we hear that phrase in Kansas. What does that mean? I think it can mean a lot of different things to a lot of different people. And I think a great conversation for the state board is deciding what does this mean from our perspective. And again, we've got some really good people within our department that can help with that, and good educators in Kansas that can help with that as you think about research or you think about the way these things look in classrooms. And I know many of you are learning about that now as you talk to educators. We talk a lot in terms of social and emotional learning as we think about it in the school improvement context about those skills that we want our children to have. And I think that in conversations that I've had, Jay and I have been really blessed to be able to go around the state and talk to students. And I think one of the conversations that has stood out to me is my last one, the last one that we had with the group out kind of in the central part of the state, when we asked, the question was, how do you know if you're learning what you need to learn? Or how do you know if you're learning what you need to know to be successful? And the first thing that those students talked about, and they probably talked about it for 20 minutes, was soft skills, employability skills, social and emotional skills. They didn't talk about academics for a while. And that was the first group that answered the question that way. But it is interesting when you start asking students, what is it that you need? What kind of characteristics and skills do you need? They often talk about things like teamwork and to be able to persevere when things get hard. So you're going to see, Dr. Watson shared with you earlier that Kansas Can competency wheel, and it's broken down into that way, that interpersonal, intrapersonal, and cognitive skills. So what are those skills and characteristics we want for our kids? How do we teach them? Because these are teachable things. And how do we know if students learn them? And if you think about what the state board outcome says, it says social and emotional learning measured locally. And so you think about the measuring aspect of that. And I told Dr. Watson the other day, sometimes I have a hard time understanding the measurement part of some of these things. I think I see it more as they can be demonstrated. Some of them I don't know. We do our best to measure them, but I wonder if it's more about just that repetition, that we're constantly teaching certain skills and certain characteristics that we know can benefit kids. But we do believe that all of those things on that wheel are skills and competencies that can be demonstrated. And then what impact will students who are growing in these skills, what impact will that have not only in life? We often think we want them to have these skills so that they can be successful in life, but what about just in school itself? And as I've talked to some people who, again, have expertise in these competencies, they use the phrase, it's really all about building resilient learners that when things get hard, when things are tough, they can work through that. And we should be creating environments where students are challenged and can build those types of skills on a daily basis. And then I like this last question, just what are our students, our families, our educators, our communities, what are they telling us about the skills and characteristics that we all want our Kansas kids to have so they can be successful? So it's really framing social and emotional learning as far as we're concerned when we think about school improvement through an instructional lens, that these are things that our teachers can teach, that our students can learn and demonstrate. And if we do that systemically, we have conversations in our communities with our families about those qualities and characteristics of what we value, I think there's a high level of engagement in that conversation. That's been my experience. So again, Dr. Watson shared this with you. In this PowerPoint, the wheel is actually linked to an interactive wheel. And I learned about this just this last week and I'll make sure to send you the link to this, but we have this wheel available where you can actually click any of those items and see research and resources on what these mean in the context of integrating into an instructional program. So how you can teach things like conflict management, which just as a side is a very, very teachable thing. And I've watched an expert school counselor work with young kids on resolving conflict in a way that is just transferring the skill of being able to do that. And you just wish that every adult that now exists as an adult went through that session with this counselor, because it's amazing to see when you start to see students who are able to acquire these skills that you know are going to be so beneficial to them. So there's examples whenever, and again, I'll share this with you, but on this interactive wheel of resources on each of these 26 competencies that we believe are important for our kids to have. So as we think about social emotional learning, again, I'm going to go back to that priority project. We want to be able to create facilitated conversations where systems can reflect on how they're implementing these types of skills and characteristics that are so important for our kids. And so that's going to be a part of those reflective conversations that we facilitate and invest in starting in 24-25. This idea that this is a teaching and learning thing. This is instructional. This is a classroom environment. Where communities and families can be engaged in the types of characteristics that are important for their kids to have that go beyond just those core content area standards. And we want to continue to engage in the conversation around these things because I know it's important for the state board, and this was just a way to initiate that a little bit. So with that, Madam Chair, I'll answer any additional questions on anything that was shared.
Ann.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Randy, I was wondering, and Melanie and Jim, sometime as a future agenda item, the list of questions that Ben had on SEL would make an excellent, whatever we do on Wednesday, a deeper dive. Because I don't know where everybody on the board is on SEL. I know everybody comes from a different angle on it, but I think it'd be helpful to have a common understanding of what the board has set out as goals and agree on what that means, because I get crazy emails. I mean, we got more misinformation this morning. We had Mr. Traubert in here saying businesses don't want us to work on soft skills. Evidently, he has not talked to the head of the Chamber of Commerce lately, who came to our own school conference and asked us to work more on soft skills. His exact quote was, "Soft skills are hard, and you guys need to do a better job with it." So, you know, and even Mr. Traubert's not consistent. At his own conference, they brought out Wabunsee to talk about how great they'd done on academics throughout the pandemic. And the reason they did was because of their SEL program, The Leader in Me. So, you know, I think common understanding on the board would help us when we go out into the public to help them understand what we're doing and what we're not doing. So if that could be a future agenda item, that'd be great.
Ben, can you put the wheel back up if you don't mind? So, you know, when we think about this work, we're thinking about those three domains, plus probably mental health. And I know Dennis and I, we've had lots of conversation. And so when we think about that work, that's what we have in mind. And yet when I hear from patrons, they have something very different in mind that's happening. And we just need to have a conversation about that. Because when we think about this work, it's about almost these, don't we want to teach time management to kids? And don't, you know, we sat in a school district and watched a leadership presentation, right, about that. We had this conversation. But yet I get these other things and say, well, no, it's about this. And that's never what we've discussed at a board table, but I think we ought to, because we're getting different messages, and I think we need to be clear about that, what we are and what we're not, from a state board level. And I just appreciate the work that we've been done here. And Dennis, I appreciate, because you specifically have told me, you know, wow, I hear us talk about this, and then I get this, and I see this, and they're not meshing for me. And I just think it's incumbent that the current board that did not adopt this has these discussions about what are the skills we want kids to have that Chamber's asking us to do, and what's the Chamber not asking us to do, and what's business not asking us to do.
Danny.
Thank you. Of course, I'm one of the opponents of social emotional learning. I didn't hear the P word not ones today, which is parents. And I think they're the ones that are responsible for their child's social emotional learning and how they get along. I'm sorry, I just didn't hear that. And I don't think it's a soft skill. I disagree with the president of the chamber, whether it be the state or the nation. I totally disagree. The kids that want to come in and apply for jobs usually have pretty good soft skills. It's not our job to teach the soft skills, in my humble opinion. So I'm one of those opponents against it. And all of the curriculum on social emotional learning, when you drill down again on the CEOs, what they're talking about is completely different. They want to completely change the way kids think. And I struggle with that. I think each kid has their own individual mind of what they can do, not this kind of mind. And I think that's what we're teaching, the way we're teaching social emotional learning. And I could go on and on and on, but I won't. I'll let us have a lot longer conversation and stuff like that. You know, because so your parent is teaching you social emotional learning, and you're sitting in a classroom, and the teacher gives you a piece of paper and tell me what pronoun you want to go by. That's.
Yeah, I don't. So
I'll shut up.
No, that's okay. One of the kind of interchangeable terms, just as a point of reference. So often we mean parents too when we talk about families, and we know that not all kids that it's going to be that direct influence or the people that they live with are parents. So we often use the term family, but I do feel like that's an important part of the conversation, is that we are engaged with families on this.
Dennis.
Thank you, Ben. I appreciate you coming forward to discuss it and opening the conversation, because like Dr. Randy says, I'm kind of on the fence about this. I see a lot of need probably in our history and civic instruction to teach from a historical standpoint why this country is great and how it can continue to be great. And even our state motto tells us that, to the stars through hardship, or through difficulties. So I just would really encourage us, as we talk about this, that always remember that what we have today is because of what people sacrificed yesterday or previous generations. That there's and that's the model we really want kids to understand as they grow up, is that everything is not easy, everything is not free. It's that mentality that we want them to have a good understanding from a historical standpoint as to who we are, why we live in this country, why this country even exists. And I think that's part of the issue is those that look at SEL, and I have to agree with some of the things that are being said to me on emails and talking with people, is that we're just not teaching kids to be mature, responsible. I mean, and some of it has to do with just not understanding our history. And I think that's really a civics standpoint that we could really look at it and be, if we were honest about it. So anyway, I appreciate what you're doing. I really do.
Thank you.
And Betty, and then we'll move on.
Okay, I won't be long on this, but when I have the opportunity to remind board members, and I'm addressing something specifically that Danny had said, it's just a reminder that not all kids were born into what you look at as your traditional family. That's just a reminder when we look at foster care, or those kids who are in homes that don't have parents that will support them in a manner that is befitting to developing great skills. And when you say, well, why do we have to teach them? If not us, how would they learn? So I always take the opportunity. Yeah, there are a lot of great parents. Yeah, there are a lot of great teachers. But on the other hand, for those that don't have the great family structure, when we say that we have a responsibility to all students, each student, that's exactly what it means. So, I'm hoping that somewhere you will find it in your heart to understand that not all kids were born into fortunate families, or those that have the history or the civics or the motivation to share. And it does fall to us. Thank you.
Danny pressed his button at the buzzer. So Danny, I'll let you get in there, but
Thank
we
you.
are going to bring this conversation back.
Thank you, Betty, for your input, because I'm from Leavenworth, Kansas, and we have 71% free and reduced lunch, and it's been that way for 74 years that I've been in Leavenworth. So I think I have a little bit of input and been through Leavenworth school system, myself and my family, my kids, my grandkids, and 3 of the 5 great-grandkids. So I think I'm kind of involved a little bit about kind of what's going on, and I have a lot of, I'll use the word that I hate, diversity in my family. So if somebody wants to check all the people in my family, you'll find out that I have a lot of different people in my family. So, and we go from the mindset that just because a kid is poor, they can't produce the same way as me. So we're going to do all this extra stuff where, I'm sorry, but the kids, when they look at things, we're forcing kids to look at black and white and Hispanic and stuff. We're forcing kids to see those things. They don't see that unless we teach them to see those things by the words and stuff we use. I got a whole bunch more. I'll quit.
Back to you, Ben.
Okay, I think that's it for that topic. I know we're transitioning to a different topic. If that's
Indeed, we are.
okay.
Yep. I don't think we're going to catch up, but that's all right. We'll
I have a
figure out the
tendency to
timing as
set
we
people
go.
behind, so I apologize. Okay, we'll make this one pretty quick. And again, I mentioned Beth Foltz is with me here today. We want to talk about one of those things that's actually a supporting element, a supporting project as we think about our school improvement work. And it's really around this idea of balanced assessment. And I've mentioned many times, and a lot of this is based on experience, it's based on the realities as we know them, and it's based on what we hear from our system leaders. And one of the questions I often ask is, how do you know how your students are doing against standards, against academic standards throughout the year? Because we put a lot of reliance on that end of year assessment, and we look at that data, and it's easy to collect and it's easy to evaluate. But how are we doing through the year? And one of the tools that you're going to hear about that we would like to invest in is around this idea of a common assessment model that allows our systems to be able to use a tool to assess student performance on a frequent basis, 4 times a year throughout the year against standards. And then going back, Mr. Zeck, to something that you asked earlier that I think is so important, it makes that data most useful to the teacher, to the classroom teacher. And that's often what we hear about our summative assessment, is that it's post-year, that the kids are moving on to the next grade level before that report is made available to them. And so how do we equip our systems in a better way with through year assessment around the standards that really allows and informs that teacher on a daily basis or on an ongoing basis? And we feel that this particular model has a ton of potential with that, and it's being utilized in a few school systems right now. And it matches up more with that scope and sequence that we would see in classrooms across Kansas. So I'm going to let Beth talk a little bit more about how that looks.
I'm obviously not this tall, so we'll get it. I don't know. So thank you very much for the opportunity to share today. I just want to do a little recap on assessments in general. So we talk a lot about summative assessments. Looked at the data, had that conversation. Commissioner shared the transition table this morning with you. So we have a way for them to kind of drill down and see who the students are. Now, several years ago, right? 2015 to be exact, when we transitioned from NCLB to what the tests that we're using now, right, with the standards, we said we wanted to really have this three-prong approach to assessment. So summative assessments, we knew that was required by law. And as a state, the commissioner is very encouraging to provide interim assessments. One of the reasons is that the school districts were spending a lot of money trying to figure out where the students were, and if we could build that for them within our assessment program, then that would free up the money for other instructional uses. So we built what was called the predictive interims. And next year, when we move to the new assessment that we've spent 5 years working on, we're going to go from 3 interim assessments that we have right now down to 2 interim assessments. They will be a little more scope and sequence aligned. So we will have made some decisions like when certain topics should be taught, and the test will be more specific. Right now, those predictives are just like 3 mini summatives through the year, only with fewer questions. So that's the interim piece that's built. We've been field testing the items for the last couple years. Then we've had the mini tests. We're going to rename the mini tests because people don't really know what mini tests mean, but those are items that basically we take when we retire items from the summative assessment and the current interims. They're totally aligned to our test. And just so everybody's clear, and I guess in the aging process, I've felt more bold. I don't know how else to say it, but we have a custom test to Kansas standards. We contract with the University of Kansas. They write all of the test items to our standards. Okay, so someone that's saying we're not testing what we want children to know and be able to do, that's just not true, because nobody else in the country uses our items except Kansas kids to Kansas standards, okay? So interim, summative, those items, as we retire them and replace, because you have to replace a few items every year, right? They go into what we call the mini test bank. And then that's where their standards align. Every item that's written is written to a specific standard, right? And a specific level of difficulty. So teachers could go in to the mini tests and build their own. They could do it as a DBQ at the beginning of the day, right? They could just do it as just a check-in, a formative assessment. So it's kind of been our formative assessment piece to the stool. Then probably a little over a year ago, I came to you and asked, like, we're interested in some deep dive assessments. And we spent the money on science because we really haven't done a lot with science in the state. We focused a lot on English, language arts, and math. So we're building these phenomena-based assessments in science that students, as teachers teach units, then they can use this assessment to let them know if they're learning all the different science standards. So now we're at a place that we started working on. I don't know, the commissioner will have to correct me, but I would say at least 2016. Previous special ed director was here. So however long ago that's been that Bert's been around, we started working on what's called a common assessment. And sometimes we have a lot of good ideas, and that's just kind of ahead of our time, right? So we have to let things catch up with us. So as we've worked with KU, they've expanded that mini test opportunity in the KITE platform where all the students take their assessments, right, our assessments, to let districts put items in and build their own tests. So one could call those, and we're really working on trying to help all of you and help ourselves understand what's a benchmark, what's a screener, what's a common assessment, what's an interim assessment, because it gets all very confusing, right? But I think we've landed on the term common assessments. So the assessment director in Kansas City, Kansas, who has had some different jobs in the state before he landed there, right? Started working on this when he was in MTSS, took it with him to Lawrence, and now in Kansas City, Kansas, he's really developed an assessment that we're calling a common assessment it's local, right? It's like within the scope and sequence that Kansas City, Kansas says should be taught during this specific period of time, whether it's, I mean, we're going to use 9 weeks because that's kind of how the schools are all set up. So that's where we get the 4 times a year. But they're going to write the items. The teachers in Kansas City, Kansas are going to write the items. And then they're going to get the data back, and that all goes through Kite, right? The items get uploaded into Kite. They give the test. And right now, then there's just a correct or incorrect, right? But the teachers get the responses back. The district can share that, whether it's building-wide or district-wide, so they can look at how the students are doing within the district separate from the interim assessments. And they're doing that in English, language arts, and math. And this process has been going on, like I said, it's been developed over quite a few years, and we're at that point now where other districts are interested, right? So Olathe's joined the bandwagon, and Blue Valley wants to join the bandwagon, and so they're all going to develop these common tests for their district. The teachers will write the items, they'll be put into Kite, students will take the test, and the results will go back, okay? So then what happens next, right? Well, what happens next is why I'm coming to you and asking for some more money, right? We have to actually do some psychometric work on it, right? So it's very important as they develop items that, one, the teachers are trained on how to write good items, right? 2, that they can use the information that's coming back from that in their classrooms and make adjustments. But then they also need to be like reliable items and valid items. So we need some psychometric work. And then it would probably be nice if they're doing these common assessments that there be some common reporting that would be available to the parents and the teachers for their use. So this project is really the beginning of what I will be coming to you in a couple more months, asking to expand probably, is to provide some money then to analyze the results of the tests that are being developed as common assessments in these districts. Now, at the same time, we're also interested, just so you know, on how that works with our interim assessments that we have right now. So we'll be looking at, giving these tests more frequently, the interim assessments, and then the summative assessments. So it's just giving schools a lot more information to be able to do it. And then once we have this project up and running, we think it'll cost about $250,000. We'll grant that to Olathe. They've agreed to be the fiscal agent on this, and then they will subcontract out whatever work needs to be done for the psychometric work and the reporting. And then in the future, we already have several other smaller districts that are interested in doing this, right? So we are setting up training now to help people learn how to write assessment items. And then hopefully we can grant to school districts over the summer that they can build their own assessments in Kite. So each district, regardless of their size, would be able to have that common assessment based on their scope and sequence, that they would be able to look how students are doing and how they're performing. So that's the request that I've come to you with today.
Any questions? Anne?
You might give us the layman's definition of Kite?
Kite, it started as the Kansas Information Technology Enterprise. It's the platform. Since they use it with DLM and a few other things,
Use it with what?
It's KU. has developed, and we supported it, we helped to build it, right? The platform, so when you take a state assessment, you go to a site and log in,
Right.
and then that's where you take the
So
test.
it's the assessment site
It's the assessment platform.
okay.
Platform. So the platform involves taking the test. There's also a piece of that platform that's called Content Builder, where all the items are built. Then there's all the data analysis side of it and reporting. So it's evolved a lot over the years. It started a long time ago when we were doing 6-trait writing and trying to figure out how to do that online, and it's evolved over all that time.
I'm just going to ask for clarification. So if I'm having heartburn about that one student that might be remote that's taking that assessment remotely, they're logging into the KITE system. Is that correct? To take that assessment?
Yeah.
Okay.
So, and we haven't talked a lot about the virtual testing, so I'll just give you a brief update on that. We were finally able to get all the contracts in place, so it will happen. That's a good thing. We were a little concerned for a while because it was taking so long. So what we know about this KITE platform for the testing is that when a student logs into that platform, it blocks them from anything else. So they cannot go out on the internet and look at anything. They can't look at their email. They can't go see what's going on in an algebra class or anything. It just locks them out of everything, right?
Except their phones.
Well, their phone isn't connected to the platform, right? Okay, so here's the thing with the virtual testing that you need to know. Because our testing platform is so secure and it locks everyone out, well, one of the requirements when you're doing virtual testing is to make sure you can observe the student taking the test, and we also need to listen in that environment what's going on, right? So you don't want someone sitting there saying, hey, Mom, what's the answer to this question, right? We need to be able to hear that. So that's why you have to have 2 cameras, right? The second camera for the virtual testing. So all the kids taking virtual testing this year will be required to have a camera that we can record voice, that we can listen, voice, and the camera to see them doing it. And so we had to subcontract with a company that does that for us. And then they're taking the test on the KITE platform. So, and just so you know too, that this year in particular, that window for virtual testing will be after we close the general summative assessment window, so that we won't have any issues should any of the items get compromised. We'll still have our general testing that's complete, and then we'll have a window for the virtual testers.
That is good news. Dennis.
And I just wondered, the money comes from the department? Is that what, Dr. Randy?
So in the federal money through ESSER, they said to the department, here's a chunk of money that you have to distribute for learning loss. This would be part of that money to develop these items, Dennis. Or to have Olathe and Kansas City and Blue Valley help us do that.
If the 250,000 is used up and there's still need out there, I mean, how does that assessed for ongoing if it's not, if the budget isn't fulfilling it?
Well, we see this project as very defined, so it would be used for that project, and we're trying to identify projects that don't have to have ongoing cost associated with it. So development, like training, we talked about letters, or development of this, Dennis, so that ongoing cost would not be there.
So
in terms of development.
So the money would actually limit the scope of it.
For this project?
Yes.
But the future of assessments, the assessment contract would absorb, I mean, it's already built, it's just getting people to use it. So we paid for the development of the content builder for all the schools to build their own tests. It's just, it's like,
I guess I'm wondering, looking in the future, you said you'll be coming back to us. Will you be asking for more
for
money?
other districts to have grant money to build it. So I think there's still some more funds available for learning loss. So as more districts are interested in participating in the project to build items, it would just, it's a very specific
Yeah,
to
I'm just
to
kind of
doing
stuck on
this.
this shall not exceed 250,000.
Right, this particular project with the
All right.
grant to Olathe will not exceed 250,000.
A specific project.
So Beth did a really good job of explaining something that I just want to put in context to you. You'll tell me the year, because I wasn't in this seat. The state board was considering, as we left No Child Left Behind, of going with a consortium of states called Smarter Balanced. You may have heard of that. And the state board late one evening said, we're not going to do that. We're going to design our own that's unique to Kansas. Beth just described that to you. And now what we're doing is saying, why don't we let teachers design this in the time that they teach, meeting your standards, versus us saying, oh, you should teach this first 9 weeks. Give them that flexibility to teach it within the standards that are unique to Kansas and unique to school districts, and then share that across the state that would be unique. But it was built on the premise of a previous board said, we want to have something unique for Kansas. This is, we don't want to use and go with a federal consortium. We want to do that. And this is a long time trying to now go to the teacher level to actually do it in the time frame and the manner that he or she would like to do it. And we're using a little bit of the federal money on learning loss then to propel that forward. So I hope that helps. Just kind of put that in perspective. And thanks, Beth, for that explanation.
Danny.
Thank you. Tell me about the camera situation.
Camera?
Yeah, so, I mean, and then what's the teacher doing if there's cameras on these kids and they're on the computer?
Well, they're supposed to, so in a virtual environment, the student should be on camera when they're working with the teacher all the time. So it's not a new thing. It's just that since we hadn't, we made them go in person to take the test so that you could just have the teacher monitor multiple students at the same time. Now there has to be and there will be, and I personally will be out observing during that testing window at our different virtual sites that they're going to be watching, and I think the law said 10 students at a time taking the test and proctoring it virtually. So that's why the camera has to be there.
So I mean, we're having virtual stuff, and so are we taking the teacher away?
This is for virtual education. We would have to have Dr. Fernkopf come and talk to you a lot about virtual education. That's not my area especially.
These are students that are not in schools. They're being virtually educated, and they take the assessment at home. So they're not in a brick and mortar school already. And we were making them come to the school in order to take the test.
But the legislature.
Or a testing location.
Yes.
So the virtual school had the option of finding a space that the students could report to in person during the testing window to take the test. Generally, they did that with multiple students at the same time. So this is letting everyone in the virtual school take the test at home.
So if you're at home and you're doing virtual school at home and you're not in the school system, you're not involved at all?
We have approved virtual schools in Kansas, so they have to be enrolled in the virtual school, attending full-time, and then be in the grades that we assess.
We approve the virtual schools too.
So, yeah.
I don't see any more questions at this time. Thank you both so much. Board members, we're going to take a brief 10-minute break. Let's be back here. I'm going to be specific, 3:38. All right, we're only running about 20 minutes behind. Could be worse. Next up is item number 17, presentations on the fentanyl crisis. Welcome Jenny Ebert from Riley County Health. Thanks for being here.
Thank you for having me. I currently work with Pottawatomie County and Riley County Health Departments. So just want to, I'm the community health educator, and I have been, with that title, I've been able to go into the schools and educate kids and, well, community members as far as that goes too, just the dangers that we face with the opioid crisis. When I do go into the schools, these are the kind of the objectives that we talk about. Most of the time, my presentations are anywhere from 30 to 45 minutes. Sometimes the kids have a lot of questions to ask, and then other times we just refer those on to their counselors and some others to visit later because they don't want to ask in the classroom setting. I've done presentations from full auditoriums to just individual classrooms. The individual classrooms do work very, very well. It's a better opportunity to just feel more of a connection to the kids there. So that's been better. But the auditorium presentation it's an easy way to get everybody all at one time. So that's been helpful as well. So like I said, those are the points that we make, just the objectives that we go over. This opioid crisis isn't just a job for me. This is my child. Jason, he's a brother to Jake, to Justin, to Jesse. He's a grandson, he's an uncle, he's a cousin, he's a best friend to Minnie. But most importantly, he's Kason's daddy. We lost Jason September 5th of 2021 to fentanyl poisoning. He did not know the dangers of fentanyl, and neither did I. I had not heard about the fentanyl crisis. I had no idea that was something to visit with my kids about. I have 4 children, and we did not talk about that. We talked about everything else, but never did I tell my kids one pill could end your life in a matter of minutes. With that being said, if I had the resources, if I had the information, if I would have known, I would have had a conversation with my children. And I do believe that it would have made a difference. Us sharing Jason's story, it doesn't change our day-to-day life by any means. It does help to talk about him and to share with people, but it doesn't change our life. But it could very well save a life of someone that you love. This is a video, and I won't show videos today. That's a natural high video. It's got a lot of good information in it. It is, but there's a lot in it, and it's heavy information for that video there. But for time purposes, I don't have time for that. This is a graph that we just put together. It shows that in 2021, when we lost Jason, there was over 107,000 deaths in the United States. That 107,000 people would fill Arrowhead Stadium and the Kauffman Stadium. That's how many people. In 2022, we've lost over 110,000, and in 2023, numbers are coming in right at 112,000. So, meaning people they're not getting the information. They just don't know, and they don't know the dangers of the fentanyl. This is a graph that I always talk to in regards to the kids when I visit with them, and parents too. But this just shows, this is CDC, that the illicit drugs among teenagers today from 14 to 18, the rate has very much decreased from 2000 to now. And that's significant and that's wonderful. And I always tell the kids there are very, very few, less than 8% of kids that are trying illicit drugs. But the ones that are, the blue line is the decrease in substance use, but the yellow line is the rate of death that we're losing our young people. And that has skyrocketed, and that is due to fentanyl. The ones that are trying it aren't surviving. This is the survey, the Kansas Communities That Care survey, and I'm positive you guys know all about this, but they have added the 2 questions about fentanyl awareness. This is significant because in my area where I live, Pottawatomie County does participate. Really, I mean, their participation, I think they were like 85%. So they did participate a lot in that. Riley County's was lower, but they still had some data there. But from these 2 questions that we know from the 6th grade, 8th grade, 10th grade, and 12th grade, this is kind of the breakdown of it. 21% have heard about fentanyl, but they don't know what it is. 40% have heard about it and they know that it's dangerous, and 39 haven't heard a darn thing about it. So, or have heard about it. Sorry, the screen is, I don't know if I can get that over there, but they have not heard about it and the dangers of it. So that is, that to me is alarming, and that's why I continue on. The young kids just don't know. The perception of harm around the prescription pills is just, the kids just don't know, they just don't have the information. So that's why they aren't making the good choices. Fentanyl, I mean, this is just a brief overview. Fentanyl is a pharmaceutical drug that's been used since 1960s. It is used in the hospital setting for surgery, after or advanced stage cancer care. It is a high potent pain drug that's used for that. But what we talk about is the illicit fentanyl that is taking our youth and young people. Fentanyl now is the leading cause of death for Americans between the ages of 18 and 45. That's more than the vehicle accidents, gun violence, and suicide. Just a very, very little bit of fentanyl can put a person in harm's way and very, very quickly. This is just the tip of a pencil, and that does illustrate an illicit amount of the fentanyl that could end your life. Reasons for drug use, of course, that's, there's a whole lot of those for the kids. But what we know is kids are stressed, they're overwhelmed. They never truly have a break from their devices. They just never, back in my day, we didn't have all of these social media and this constant information that they're receiving. So the kids they're overwhelmed and anxious about different things, but we don't know of that. We've just got to do better on talking to them and giving them other avenues to work through, and never think that turning to illicit substance is going to help or provide them any relief there. As I said, perception of harm for the pills. The kids they don't think the pills are harmful, and the reason being is that most children have already had a prescription of some sort. If you have a headache, you take a Tylenol. If you have a sore throat, you might go to the doctor and get a prescription for a true pharmaceutical medicine to make you better. So as things seem safe, they're less likely. They're more likely, oh my goodness, I am so sorry. The things that seem safe to them, they are more likely to try those and not think that they're going to cause harm. The cocaine, heroin, they stay away from all of those because they know that those are substances that could really hurt you. But when they're offered a pill through social media or through a friend, they just may not know the harms that are there with those pills. This is one that I always show the kids. The top is either real or fake, and the bottom is either real or fake. And I just ask them quickly to who thinks the top is a real pill, who thinks the bottom is a real pill. And they're always surprised to know that the top is actually the pharmaceutical pill. The bottom is the counterfeit. So we just talk about that and how easy it would be to think that you're taking a pharmaceutical pill and you're not. You're taking the fake counterfeit pill that's likely got fentanyl in it. I talked briefly about the DEA because I have a lot of research that is backed by the DEA, just so they know what that is and other things to watch. The marijuana, vape pens, and gummies are ones to watch. The market there for the vape pens and the vape pods is because they know that our youth can't walk into the local gas station and purchase those. They know that there's a real market for that. So that those are ones that are being counterfeit and fentanyl being added to those. This is Ann Milgram. She is the head of the DEA. She's got a lot of very no fuss. She kind of puts it out there what the problem is and what we're facing. Again, for time purposes, I won't play that today, but she just addresses that this is the biggest drug crisis that we've ever been in the United States, and it doesn't discriminate. It can hit all walks of life, from young to old to male to female to everyone. So she's just they're working hard to get the word out. Always they ask why would this be happening, and really, I mean, ultimately it comes down to profits. Big profits are being made here with the fentanyl, because it's easy to produce, it's easy to distribute. You can't see the fentanyl, you can't taste the fentanyl, you can't smell it. So you don't know that it's there until you're in distress. And then you hope that somebody is there to help. I know that this is on the other slide, so I'm not going to talk about the chocolate chip cookie, but the counterfeit pills, they are, the drug landscape has changed so much. In years past, a person could have a situation to where they might be on this journey for years and then decide at one point, I want to get healthy, I want to do things differently, and then make a choice to recover. Our kids today, drug use is like a minefield. Your first time could be your very last time. And that is happening more and more and more. And there are no second chances. Once that has happened and once you've ingested that, and if you don't have people right there, you are likely going to pass away. The drug traffickers are targeting our youth. 15 to 25 is what this says. I do anticipate that number will come down because it really is anybody with a cell phone, with a tablet, with a computer, a game device. Anyone could be reached out to purchase any of these substances. Again, these are just some stories of families, but for time purposes, I won't play those. The overdose and the poisoning, those are things that our government, the DEA, a lot of agencies are starting to use different terminology. It matters because if I come to someone and say, this person or I overdosed on Oxy, I took too much. I had a bottle of Oxy and I I took the whole bottle. That is a true overdose. I knew what I was taking, and I was taking too much. The poisoning is what's happening to a lot of our youth. They unknowingly are ingesting something that they think is something different. So they're asking for a Percocet, and in fact, getting no Percocet, but getting fentanyl. So that is where the two are very much different. Both do the same thing. I mean, when it actually hits into your bodies, the brain receptors, the fentanyl is very effective, and it blocks the ability's body to breathe. And without air and oxygen, your heart will then stop. This is a video I show the kids. This is one about the fentanyl when it's ingested, what it does to the brain, and then how Narcan can knock the fentanyl off of the brain receptors. So it's a great one, really on their level. That is a good one to illustrate exactly what's happening at that time, and it's an opportunity as well to say, even if someone has had the Narcan and has come around, you still have to, the very first thing that you do is call 911, because that fentanyl can set back on to the brain receptors. And when it does, they can go right back into that distress. We always talk about where Narcan is available. DECA, of course, has that free to anyone in the state of Kansas. So I always pass this information along. Walgreens, all of the pharmacies now have it as well, but at Walgreens, it's going to cost a person $44. While Mega Drugstore or any of the smaller ones, it may be a little more than that. So, but everyone has access to it. It's without a prescription now. And that, I think Governor Kelly put that in place in March is when that happened. The signs of an overdose, these are some of the signs that could be happening. The thing that I always tell people is it's not going to be a dramatic event. It can look like someone has honestly just fallen asleep, and that's the scary part about this. If you aren't aware, if you don't know, you may not know to go ahead and call, and if you have Narcan, administer the Narcan. These are just more about the Narcan and the test strips. This one I do show the kids because I want them to know on all fronts. Everyone is working to combat the opioid crisis in our state. So even the top of our government leaders are doing that as well. So this is just one that just goes through and they talk about that and what it's doing to our youth. So I just want them to know on all fronts, whether it's the federal level, the state level, your local level, teachers, coaches, friends, family, everyone is working to get the information out to people, the awareness part. This is one that our United States government has sent out, and this is just one that went out October 30th to let schools know that the crisis is here. And it gives a little bit about the smartphones with the social media, purchasing an illicit drug, thinking that it's a prescription, and instead they're passing from fentanyl. The thing about this is what they want the schools to know and to be aware is so many of these situations, there's been people there, but whether or not they've had Narcan available to help this person is another story there. So this letter just basically just is letting the schools know just to be prepared for that and to know the signs and symptoms and how to help the kids or staff or community members that are coming in. And most of the schools that I've been to, they do have Narcan somewhere into their schools and have that very accessible if anybody needed to use that. So prevention strategies, like anything else, there's a lot of those. But what we know is the strong relationships, the promoting the positive social norms, the community education, just every program that we can bring together to try try to share the information to the kids. The knowledge is power, and they need to know the information. That's another thing I always talk about with the kids is we know that they make good choices. They make good choices all day long. We know that if given the opportunity to hear the information and have it at their disposal to be able to make those decisions, they will likely make great decisions there. Safe storage. This is more when I'm talking to the community just about different things there on how to keep that true prescriptions safe in a way. There's lots of different prevention tools out there, lots of different resources. This is part of the DEA, so they already have school resources right there built in to where those schools could pick that up on any of their health classes or already their drug prevention curriculum. These are just some of the other resources that are great. The Real Deal on Fentanyl is the Ad Council. One Pill Can Kill, of course, is the DEA. Some of the other ones are just tools on how parents can get more information and how to speak to your kids, just directly to speak to your kids. This is kind of the breakdown on it. In 2021, 20 million fake pills were seized. In 22, 50 million pills were seized. And in 2023, I actually just got the information on this. It was 72.5 million pills. So to end the year. So basically, it's here. It's not going away. It is a matter of life and death. The kids, when I do go and I talk in the smaller groups, I always ask them how can we continue to give information to them. They say, that they enjoy the small group situation. Social media is where they would like to get some just updates and reminders and different things, but just putting, the curriculum of some sort in the schools to talk more about it. But the kids are, they do a great job. A lot of them have been affected by something already in our area. So again, it's just how to be safe. I always tell them they didn't create this problem, but we need them to be part of the solution. We've got to have peer-to-peer groups, different things to lend a hand to maybe those kids that are struggling with different things and need some other resources. So that's what we talk about there. Like I said, they give a lot of great information on how they want to be part of moving forward. I do appreciate your guys' time today. I just, like I said, for time purposes, I wasn't able to show all of the videos and different things, but spreading awareness, I do work for a few of the health departments, but I go and I visit with any community or any group that wants the information. In Pottawatomie County, we have coordinated to where we go with the sheriff department to some of the schools or have meetings for parents and such, and that's been great. So just kind of a community effort there has worked very well for what we're doing, and just resources there. So do you guys have questions for me now, or do?
So what we'll do is we'll go ahead and finish this whole segment, and then we'll bring you both up for questions. But if you want to share those videos with us, you could send an email, and we can get that out to the board members. That might be helpful. And just thank you so much for sharing Jason's story.
Well, I appreciate that. One other just quick. So not only have we just finished the trial for Jason, the person that did sell him or distributed those to him, and that I will tell you as a parent, this is totally from a parent perspective, that was heart-wrenching as well. But what I will say is the destruction that this has caused, and I don't mean for just us. Jason, he made a decision, and he paid an ultimate price for that decision. But the person then that is now likely going to go away for years. You know, he made a decision. It's all so, there's nothing, we've just got, we just have to be able to help kids just make better choices and be in a better position to navigate some of these decisions that they're making. Because like I said, the path of destruction that it causes is just unimaginable for everybody involved. So it's, yeah, but thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I'll go ahead and invite our next speaker up, Tony Mativi, if you would like to join us. And thank you so much for being here today.
I don't want to put words in Jenny's mouth, but I think maybe the words she was looking for were tragic. More than that, maybe senseless. I have a lot of the same material to cover, but I'm going to kind of unpack it a little bit and give you kind of the law enforcement perspective on this issue. Talk about some of the things that we're trying to do to address it, some of the myths that are out there about fentanyl. This is a PowerPoint. When I accepted the invitation, I wasn't clear exactly what it was you wanted to hear from me on. So the PowerPoint that I've loaded is kind of the whole, it's a much bigger, more expansive one that I give. Oh no, Carly had already cut it down. Carly is my assistant in my adult supervision. And she often thinks 3 steps ahead of me, and clearly she's done this here. Usually I talk about, in some contexts, I talk about fentanyl sort of in the context of what we're doing at the KBI, what we're seeing, and what threats are on the horizon. This is a huge threat. It's something that we're dealing with every day, and it is a priority at our organization. Today is my 1-year anniversary on the job. So I came in this morning, and some of my staff had put black shrouds over everything at the KBI. But when I was nominated and appointed later to this position by the Attorney General, one of the things he told me is, I want you to apply all of the resources that you can apply at the KBI to interrupt fentanyl trafficking into and through the state of Kansas. And so that's what we're doing. We are a small organization. We have limited resources. We have to prioritize what we do because we don't have the ability to respond to every call for assistance that we get from every law enforcement leader in Kansas. So we focus on violent crime. We focus on public corruption and public integrity cases. We focus on crimes against children, and we focus, especially lately, and to an increasing degree, on fentanyl trafficking. One of the things that makes fentanyl, you've seen a couple of these slides from Jenny already, they go right to the heart of what this issue is. One of the incredibly both terrifying and frustrating things about fentanyl is the lethality of it. It is incredibly lethal in very small doses. So what Jenny said is exactly correct. This is a fatal dose of fentanyl. Now, as people develop tolerances to it, that means their body can handle more before they die, right? Before they suffer adverse impact from it. But especially for somebody who hasn't used it before, and we're going to talk more about that in a minute, but for a kid who hasn't done drugs and isn't expecting fentanyl to be in the pill that they're taking, this is absolutely a fatal dose. And this is another way to look at it. The second thing that's so terrifying and frustrating from a law enforcement perspective about fentanyl is the availability of it. It is, I'm not overstating when I tell you, it is everywhere. So we are seeing fentanyl mixed in with every other illegal drug that's sold, except, and bear with me on this one, except for heroin. And that's because heroin and fentanyl are so similar. Okay, so you don't need to mix fentanyl in with heroin. What we're seeing, you can still get heroin in some places in Kansas, but in most places in Kansas, when someone tries to buy heroin, what they're actually getting is fentanyl that's masquerading as heroin. Because a dealer can either buy a kilo of black tar heroin for between $10 and $12,000 on the wholesale market, or they can make something that looks and acts just like it, fentanyl, for $1,000 or $1,200, right? So that's an easy choice for the dealer. Okay, much easier to make something that looks and acts like it and have 10 times the profit margin on it than to actually sell the heroin. But we're seeing it mixed with crack. We're seeing it mixed with meth. We're seeing it sprayed on marijuana. So just to sort of run those all the way to ground, it's not unusual now to see meth users who die of fentanyl overdoses. And the reason is fentanyl is mixed in with the methamphetamine. And what the scientists tell me is the fentanyl powder doesn't stick or adhere very well to the meth crystals. So when the meth user gets a little baggie of meth, the first 2 or 3 hits out of that baggie are meth, maybe mixed with some fentanyl. But by the time they get to the end of the baggie, all of that fentanyl is shaken off so that the last 2 or 3 hits in that baggie are just fentanyl. So what agents are seeing is dead meth users with an almost empty baggie in their pocket that happens by that point to be just fentanyl. Okay? We're seeing it sprayed on marijuana. We've had a death in Kansas of a young person who thought they were using marijuana, and it turns out it had fentanyl sprayed on it. So hold that thought, because I'm going to circle back to it in just a minute, because people say, what's the business model there? How does that make sense? Okay, and we're going to come back to that. Fentanyl is by far the most profitable drug our society has ever seen. You'll remember 2, 3, 4 years ago when we first started talking about the fentanyl problem, okay, we started shifting from the opioid epidemic, where long-term opioid users were getting addicted and then overdosing on fentanyl. That's what we used to see back in the day. Okay, when we first started talking about the fentanyl crisis, it was the Chinese, right? The drug cartels figured out very quickly how profitable this drug is. And in short order, they elbowed the Chinese out of the market and the cartels took over. So make no mistake, fentanyl distribution in Kansas is coming from the drug cartels. That's who is behind every fentanyl pill that gets sold in Kansas. It is a cartel product, okay? The Chinese now provide precursor chemicals to the cartels in Mexico. The cartels manufacture the fentanyl in jungle labs in Mexico and then traffic it into the United States, primarily across the southern border, using the same distribution methods and channels that have existed for decades for crack, for heroin, for meth. Okay, so that's what's happening to bring it into our state. Jenny talked about, so I talked about the fact that we're seeing it mixed with all of the other illegal drugs that are out there. We're also seeing it sold on its own. That's the photo that you see at the bottom of this frame with the pills. Those are called mollies or M30s. They're readily and easily available in Kansas. To me, you can't look at that picture and not realize that those pills are being marketed to kids. You see how colorful they are. That's marketing 101, right? When I came on this job a year ago, the price of one of those pills in Kansas was somewhere north of $20 a pill, $20 to $30 a pill, depending on where you were in the state. That price has dropped on a weekly basis over the course of the last year. Last month, we had an agent undercover make a purchase in Wichita of 2,000 pills for $4,600, $2.30 a pill. One of the things we know historically is that street prices for drugs in Kansas trail street prices along the southwest border by about a year. Follow me? So what we're seeing now is about, for street price of a drug, is about what they were seeing in Tucson and Nogales a year ago. What they're seeing now for street prices for fentanyl pills, like you see in that photograph, is 30 to 50 cents. I am concerned about the availability of fentanyl pills in Kansas now. When those prices drop to where we know they eventually will drop, again, that is one of the terrifying aspects of what we're seeing with this drug. So lethality, availability, constantly dropping price or cost. Now, to talk about a point Jenny raised with regard to the devices, and her point that those there's maybe a causal connection in our youth between the time that they're spending and the things that they're seeing and the use of this drug. My concern about those devices is more immediate, and that is they are a delivery vehicle. They are a trafficking method. Okay, the undercover purchase that I told you about last month in Wichita that was arranged by our agent was arranged entirely on Snapchat. I don't know how much you know about how well kids use social media. Mine, fortunately, are mostly grown and out of the house, but they know a lot more about that than I know and have an ability to police it. And that's part of the problem that we're seeing here is this delivery mechanism is being used. And I can tell you story after story about parents not knowing, not realizing, not understanding what's happening with their kids and their use of social media. I can tell you from an investigative perspective, one of the most important things that we can do when investigating a death resulting from a fentanyl overdose is get a hold of that kid's phone. And we need to do it right away, and we need to grab the information that's in there, because I will guarantee you that the information about the person that sold them that pill is in that phone. And we have to get that. And that leads us to sort of another issue in law enforcement. Jenny talked a little bit about the difference in terminology between overdose and poisoning. I will tell you, she's exactly right in everything that she said, but on that point in particular, she's right, but there's a bigger issue there, from my perspective at least. We need the families to understand, like Jenny does, this is not an accident. It's a poisoning. Okay, but from a law enforcement perspective, that makes a huge difference, because law enforcement's reaction to an accident is very different to our reaction to a crime like a poisoning or a homicide. And that's what we're seeing with regard to the introduction of fentanyl into the drug chain. I'm hopping around a little bit. I apologize. Let me go back and close a loop on something we were talking about. We see fentanyl mixed with every other type of illegal drug. We see it sold on its own, like the M30s that I showed you the picture of. But then, like Jenny mentioned, we see it in what we call fake pills. And that's what the pictures on the top of this screen are. That is an oxycodone or a Percocet or an Adderall or a Xanax, right? And if the pill that you see didn't come from a pharmacy, if you didn't get it from a pharmacy, you have no way of knowing whether that's a legitimate pill or a fake pill, right? And this brings us back to the business model. What's the business model? How does it make sense for the cartel to kill their customers by putting fentanyl either into something where the user isn't expecting it or in a dosage that's going to be fatal? And we'll talk about the dosage in just a minute. But the business model isn't to make your customer overdose. The business model is to addict as many people as you can, right? What is killing them is the unpredictability with which the drug is manufactured or packaged or put into pills. And we'll get to that in just a moment, right? But don't think that this is an instance or a situation where the cartel is intentionally killing customers. That's absolutely not the case. The cartel is intentionally trying to addict as many people as they can, and because of what we're going to talk about next, people get killed, right? So next is the unpredictable way in which this is manufactured. We are very spoiled in this society because we are used to drugs, especially pills, that come from pharmacies after having been manufactured at an FDA-regulated laboratory. And I don't know if you've ever seen an operation like that, but when a pill is manufactured in an FDA-regulated laboratory, the pill is mixed in a huge multi-thousand-gallon vat, and that mixture is mechanically stirred for hours and hours until the ratio of active ingredient to binder is exactly the same throughout the mixture, and then it's pressed into pills. And that's what comes from the pharmacy. That's not how fentanyl pills are manufactured. Fentanyl pills are manufactured in a jungle lab in Mexico in 5-gallon buckets using an old boat paddle to stir it. And what you get is what you see here on the screen. This is an illustration of how those drugs are manufactured. So if you take the binding agent, which is on the left, and the active ingredient, if you don't stir that, like happens in an FDA-regulated laboratory, right, so that the mixture is entirely consistent all the way through, this is what you get, is the mixture on the right, where you have what are called empty spots and hot spots, right? And when the mixture is pressed into pills like that, what you see, or what you get, is what you see along the bottom, okay? And say, just for the sake of discussion, every one of those black dots, I'm a little bit colorblind. I don't know if they're black or another color. What are they? Red. Okay. It's really hard to get dressed in the morning like that. Say, for the sake of discussion, each one of those is 1 milligram of fentanyl. Okay, so you might get a pill with no fentanyl in it. You might get a pill with 1 milligram. You might get a pill with 4 milligrams. You might get a pill with 8 milligrams, right? And so what this translates to is when you have kids at school that are trading medications and what they think of as medications, right? I'm trading a Xanax for an Adderall because you want to relax and I want to stay up late and study, right? If those pills didn't come from a pharmacy, we have no way of knowing whether they're a legitimate Xanax or if they're a fake pill that has Percocet or that has fentanyl in it because the cartel wants to addict as many people as they can. And it doesn't matter if your buddy says, hey, I took one of these last night and it's safe, right? Because your friend may have taken the pill on the far left, and unknowingly what he's trading to you is the pill on the far right. So again, this problem is so concerning because of the lethality, the availability, the cost, and the unpredictability of the way the drug is manufactured. Jenny talked about Narcan, and I can't convey to you, well, let me, Jenny talked about the chocolate chip slide. I don't like this slide. I don't like it for a couple of reasons. What it does do is it does a good job of showing how unpredictable the mixture can be, right? I mean, the cookie on the far left has maybe only 2 or 3 chocolate chips in it, and the cookie on the far right has 10 or 12. I mean, that in and of itself is a good illustration of the unpredictability. The problem is, this is way too serious and significant a problem, in my view, for us to equate it with chocolate chip cookies, right? That just sort of diminishes the gravity of what we're dealing with. So I use this slide with caution. The other thing that doesn't make sense to me is they show one of those cookies broken up. Who eats part of a cookie? I mean, this isn't even realistic, right? I mean, so that's the other problem with the slide. So Jenny showed this slide as well. Last year, this slide said 6 out of 10, and that was right. And this year, what DEA is seeing is actually 7 out of 10 pills that contain a potentially fatal dose of fentanyl. Now, let's switch and talk about Narcan. Interestingly enough, I've actually given Narcan. A lifetime ago, I was a young paramedic in the city of Denver before I went to law school. And it was back when we were having a big problem in Denver with heroin. And we carried Narcan and we gave it on almost a nightly basis. And Narcan really is what I would consider, it's a miracle drug because it will take somebody who is unconscious and unresponsive and you administer the drug and 30 seconds later they're up and talking to you. So from that perspective, it really is a miracle drug. There is no downside to giving it. There are no harmful side effects to giving Narcan. So if somebody walked up to me right now and stuffed a Narcan ampule up my nose and squeezed it and gave me a dose of Narcan, there would be no adverse effect on me. On the other hand, if I'm unconscious and unresponsive on the floor, if I am a fentanyl overdose or an opioid overdose, that ampule of Narcan might very well save my life. What if it's a heart attack? Doesn't matter, right? It's just like giving it to me. There's no downside. So from my perspective, I can't overstate the importance of the availability of Narcan. 2 facts to help illustrate that. Number one, right now in Kansas, we're seeing a Narcan save ratio of approximately 2 to 1. Okay, that means 2 Narcan saves for every fentanyl overdose fatality. So assume rough numbers, we had 500 fentanyl overdose fatalities in Kansas last year. Without Narcan, that would have been about 1,500. So the availability of Narcan, in my view, is incredibly important. Now, unfortunately, this is something I tell my kids all the time, there is nothing good in society that can't somehow be turned into something bad, right? And we unfortunately have seen that with Narcan. We're aware of something called Narcan parties, where much like a designated driver, somebody at the party will not use and will be the person who has the Narcan. And when somebody overdoses and passes out, then the designated driver administers the Narcan, and we have heard instances where an hour later that person's back to using fentanyl again. I understand how in some people's view, the fact that we've taken this good thing and made it bad is a reason to oppose it, right? I don't. And one of the reasons that I don't is we have an agent at the KBI who is a Narcan save. He's an undercover. He purchased a large bag of several hundred fentanyl pills, and as he got back in his vehicle and was driving away, he felt what he was astute enough to realize was the effects of fentanyl coming over him. And he got on the radio and he radioed his rescue team, which is always present when we do an undercover purchase, and he said, "Hey, I've been exposed." And by the time the rescue team got there, he was unconscious and unresponsive. They pulled him out of the car, gave him Narcan, and he's back on the street, back making, on a weekly basis, huge buys, undercover buys of fentanyl pills from cartels in Kansas. So I understand that although we have sometimes seen the use of it corrupted, in my view, that does not outweigh the benefits that we see and that 2 to 1 save ratio that exists because of the availability of Narcan. I've heard a joke. There's a school district in Kansas where we have seen, unfortunately, a spike in fentanyl-related deaths. And their chief of police told me the other day, there's a joke in the school district, don't fall asleep in class in this district because somebody's stuffing a Narcan up your nose, right, and giving it to you. That's not a bad thing, right? I would like to see that kind of availability of Narcan out where it can make the biggest difference. Let me come back to that. I can't get through that without choking up. Let me talk to you about what the KBI is doing. A year ago, when I took this job, I started at the AG's direction working on interrupting fentanyl trafficking. And one of the things I found is we didn't have a single law enforcement canine in Kansas capable of detecting just fentanyl, right? So they could find marijuana and cocaine and methamphetamine and heroin. But if the fentanyl was being mixed with those other drugs, like it often is, we would find the fentanyl. But if it was just fentanyl, we didn't have a law enforcement canine that could find it. So even though the KBI had never had a canine program, I went to the head of what we call our Special Operations Division and said, Kelly, find me the money for a fentanyl dog. And Kelly came back and he had found the money for 3. And so we stood up a program and had the first 3. And then once we started the program, we had a private organization donate another dog. So we established the first canine program in Kansas that had law enforcement canines capable of detecting just fentanyl. Now they too can also detect cocaine, heroin, methamphetamine, but they were capable of detecting fentanyl. Other agencies since then have replicated this program, and we've made our training available to the Highway Patrol, to local departments, and now fortunately we have a number of law enforcement canines in Kansas that are capable of detecting pure fentanyl, and that is helpful to us on a daily basis. We set up something that we called the JFIT, the Joint Fentanyl Impact Team. It's a collaboration between the Kansas Bureau of Investigation, the Kansas Highway Patrol, Homeland Security Investigations, the FAA, and the Postal Service. And we are literally going after every modality by which fentanyl can be trafficked into or through the state of Kansas, whether it's a motor vehicle. And the Highway Patrol has done and a lot of local sheriff's departments have done amazing work at interdicting loads of drugs that are being transported on the roadways. They've done that for years. But we're also going after motor carriers, which are very difficult to interdict because of the volume that they transport, and it's so easy to hide a small quantity of drugs in a large volume of boxes or commercial equipment. We're going after buses, we're going after motor carriers, we're going after aircraft. We're doing hotel motel stops, and we're devoting a great deal of effort to common carriers, Postal Service, UPS, FedEx. Just before Christmas, our focus on common carriers resulted in the seizure in Wichita of a single shipment with 59 pounds of crystal meth, 16,000 fentanyl pills, and 2 kilos of fentanyl powder. So this team is out there. They're at the tip of the spear. They're making a difference. What am I doing? I'm doing the same thing Jenny's doing. If I get an invitation to talk about fentanyl, I will go talk about fentanyl. And it doesn't matter whether it's the State Board of Education or a fentanyl town hall or a roundtable. You know, Senator Marshall has sponsored a number of roundtables around the state. I think the first one we did was up in Leavenworth. A TV interview, radio, newspaper. I will be in Hayes next week talking to the schools. Osborne School District had me up, and they brought all of the middle schoolers and all of the high schoolers into one auditorium, and the local Highway Patrol lieutenant and the undersheriff and I all gave about an hour-long presentation, very sort of similar to the slides that I showed you. That said, and I could stand here for another half an hour and talk with you about our targeted enforcement efforts. What we do when we see a spike in overdoses in a community. We have a program now that we do along with Department of Health and Environment called OD mapping, which is real-time reporting of overdoses in Kansas. Because if we're seeing an overdose somewhere, a drug overdose somewhere, chances are 90% or better that it's a fentanyl overdose. Okay, we're not seeing overdoses on other kinds of drugs. So we watch that overdose information in real time. And when we see a spike in overdoses in a community, usually we're also hearing from law enforcement in that community that they have a load of fentanyl, right? They've received a shipment recently. And so we do a targeted enforcement in that community. And that's what we do as a state agency, is help provide resources to that local department to supplement what they're doing. Again, I jumped around a little bit. I need to close the loop on something. Jenny talked about the difference between an overdose and a poisoning. We have a mindset in law enforcement that we have to change, right? Because we have historically looked at overdoses as accidents. And we have to sort of swing the ship, not just with the public, not just with the families, not just with local leaders, but with law enforcement, to realize that a fentanyl overdose isn't an accident. It's a poisoning, it's a homicide, and it has to be investigated like that. The problem from our perspective, and the perspective of many of your local law enforcement leaders, is the resources that it takes to investigate a homicide are exponentially greater than the resources needed to investigate an accident, right? So there is a real resource issue when it comes to this stuff. And I'll give you a real life example. You remember last May when we had the white powder letters that went to the legislators. Okay, that started on a Friday afternoon at about noon, and for the next 96 hours, the KBI was the lead investigative agency in that case. And we were assisted by every other state agency, our federal partners, state and local partners. We would not have been able to do what we did without your local police departments and sheriff's offices chipping in and helping out. But on that Monday, we got information about a load of fentanyl that had come into a community in Kansas. And we just didn't have the resources to focus on that intelligence information. And so it wasn't until Tuesday when we turned that case over to the FBI, and I took agents who were exhausted from the last 96 hours and said, before you go to sleep, we got to follow up on this. And we hit the house where we had intel that the load of fentanyl had come in, and we missed it. We don't know how long we missed it by, but it wasn't more than a few hours. So we have those resource issues every single day in Kansas. So we have to change the mindset. We have to help the local departments realize this isn't an accident, it's a homicide, but that takes resources. And yes, we want them to call us, but it takes resources from us too. So we're doing things like creating checklists for the local officers. Here's what you need to do when you have a fentanyl overdose. Seize the phone, call, things like that. But like I said, I could stand here and talk to you, all afternoon about our targeted enforcement efforts, but I think the takeaway is we cannot enforce our way out of this problem. We can't do it. So we have to educate. We have to raise awareness. We need people like Jenny who have the courage to go talk about what happened. That's personal for me because the young man on the right is the son of a KBI agent. And when people ask me what's the biggest myth about fentanyl, I believe the biggest myth, there's three of them. It can't happen to me. It can't happen to us. My family, it can't happen in our community. Those are the biggest myths. Back in the day, when I was a young prosecutor and I got hired by the feds to prosecute meth lab cases, that's back, we still have a meth problem here in Kansas. Meth is king here. We get more meth submissions at the KBI lab than we do any other drug. That's another scary thing about fentanyl is the trajectory and the way those submissions continue to climb, by factors of 100 every year. But back in the day when we had such a huge meth lab problem, there was a public awareness campaign where you would see serial photographs of meth users. And the first time they were arrested, they looked like a pretty normal person. And the second time they were arrested, they looked a little rough. The third time they were arrested, you could tell this was an addict. And the fourth and fifth time, you're surprised that they were arrested instead of dead by then, right? That's not what the faces of fentanyl look like. these are the faces of fentanyl, right? The faces of fentanyl look not just like Jason, not just like Cooper, not just like Ethan. I mean, they look like a high school yearbook. And so that's why it's so incredibly important that we educate, because I'm convinced that the only other way out of this crisis is that we kill enough people. That's the only other way that we get out of this. We either educate enough people that we cut off the demand and we shut down the cartels that way, or we kill enough people that there's not anybody out there left to use it. And that's, to me, not an acceptable approach, right? So it has to be education. It has to be awareness. It has to be people like Jenny getting out and telling their story and telling it in a way that people will listen to. So instead of coming from some, 59-year-old, law enforcement guy, I think it's much more powerful coming from parents. It's not coming from somebody that's lived through it. So I think we've done a successful job of far exceeding the amount of time that we had. If we were across the street, what do they call that? Filibuster. But I think I'm happy to answer questions, and I think Jenny probably is as well.
I think we probably have a few, but I just want to start by saying thank you so much, because I felt like I knew a little bit about fentanyl, and I probably did know a little bit, but I've learned a lot today. And obviously that's your goal, is to make sure that folks like us can learn a lot, and superintendents and principals and all of those folks in schools can learn a lot. I'll start with Ann.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you so much. I have a 15-year-old granddaughter, and I know people have offered her pills, and I worry about it every day that somebody's going to give her something really bad. So I have two questions. One is about the product itself. I found out I can order 2 for $45 and have them at my house by Sunday from Amazon, or I can get generic ones from eBay for like 2 for $20. Is this something? Narcan, yeah. So
I was
is,
hoping you were talking about Narcan, not fentanyl.
I'm sorry. No, that's much cheaper, I think. So one thing is, is there anything in the pipe to make Narcan cheaper and more affordable that families could have it? And should families have it? Should I be carrying this in my car? Should I give one to my granddaughter to stick in her backpack?
Do you want to go first?
So through DECA, it is free. You just get on DECA's website, the DCCCA website, and they will ship it right to you for free
Oh,
in
okay.
the state of Kansas. So it doesn't cost anything at all. And it is, Jason did not have Narcan. And that is, and to hold Narcan in your hand for the first time after he had passed away, it's incredible. It is a nasal spray, and it would have saved my child's life. So yes, every person should have Narcan, and it may not be for you, it may not be for them, but it could be their best friend. It could be anybody in the community. So having it is absolutely necessary. It should be right next to the Band-Aids in every first aid kit. It's so safe, it can't hurt anybody. The harm is just not there. It has one job, and that is to save a life, and that it does effectively, most generally. So if the person has the ability to have someone there, because you cannot administer Narcan on yourself. So that is, if somebody's there and has it readily available, that is the way to save you. So.
Right. The other question was the legal question. Is the Attorney General pursuing, because I understand, and it may have been corrected by now, that Kansas is one of the few states that doesn't have a Good Samaritan law, where if I'm at a party and my best friend passes out, I can call in without being afraid of getting arrested for being around drugs. Are we pursuing that here?
So I have heard some discussion of that with regard to the upcoming legislative agenda. I'm not convinced that we don't have Good Samaritan protection that would apply under these circumstances, but I have heard that discussed in the Attorney General's office.
Yeah, I'd just like kids not to have to worry about that, to have it be known. You don't have to worry if you're going to call from a party because somebody's passed out. But so is the Attorney General pursuing that, introducing a bill?
I don't know if the Attorney General's planning on doing it or not, but I have heard it discussed for this upcoming legislative session. the difficult thing that you have to keep in mind, it's great to talk about Good Samaritan laws, right? And I think we all want that. When law enforcement gets to that party, one of the things that we have to do is figure out who had the drugs and where did they come from.
Yeah.
And if you say, well, nobody's going to be held responsible for the drugs that were at that party, then you're foreclosing law enforcement's ability to go figure out
I think
where
it just
did it come
applies
from
to the
and-
caller, so I
Right.
don't have to be afraid to call, but it'd be a
We-
good thing to pursue.
Right, yeah, we
Right.
don't want people afraid to call 911.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
And that, I was just going to touch on that real quick. That is one thing that's really, really hard for me when I'm talking to the kids, because my first point of reference is you have got to make that call. You've got to call 911. And I can't say to them, that we do have the Good Samaritan law, because we don't have that in place in Kansas. Last February, I went to the Capitol building and spoke to my representatives and asked them why we didn't. So we hope, there's a group of parents that would love to see that happen, because with that, it just gives the kids that, they're just more comfortable, because it's a very scary, uncomfortable situation that they're in. And if they know that they can call and law enforcement will be there, or EMS will be there to, what they want to do is save a life. So the prosecution side of it is, yes, that's a point that they're trying to get figured out. But we're just 2 states in the United States that don't have the Good Samaritan law, and Kansas is one of those. So hopefully we're not the last. So,
Kathy?
The comment was made, and I think it was you, Jenny, that the Narcan might not necessarily last, but they might need another dose. Like, could you guys touch on that a little bit?
yes. So what I have heard just in all of my courses and different, I'm sorry, I totally lost my train of thought. Just the different presentations and things, it is law enforcement, EMS are sometimes having to give multiple doses depending on how much fentanyl is in the person, how much they've ingested. But the Narcan just lasts 15 minutes maybe, and then it can wear off. And then if they still have the fentanyl in their system, it can set back on, and then they go right back into that overdose, poisoning, distress situation. So.
Two things with that. One, the longer fentanyl is around and the more people use it, the more they develop a tolerance, right? So at the beginning, maybe one fentanyl pill was enough to get them high. Now they're taking 3 or 4 or 5. One Narcan, similarly, is not going to reverse the effects of 8 milligrams of fentanyl like it would reverse the effects of 2 milligrams of fentanyl. So that's, as users develop tolerances, we see more Narcan needing to be administered. The other thing is we have started to see a trend in Kansas. It hasn't really hit us the way that it has on the East Coast, but there is a drug called xylazine that's being mixed with fentanyl because it takes a relatively short high that the user experiences with fentanyl and it prolongs it. So it takes a 20-minute fentanyl high and it turns it into a 2-hour fentanyl high. That's what the xylazine does. Xylazine's not an opioid, so Narcan doesn't reverse the xylazine, right? So we haven't seen xylazine in Kansas the way that other states have. We are tracking it at the KBI, but if you have fentanyl mixed with xylazine, Narcan isn't going to be necessarily effective or as effective.
Jenny, you mentioned, and I'm probably going to steal part of Randy's thunder here, but I had already written this question because you mentioned the Kansas Communities That Care survey. And it's a fairly polarizing survey. There are some questions on there that are very explicit. And for a student who's taking that survey for the first time, they may read a question that their parent might not want them to read because they're being exposed to a type of information that the parent's going, they don't know anything about that, don't give them any ideas, right? And so I appreciate so much where you're coming from when you're asking the question, how can we ask students, have you heard about fentanyl poisoning? What are the safe questions to ask and how to kind of socialize that? And so I think that we still have a lot of work to do on where we stand with that survey, and maybe revamping it so that we can get more students to take it. I don't know what kind of powers we have there, so I'm going to look to the commissioner in a minute. But I wanted to say too that I mentioned I had, this much knowledge of fentanyl, and you talked about going out and speaking to middle and high school students. And I started socializing this with my kids thinking, let's just talk about this as a pill issue. And so just, don't touch pills that you don't know where they came from and they're not for you. We took our family on a road trip. We knew we were going to stay in a lot of different motels, hotels, wherever we ended up. And sure enough, in one of the very nicest places we stayed, my girls were like, hey, Mom, there's some pills under the bed over here where our shoes are. Don't touch them, walk away. So that was a really good learning opportunity, and it's a way to start that conversation without it being scary.
Right. And just to kind of, the kids that, or the parents that think that their kids have no exposure and no knowledge, have heard nothing about the problem, they have, and probably 95% of them have heard something about the fentanyl, the opioid crisis, but their parents haven't had an opportunity to be involved in that conversation. So giving them the big ideas, reading a question about fentanyl and them then, wanting more information about it, they already have the information. If they have the ability to be on the internet, I assure you through some social media site of some sort, they have already had very maybe limited information, but they've had some of it. And what parents by the no, it can't happen to me, no, this wouldn't happen in our family, by not taking that opportunity to talk to their kids, somebody else is talking to their kids, and it's somebody that you wouldn't agree morals and values and just the conversations that you would want to have with your child. So that's what I talk about, as far as the no, it can't happen to me. I would have been one of those families. I would have been one of those moms. This would never happen, and it has. I mean, just like these two young guys here, and yeah, and this is, just crushing because this has just been recent, and still the message is just not out there. We're just not getting the information to those that need it, or when we lost Jason, it was September 5th, and the DEA, they put out their campaign, One Pill Can Kill, September 27th of 2021. So at that point, it wasn't talked about at all. We just had no knowledge of it. But now, even with as much information as out there, we still have young people that are taking that risk, or just don't have the information. So that's frightening.
Got one more, Michelle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I just in doing a quick Google search on healthline.com, it looks like there are some serious side effects from Narcan. Heart, like it could be the heart, could affect the heart, somebody that has recently had an operation or surgery. And if they're taking another drug, obviously if they've just had surgery, sometimes they're taking blood thinners and different things like that, or not taking blood thinners. So I'm just curious as to, in March 2023, there was an update that could be purchased over the counter rather through the pharmacist. So when we're talking about Narcan over the counter, obviously you can get a stronger, if you're going into a hospital setting or a doctor's office, you could get something prescribed to you under being monitored by a nurse or doctor, because you're in a hospital setting. You could be getting something that's much stronger. Is it kind of like Tylenol? They can give you something much stronger than what you could get over the counter, or you could also take a lot of Tylenol and overdose. So what I guess what I'm asking is, if something were in a school setting, would it be over the counter strength that would be given to that person? Because we're not going to know if it's an overdose, or like Tony Matee was saying, he said it, if they just fell asleep, maybe we should, I wouldn't hesitate in giving them this Narcan drug. I guess I'm just cautious in doing a quick Google search. There are effects from Narcan, and who would be liable in a school situation, since we're in the Department of Education? Who would be liable? Would the nurse be the only one that could administer that? And would she be liable if something were to happen? We're at a doctor's office or a hospital, they're kind of under they have the insurance laws protect them for that reason, that they would not give somebody something unless they knew that they indeed needed that. So I just want to make sure we're not saying stuff that, there actually, if you do some searches, there are effects of Narcan, and it typically looks like it's a heart issue. So I just want to make sure we're diffusing any thing out there that may say there aren't any, unless it's just a very, very minimal strength when it's over the counter and anybody could just carry it in their backpack. So I would be cautious on that and what we say. I mean, obviously it sounds like it can reverse something that's very serious, but it could also cause problems in somebody that's not actually experiencing an overdose. So I just wanted to put that out there, and that was just me doing a quick Google search while you guys were talking. So thank you for your presentation. I appreciate it.
I don't know what's out there on Google. I can tell you that every addiction specialist that I've ever talked to, everybody that we have engaged on this issue, has told me that there should be no hesitance or reluctance to give Narcan if you even suspect an overdose. So all I can tell you is what's been passed on to me by the medical professionals. I can't address what's out there on Google.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jenny and Tony. First, we reached out. Thank you, Danny, for asking for this. We appreciate the information. Today, no one expected a little mini blizzard in Kansas and rapidly dropping temperatures. So you not only made short notice to be here, but special also attempts to get here with weather. I think, what the state board can do is have a further discussion. There's other things that come before the state board that are also important to students' well-being and health. And I think this is one that you'll probably want to have further discussion about. Do you want to take any specific action or advice going forward? So again, thank you very much.
Thanks for the opportunity. You bet.
All right, next up, item 18. Welcome, Scott Gordon.
Good afternoon again. Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. Dr. Holt is online. I appreciate her waiting for us and is ready to talk about any of the cases if you all have any questions.
Check the hand raise app. Give people a moment to get situated. Are there any questions on any of the cases?
And it looks like she's, Dr. Holt, you're muted in case you wanted to say something. Okay.
No, I'm just here to answer any questions.
And if there are no questions, I would be happy to accept a motion.
I think there's at least two motions, two different PPC items.
Yeah, we have an 18A and an 18B.
Right.
Kathy.
I did have, I guess, a request for just a little more dialogue about the first one. It just seemed really interesting.
And I apologize, you're gonna have to tell me which one the first one is. I didn't.
First one was
It's the shoplifting one.
Is it, Jen, is it the one, or pardon me, Dr. Holt, is that the one that I emailed you about? To let you know is that the one where the recommendation is issue the license for an E-sub, but if she wants any further license, she has to?
Yes.
Okay. Go ahead.
So that came in front of us a couple years back, and it was a really heartbreaking, hard case where a parent whose spouse was on disability and had kids was caught shoplifting.
Okay.
And so then it's been a few years. They've been working as a parent.
Jem, we're losing you. I mean, Dr.
The
Holt.
past couple of years, the whole situation. Can you hear me now? Can you hear
Dr.
me
Holt,
now?
hold on just a minute. I think there's still I don't know if there's a way to.
I think the problem might be on my end. I'm on my home internet.
Oh.
Yeah.
Can you hear me okay now?
Now it's
We can hear
perfect.
you.
Just
Try
don't-
again.
Don't move your head. You'll be fine.
There we go. So it was a really hard case at first. And then we'd asked her to reach out to her employer for support because these were really rough times, and she didn't. And so we ended up denying her license. And then the whole situation just, she's dealt with it. She has reached out for support finally. She had some medical conditions that she got support with. She's been working in a position she's been in a supportive position within the schools and hasn't had any problems. So we were definitely comfortable kind of saying, yes, you can have your e-sub license. And mostly it felt like this was just, she just wanted to kind of, to prove herself worthy again, right? So we said, yes, we'll issue that. But if we're talking about going all the way back into a teaching position, we'd like more documentation of that process.
Thank you. That
But from
helps.
what she shared, she was not interested in going back into a full teaching position, just with the stress and whatnot.
Any other questions? Would anyone like to make a motion on 18A? Dennis?
Make a motion on 18A. It is moved that the Kansas State Board of Education adopt the findings of fact and conclusions of the Law of Professional Practice Commission and follow all recommendations in the issuance of license in case 23-PPC-26.
Can I have a second? Jim Porter. Any further discussion? All in favor, raise your hand. That looks like a 10-0 vote. And next up is 18B. I'll turn it back to you. If there's anything to say there?
Madam Chair, I don't think I have anything on those. All of those are default cases that, we mail these to the last known address of the person. And if I can soapbox for just a second, we don't have a way of tracking people down if they move. And if they don't update us on what their address is, there's really nothing we can do about that. We try to give service as best we possibly can. And when we don't have a response, we have to move forward. And that's what's happened, I believe, on all of the remaining cases. I think all of them were default cases.
Yes. Okay. Any questions on these cases? And if not, I'm ready for a motion. Dina?
I move that the Kansas State Board of Education deny or revoke the licenses in the cases of 23-PPC-30, 23-PPC-33, 23-PPC-38, 23-PPC-41, 23-PPC-42, 23-PPC-42 and 43, and 23-PPC-45.
Is there a second? Danny? Any further discussion? All in favor, raise your hand. Betty, is your hand up? Any opposed? Betty says yes. Okay, that's a 10-0. Motion passes. Both motions passed. We will take a 10-minute break.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you. All right, you're ready for item 19, legislative matters. Welcome, Dr. John Hess.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. So I know it's been a long day, so I will try to get through this. I won't speed run it, so to speak, but I will try to get through it, give you your legislative update as fast as I can. So the first thing I want to do is, and I'm going to try to do this correctly, is just walk you through a little bit, just as a refresher, the legislature's website and some helpful where to find things during the legislative session. So there are two main places where you can search for pending bills and legislation if you're looking for the specific bills. You can come over to here under bills and laws, and you can click Senate bills and House bills, and it'll list every single bill that has been introduced for the entire session, which might be a little bit daunting. Or you can go over to, if you know the specific bill number that you're looking for, you can go over to Find Bill on the left, enter it in. So for example, Senate Bill 113, which was the omnibus education bill last year, and it'll bring you to the bill page for it, which includes all the history, all the conference committee reports, the final version of the bill, all of that stuff is there. You can also find information on committees under this committee tab here. So I'll take us, for example, to Senate Education. In here you can see the committee membership, the bills that are currently in the committee down here, or resolutions in committee, and also bills that were sponsored by the committee and that have either been passed into law or are maybe over in a House committee or something along those lines. So you can see that here. You can also find a direct link to the audio stream for this committee here, as well as agendas and minutes. The legislative calendars can be found underneath this tab over here that says calendars. There's one for both the House and the Senate. So if I look at today's calendar, for example, you can pull it up and they will have just what the legislature is doing for the day, all the committee meetings. If there are any bills that are scheduled to be debated, they will be there. And then there is the journal as well, which is where you can find the legislative history for the previous day or any specific day. And then kind of most importantly, this audio video tab is where you can find the State House Live and Archive, which is where all of the committee streaming is posted. And then also this House, Senate, and committee video is what will take you to the legislature's YouTube page, which is where you can another place you can find it. So the State House Live and Archive has this schedule for the upcoming week or a couple days as well, so you can see what's going on there. So that's just a few things on the legislature's website that I wanted to share with you. Moving on, Deborah kindly put a couple of handouts at your spots that I just wanted to go over real quick. The first one is titled Information Sheet, and it's just a quick overview of the key dates, legislative leadership, and key committees for your information. So session began yesterday. It has just when the deadlines are for the introduction of bills, when turnaround is, which is at the end of February, which is the last day for non-exempt bills to pass the Chamber of Origin, the last day for non-exempt bills to pass the second chamber, which is at the end of March, and then first adjournment is in the beginning of April. And then they'll take their break and come back at the end of, for the veto session at the end of April. So those are kind of the key dates for the legislative session. A lot of the work tends to happen right before those deadlines. So there might not be a lot that happens the first month or so of session, and then everything gets crammed into the last week possible. So that is when you can anticipate a lot of the legislation will pass is either right before turnaround, right before first adjournment, and then some other stuff at in the veto session. The second handout I had is just, I believe you got a version of this last year. It is the committee membership for the three main education committees, so Senate Education, House Education, and House K-12 Budget. The thing I would note is that this year, we discovered about a week ago that the legislature set up committee-specific emails this year. So now so there's a Senate Education email. So you can send that to, so testimony and stuff like that can go to that email, which will go to the committee assistant, but then the committee assistant doesn't have to deal with, they can have their own legislature email for personal correspondence with people within the legislature, and then they have all of the legislative stuff is going there. So I would just note that those are on all the committee websites too. So it's generally, the Senate one is s.education, for example, and the House one is just house.education. So those are all there. So that's all information that we just wanted you to have so that you could have it. So real quick, I just wanted to give a update. Last Friday, the Special Education and Related Services Funding Task Force met at 1 p.m. over in 112 North. There was testimony taken from interested parties, stakeholders about special education funding, and then the committee had some discussion about recommendations that they wanted to make. So there were two main recommendations that came out for the report to the legislature. The first was recommending the adoption of your 4-year plan to get to 92% of excess costs as amended for the most recent education consensus estimate. So 82-point-some million a year through fiscal year 2028 to get to 92% of excess costs for special education. So that was recommended by the committee. The second was that the committee continue to meet for the next several years to continue looking in depth into special education funding, especially in the lead up to when the main school finance law expires at the end of fiscal year 2027. So that if there is a desire based on several years of study to kind of tweak how Kansas funds special education, that it could be done at the same time that the rest of the school finance formula is being looked at and has to be reauthorized anyway. Beyond that, there are really only two big legislative things going on this week. The State of the State is tomorrow night at 6:30, and then on Thursday morning at 9:30 is when the governor's budget is released. And so that's when we'll see exactly what the governor is recommending in terms of K-12 education funding, whether or not that will include recommendation of your four-year plan for special education funding and any of the other enhancement requests for state aid that you recommended back in July. So with that, Madam Chair, that's all I have. Hopefully we can get you out and onto dinner as soon as possible.
That was very brief. Jim Porter.
This may not be. This is more of a statement than a question. The vote to approve our program, our recommendation, I understand it was not unanimous, and the people that voted no were typically the people that will control the committees that hear the bill. Would that be accurate?
Yes. That
So
would be
I,
correct.
so I, you know, the 92% affects different school districts differently. And I hope that we all can, since we all voted for the 4-year plan, I think, didn't we? Wasn't that unanimous? I think we can all, I think we have all agreed that special education is underfunded. Arguing back and forth about whether or not we're going to either pay 92% or not pay 92% is politics. And it's going to get thrown into politics, and they're going to have arguments, and there are going to be people that argue that we need to, and I support them. But there will also be people that that argue that there's some people that even saying it's overfunded now. I think we need, and I'm going to encourage the committee, the task force, to not only look at and support our recommendation, but also look at, ask the question, are we funding special education in the most fair and appropriate way? And use this opportunity not just to play politics, but to become leaders, to take a leadership role in saying, you know, we may be doing it, I don't have an alternative plan. We may be doing it, we may at the end find out this is exactly what we should be doing. But I think we need to take the opportunity to work together and try to build relationships to such a point where we can
effectively study what's the best way to do this so that we're not arguing every year about whether or not to, whether or not to fund at this level or not at that level. Is our plan the plan that does the best for each special needs student? And then, because that money is all coming from general ed, whether or not we are providing those resources that are making the best difference for every child in the state. I would like to rise above just the area of arguing over 92% and start asking the question, what is the best way to do it? We need to fully fund it, but we also need to do it in the most efficient and effective way. And I think we need to look beyond just a number and start looking at methods and at least have a serious discussion about that. And we may come back to where we are, and that's okay with me, but I think we need to take a leadership role. That's not a question, and I think the end of my sermon.
Any follow up there? No, we're good.
No, Madam Chair.
I agree wholeheartedly with everything that the vice chair just said. As the chair of the task force, I asked those at the table to come together and to look at how other states do it. Are we doing it this way just because that's how we've always done it? What are our other options? And a lot of the things that Vice Chair Porter just mentioned. And it would be wonderful if that group of people could really come together around what is the right way to do this and not just talk about they want more money. It's not about wanting more money. I think that in the conversation, it gets lost. And we had presenters come before the task force and talk about the fact that regular ed kids get hurt by this too. When we're not funding special education, it's hurting all of our teachers and all of our schools pretty much across the entire state with very little exception. So I could give a sermon too. I'll pause there for now. I want to give the board the chance to ask any questions about the session or about the task force. If you have any questions, Ann.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. You did a masterful job herding the cats on Friday. It was really well done. And I thought what Bert said when the question came up about, okay, if we gave you more money, how would we know we were getting results? And he laid something out that I think a lot of people don't think about. He says, our special ed results are good. We're meeting, our goals on special ed. It's the other kids who get hurt when that $200 million goes out of the general fund over to special ed. And I think that's something we need to keep in mind. It's not that our special ed results will get better if it's fully funded. It's fully funded. It's just a matter of what, pot of money it comes out of. And I wanted to note that you guys have a copy of the first bill, I guess, it's going to impact us. This is a draft bill that's supposed to have a hearing next week, and it's a topic we haven't really discussed, so it's not on our priorities or not our priorities, and it's an issue that has to do with those, what are those the cardiac units called?
AEDs.
Defibrillators, okay. Being in all the schools and people getting trained on that, this puts into statute what they put in a proviso last year for the Safe and Secure Schools Act, the $5 million. It's always been a proviso in the budget with a list of things you could spend that money on that changes every year. This bill puts Safe and Secure Schools in statute and also adds to it another component on the cardiac units and puts it all under our bailiwick. So it's a lot to chew on, and Dina and I and leadership will have a discussion about it, but I'm kind of concerned that I think we need to testify on this, but it's not on our legislative priorities, so I'm not sure how to deal with that. But you guys can take a look at it tonight. If you haven't read a bill before, it'll be a dandy to start with.
I'm not sure that we have anyone in the department that is an expert on cardiac emergencies, so this could be interesting. Yeah.
Thank you.
Michelle has her hand up.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I watched that in its entirety, and I thought it was very good. I thought it was there were a lot of misconceptions out there. There are a lot of unknowns, and different questions came up, and then Bert came back with a reply on some stuff that I thought was very interesting that they hadn't thought about as far as their reports, like you might have one or two kids that throw off an entire percentage of something, but they're still within compliance because they have a time frame to get back up to compliance on that. So I thought it was very eye-opening, and I'm not sure at the end of it when the report, isn't there a report due back to the legislature?
That is
Or back to
correct.
the task force with some, like in a quick turnaround, it seemed like, is it like a week or 2 weeks
It is
or I don't
due,
even know if you're gonna meet again, but I think there were some things that needed to get back as far as numbers. And I thought that was good that they were gonna be diving into that a little bit, and to explain it better to the public, to the legislature, because everyone was on kind of a different page when it came to those numbers, I thought, after listening to that.
yeah, the report is due from the task force to the legislature on January 15th. And so
Yeah,
that's
it's
a
a quick turn.
pretty
It's
quick
quick.
turnaround for legislative staff, but they said that they would have it taken care of. So there are staffers there, a little different than our meetings. There are staffers there that are taking all of those notes, and they'll write that report for the task force based
And
on the
then,
testimony.
and then will we hear that again, back at the state board at some point? Because, sometimes it's hard to, listen in on every single legislative thing that has to do with education, but will that it be something that we can discuss publicly, because we're public as well, and then that way we can get that information out to as many people as possible as far as those numbers, so that we can get some clarity on that?
Well, Dr. Hess has kind of stepped into Craig's shoes, and so where normally Craig would be coming to us monthly with an update on legislative happenings, as well as Ann and Dina, our legislative liaisons, I would say we'll continue to hear from the three of you, right? So yeah, we can certainly continue those conversations. And when that report is available, it should be on the kslegislature.org website as well. I'm not sure where to find it, but maybe we can get it out in a note at the end of the week.
Yeah, because I think everybody, what I heard from the different people that testified, and at the end, they all have data, but aggregate data, and they can't agree on the data. So that's what I heard from, different testimonies, and then those that were sitting on the task force, they said, we know that we see your data and we have our data, and they didn't come to an agreement on the data. So I think that's where maybe some of these things will shed some light on, where the numbers, because I think Dr. Hess was there, and he was talking about he would need to get back and get some more information on some stuff. So I'm looking forward to the 15th when we have more information and more clarity.
I don't know that the report on the 15th will really be any new information. When you talk about data and conflicting numbers, maybe misinformation, I think about how the funding formula is very clear and written in statute, and there have been efforts to kind of deconstruct that funding formula and maybe translate it a different way. So that may be why you're hearing different numbers, but I'm not sure which numbers you're referencing. So we'll make sure
Well,
that
I just think that, just like with anything with the public, everybody has a different perspective, like on social emotional learning, or we all have different, we all are hearing different things as far as what that may mean. And when you're talking about a school, that there were percentages that were talked about. This district might be getting 62%, this district's getting 92%. That's where it was like, whoa, it was very eye-opening that everybody was on a different page in that meeting. Everybody was like, what are you talking about? Why are they only getting 62 and they're getting 92? It all depends on where the need is, correct? Where
yeah,
that
I
need is,
understand your
guess?
question. I'm going to look to the commissioner because he can answer that with more
Well,
clarity than I can.
Dr. Hess will bail me out here a minute I misstepped on this. So what is so different, most of the time in your conversations, you're talking to legislators and the public about base state aid funding and weightings, which is directly going to a per pupil basis. And so we make what we call a run, which would tell you what Tonganoxie gets, if this was going to happen, and then what Independence would get. In this case, in special ed, the funding formula, in order for equity purposes, was set up on a statewide basis to look at what were the excess costs of special education on a statewide basis, and then apply a formula that in essence was trying to get at where are those costs happening. So when you're asking to make a run by a school district, it was never that's not the way the money is distributed. So you're making an argument around state distribution and then taking what was in statute of how to distribute that and changing it, John, help me out here if I get too complicated, and changing it to a formula that isn't in statute, and then trying to say, why did someone get this and someone get that? Well, that's because that's where the needs are. It has to do with salary that people pay. There's all kinds of factors, and that's why it was done on a statewide basis and not an individual district basis. And please correct me of anything or help on that.
Madam Chair, Commissioner, I would just point out that in this special education statute, if we think back to kind of what I tried to talk about in last month, was that in the Kansas special education statutes, there is what is called excess cost, which has a very specific statutory definition and might be different than what you might think of when you're just saying excess cost in terms of your family budget, or even when special education directors are thinking about the excess costs there. Excess costs in the Kansas statute has a very specific definition, and that is one thing. And then separately in the statute, there is the mechanisms to distribute the funding. So excess cost isn't really associated with the distribution of funding. So there are those 4 different ways that state aid is distributed: catastrophic state aid, Medicaid replacement, travel reimbursement, and then the per teacher amount. And so that is how it's distributed. Excess cost is how it goes back to, it is fundamentally how to determine the appropriation for special education state aid. So and I'm going to say, in my personal opinion, the application of the excess cost formula to school districts is making that formula do something it wasn't designed to do.
With that, Kathy has her hand up, so if we haven't answered your question yet.
Well, I just wanted to step into one of the recommendations that I believe was made, and I can't say that I'm trying to keep my train of thought as all of that is swimming around. Oh, about the funding when it's released, when the money's released. So, and I will say I listened to that part a couple times trying to really understand, and I just still don't. So, I mean, I understood that it's October, and what the recommendation was is for it to be no later than August 1st. Yes?
Madam Chair, Board Member, and that's in part, I have to apologize. I kind of misunderstood where the conversation was going during the day and didn't get a chance to on the record clarify something. So school districts are paid 6 times a year for special education. Historically, the first one is in October, and then it is distributed throughout the year, and then there are 2 in June. And the final payment in June is made as late as possible in the fiscal year, and that closes out that fiscal year. So we made a payment in June 2023, as close to the end of the fiscal year as we can before we get kicked out of the state's accounting system, and that closes out fiscal year 2023. And that is when we have the finalized numbers for teacher enrollment and everything like that, or not teacher enrollment, teacher FTE for special education. And then we don't make the first payment in the subsequent year until October. And that is in part because, school districts have to budget, and they have to go through the entire budget process. And until they have approved budgets that are approved by their school boards, I mean, we don't have a basis on which to send them special education money. I mean, it could be changed. I mean, there could be something theoretically that, if they put it in statute, that the state board will pay on August 1st based on 10% of what they received the previous year or something like that. You could put something in the statute like that, but then you're just going to have even more cash, frankly, sitting in their funds, because they get a lot of money in June, which then lasts them to October. So they're not real. The first payment of the fiscal year is not closing out the prior fiscal year. It is for the current fiscal year, and I've apologized to multiple people for not clarifying that when I had the chance in the committee. So I think that was kind of the source of the confusion there.
And I want to address that same thing, Kathy. That means that the last payment in June is unknown until you get it, right? Or until very close to that. So you really don't know what your total special education revenue is going to be until after the year is over. Which makes it real difficult to budget.
Ann?
Yeah, and I think it's not hilarious. It's sad, really, that they keep perpetuating this myth that because they carry money over, they have a big slush fund and they didn't really need it at all, when everybody knows that's not true. They carry it over because they don't get paid till October and they have bills to pay. And the other ironic thing is, I think the reason they wait till October, one reason is so you get the September 20th count, right? Is that- No, I know it's not special ed, but they were talking about that, and I didn't. I thought, how does that relate when that's just regular student count?
Yeah, and Madam Chair, that was an instance where I did not speak with as great of
Oh,
clarity
okay.
as I could have. A lot of it has to do with school districts have to approve their budgets. And
Yeah,
until we,
so it's more of a budget thing than a
yes.
kid count thing.
Yes,
Okay.
until we know when what the school districts have budgeted for special education, which they should budget high, so that way, because if they have a student with a particular costly services move in and they don't have the budget authority to do it, they would have to republish their budget during
Yeah.
the school year.
That helps. Thanks.
I don't see any more questions. I will just add a note that end of last week, school districts were putting out on social media. Many of them had graphics that were a little matchy, and they were advertising for their communities how much the lack of funding for special education is costing them. And you're talking anywhere from a few $1,000,000 to tens of millions of dollars. And so you can look up your local districts on social media, find them on Facebook or whatever, and you'll be able to see some of those numbers in a nice infographic kind of format that makes it digestible.
Yeah, I think KASB did that format for them. And so I wrote my local district. I said, "Where's yours? We need to get the word out about how short we are."
Not KSB.
Was it?
It's a group of superintendents.
Superintendents did it, but it's out there. But I think we ought to encourage all our districts to get that out there so the local patrons know what this is costing them, and they maybe call a legislator or two.
All right. I don't see any more questions. Thank you, John. We're ready for item 20.
Okay, there will be two executive sessions. And so I'll make both motions, but one at a time. The first one will include the commissioner, and the second one will not. So I move that the Kansas State Board of Education recesses into executive session to discuss subject of an individual employee's performance which is justified pursuant to non-elected personnel under the exception of the Kansas Open Meetings Act in order to protect the privacy interests of individuals to be discussed. The executive session will last for 10 minutes and will include Commissioner Watson. And we'll begin at 5:45.
They gotta get out.
Thank you, Jim. And Dina, is that a second? Okay. All in favor, raise your hand. That is Jim? Okay. Thought maybe you were voting against it. That's 10-0, motion passes. So we'll take a short 5-minute break here, give everybody a chance to clear the room. All right, we are back, and I am ready for a motion. If someone would like the written motion, I can pass it down.
I move to employ Dr. Frank Harwood as Deputy Commissioner for Physical and Administrative Services.
And Dina seconds. Any discussion? All in favor, raise your hand. That is a unanimous 10-0 vote. Thank you.
Ready for the next motion?
Ready.
I move the Kansas State Board of Education recess into executive session to discuss the subject of an individual employee's performance which is justified pursuant to non-elected personnel exception under the Kansas Open Meetings Act in order to protect the privacy interests of individuals to be discussed with board members only for 20 minutes.
Second from Dina. Thank you. All in favor, raise your hand. Unanimous motion passes. Thank you. So we will be, what is that, 18 until 6:18? All right, we are finished with executive session, and there are no further actions to be taken today, so we will be in recess until tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. That's it.